You are watching the Vodka stream.
Hey, what is happening, everybody? What did I do here? I did something. What did I do? There I did. Okay. What's going on, everybody? Welcome to the Vodka stream. We made it through another week. And what a week it was. Man, it had so many things coming out, of course, with CinemaCon, a new episode of Daredevil. What else happened? Geez, did a little something come out? Oh, yeah, Superman clip. And then, of course, we lost a great artiste, a great actor that is Val Kilmer, which we'll do some celebrating tonight with the panel and everything. Let's get some mood music going on right here. There we go. All right. Sit back. Pour yourself a drink. It doesn't have to be alcohol. I have my drink. You don't have to have yours. It's fine. Cheers, guys. Should be a fun one. Should be a fun one tonight. Also, baseball started this past week and everything. Well, pretty much. I mean, it started last week technically, but you know, it's just been like it's been good. Opening day for the Giants today, and they won. They're on a streak. They're trying to keep up with them damn Dodgers and the Padres, for God's sakes. Man, I tell you what. All right, how we doing here? Cloned Avenger, love the sneak peek of Superman. Definitely got an all-star Superman vibe from it. Do you think the scene was viewed as positive or negative for the general audience, or didn't move the needle? And I think it definitely moved the needle to the positive for sure. It definitely did. We'll talk about some of that stuff too when it comes to that, but yeah, it definitely moved the needle when it came to, I think, positivity. And then the fact that, hey, you know, guess what, guys? You know, I know some people were shitting on the whole idea of the fact that, oh, why they're going to put that Superman clip in front of a Minecraft movie, that piece of shit movie that's going to bomb. Hate to break it to you, but it's not going to bomb. It ain't bombing. It's actually going pretty good right now. It had almost $11 million for Thursday night screenings. That's pretty good. That's actually better than Sonic 3. And so, yeah, it seems like, hey, I'm just as shocked as you when I saw those first trailers and everything. I mean, but I'm going to get into something when it comes to even Minecraft and why it's doing so well, of course. So what's going on, Kenny? Dave, love the Superman sneak peek. Still excited for Superman. R.I.P. Val Kilmer. Was watching Batman Forever on Blu-ray disc. Yes, he was a great Batman. I thought you were talking about me. You were, yeah, talking about me being a great Batman. I was at one point. Yeah, that Batman should come back for sure. It'll happen. What's going on? We got Ryan right here. How you doing? Good to see you. Skip anybody new. We got Shano right here. It certainly does. Plus, it even has some good things I really like from the extended preview of James Gunn's Superman, movies such as the robot assistants that were seen in that video. Yeah, there you go. Braden, what's happening? Good to see you. And R.I.P. R.I.P. We got Versus Seed practicing my Kryptonese. I like that for July 11th. Yep, there definitely was some of that Kryptonese that was happening in that trailer, and that was one of the things that I was going, that might be Bradley Cooper right there as Jor-El. Guess we'll see. What's up, everyone? Happy April. I really enjoyed and liked the Superman extended preview trailer that came out yesterday and had so much amazing excitement coverage for a person to enjoy and wonder. I like it. Okay, we got Music Man. What is happening? Good to see you. We got Kilmer. That Foundation of Youth trailer was meh. Yeah, I didn't really even watch it. I was like, oh, wow. I was like, I totally forgot about that. But I heard I heard some people going, is this like National Treasure? Guy Ritchie's National Treasure, apparently, which I'm a big time Guy Ritchie fan. So maybe I'm jaded from Uncharted and Red Notice. Yeah, I can see why you're jaded from those two movies. 100%. Yo, what's going on, Indiana Jake? Great to see ya. Just rewatched Tombstone. Yeah, I know. I'm going to do some Val Kilmer watches, and Tombstone is definitely going to be one of them because I think that's pretty much my favorite movie of his right there. I do have a Doc Holliday Funko Pop. It's still in a box. I still haven't unpacked. I've been in the new place for a month and a half, and I still haven't unpacked everything. Just get lazy, you know. I'm working during the week. And then on the weekends, you just kind of get a little lazy. We still have so much to do when it comes to arranging stuff. But I do have a Doc Holliday Funko Pop. When I saw that, I was like, I have to have that. So I should put that right here on my desk, to be honest, because that's just my favorite role. AJ, we got to get you into comics, man. I am into comics, man. Don't worry, I am into comics. I just don't read them as frequently as I hope to. And there's a place in the next town over. There's a comic book place right on the main street that I got to visit one of these days. What's going on, Johnny Rampage? What's happening? Should be a good one. Happy my Cubs won on opening day and accepted a job offer, capping it off with tonight's stream. Well, cheers to you, Johnny. All right. Job offers are nice, aren't they? It's always nice to get a job offer. Bet you women are looking. What's going on, boo? Miss Lisa, how you doing? Good to see you. Good to see you. We got Mr. Trevino right here. Glad to see your quick review of Minecraft and to see you say that it was somehow still entertaining. I'm taking my 4-year-old tomorrow to see it, so I was hoping for at least okay. Yeah, you know what? Have fun with it, man. I'm telling you, and that's one of the things I'm going to talk about in a little bit here. And, maybe do a comparison to another quote-unquote family children's movie that came out a couple of weeks ago and why that one was failing. But anyway, so who else we got? Hey, member for 27 months. Love it. Can't believe Jason is the golden boy of WB. Jason, you're talking about Jason Momoa? Yeah, after this weekend, most likely too, right? Samir, what's happening? Early estimates for Minecraft weekend is 130 million in North America alone. Yeah, I know. It's kicking ass. It's really kicking ass. I wouldn't have thunk it when I saw that first trailer, but then again, I was like, wait, I have not played the game, so what are we doing here? We got Mr. Balga right here. Crypto marketing starting hard this week. John Wick 5, sigh. It ended well. Yeah, I know, right? What's going on, Mr. Droga? Good to see you. Just finished proof of concept opening for Daredevil anime. Sure. Send it over. 2 underrated Val Kilmer movies. Spartan, yeah. And Kill Me Again. I don't think I've seen Kill Me Again. I've seen Spartan, but I can't remember. So from John Dahl, the director of Rounders, huh? Sorry, got a little smudgies on the sunglasses. That was going, yep, got to get those out before I start ranting off on things. Oh, because some rants are coming. Guys. We got Nerdy Mastermind. I blocked like 60 Snyder cult people today on Twitter. And what's with all of them being MAGA people? Interesting. It's a mixed bag when it comes to me. I don't know about that. But I'm not going to lie. I didn't block, but I unfollowed people for sure. Because I was just like, all right, there's no reason why we need to follow each other anymore. Kind of thing, it's just kind of interesting. So, yeah. So there you go. All right. So if you want to ask some more questions, guys, I'm going to get right into it right now. And again, hit that like, thumbs up. And if you have any questions, of course, during the panel, it's hard for me to, keep track of any of those. But if you do have a super chat, by all means, I will always bring up the super chat. So cheers, everybody. Okay, Minecraft. Who would have thunk it? Like I said, who would have thunk it that this movie was actually going to be doing well? And I mean, leading up to it, everybody's going, oh, this movie's going to flop. It's going to flop. What the hell is this movie? Blah, 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 blah. And then, of course, you saw my first reaction review, which, yes, the movie's dumb. Yes, I've never played Minecraft. I've seen it. I know essentially what it's about, but I didn't know the details really at all. I know my nephew played it. I know people's kids have played it. And so when I went, I was like, you know what? I'm going to give it a shot and try to find something from it. And I totally forgot that Jared Hess, who directed Napoleon Dynamite and Nacho Libre, 2 movies I actually love dearly, directed this movie. And I went, oh yeah, that's right. There is going to be some of that element in there. And there was his style that he had in those 2 movies. And like I said, there are callbacks to both of those movies within this movie, which I thought was cool. And then of course, Jack Black. I love Nacho Libre, by the way. I wish they would have made a sequel, but I do appreciate the fact that it just was a one-off. And that's one of the things that worked for me, was Jack Black doing his Jack Black isms. That's what I liked. And like I said, it was like Tenacious D presents. He's very over the top. So is Jason Momoa. I kind of wish Jason Momoa I mean, I liked what he, and not everything worked. Some of it was dumb, but yeah, his look, you know how everybody was like, what the hell's going on with his hair and his outfit? What is all that about? It's explained literally in like the first minute or two of the movie of why he's dressed like that. It's very much explained, and there's like elements of like 80s, 90s movies that I was going, oh yeah, that's kind of something like that. It's pretty interesting. So, but yeah, I mean, again, wasn't for me. Was definitely not for me. But again, it was like I said, from Snow White to this, same movie theater, around the same time, maybe like an hour later, twice as many people there. Minecraft shirts, you saw kids, they had their little, swords and stuff. So it was interesting because one of the things that I think, so Snow White Minecraft. I mean, I think a lot of us, especially online, really just thought like, oh, we're going to get a bomb and then another bomb because of how all this is ridiculousness. And it's kind of funny because I was thinking about this, especially after seeing Minecraft and actually being entertained by it, where I was engaged and I was chuckling throughout just with random moments that were just ridiculous, stupid, and just kind of funny. It was interesting. I went, oh, wow, I can't believe I'm actually kind of enjoying this, even though I don't know fuck all of what's going on. And I could tell that there's a lot of lure here because I kept hearing kids talk, like, oh, that's there's that element. And that's what got me thinking of why this movie is really successful, because this is a game that kids are still playing. This is a popular game that even like, the people who were kids who are now maybe are older now, in which I was sitting next to some older, young people, but they were like in their 20s or something. And I'm going, oh, they must have played the game. Especially this guy played the game, he was like a kid. Maybe he still does. I don't know. But I think it's just because it's more modern. Snow White, yeah, we could definitely put blame on good old Rachel Zegler. Yeah, for sure. She didn't understand her assignment. And as much as I'm going, hey, free speech and all that stuff, but hey, guess what? When you're working for a big company and you start just saying some shit and criticizing more than half the country, then, well, sometimes those parents are going to be like, yeah, we're not going to go take the child to go see that. We're going to totally just not see that. And that movie, I thought maybe it would get some kind of something, but that movie's just bombing like crazy, to the point where they were going to do a Tangled live action, and they've canceled that. They've shelved that. Apparently Disney, they're going to be start pumping the brakes. They're pumping the brakes when it comes to live action Disney movies now, which they should have made Tangle instead of Snow White, because they've made so many Snow White live actions. Nobody gives a fuck about that tale really anymore. They really don't. Nobody gives a shit about it. And I think that's the main reason, is nobody really gives a shit about Snow White anymore. No one's going to flock to it. So I think that's actually probably the main reason. It's just nobody gives a shit about Snow White and dwarfs. Nobody does. And of course they try to do their best to modernize it to now, but it's just, that didn't work really at all. And as much as she's got some good pipes on her, Rachel Zegler is box office poison. But this right here, you got somebody like Jack Black, who's not box office poison. You got somebody like Jason Momoa, who's, well, I mean, yeah, you could, whatever you want to say about Lost Kingdom, he's not box office poison. I mean, it's something for the moms to look at, right? I mean, let's face it, the moms love them some Jason Momoa. He's a big hunky dude, even with the crazy hair that he has in this movie. But it's a modern movie, okay? So people weren't, and there was no way that with those two movies being 2 weeks apart, there was no way that they were, with how expensive things are and how expensive movies are right now to take a family, there was no way that they were going to take the kids to Snow White and a Minecraft movie. They were just going to take them to a Minecraft movie. So, so kudos to them for actually going, hey, we're just going to make a dumb, stupid movie and have some of this stuff in there. There's going to be enough in here. Jared Hess is going to do enough. It was just, I think, yeah, it's going to be crazy to see what the box office ends with this movie. And then, of course, there's going to be a sequel, most likely, announced as soon as it soon as it makes that box office money for sure. And hey, Warner Brothers needs a win. And of course, some people were absolutely criticizing the fact that they were putting the Superman clip in front of that because everybody was just like, this movie's going to flop. Warner Brothers is dumb. Well, gotta let you know that Warner Brothers was actually smart on this one. I know that disappoints some of you guys, but they were actually smart on this one. Hey, give some kudos to Pam Abdi and Michael DeLuca, right? We could do that because odds are they're probably still going to be shit canned, even though they get this W. That is Minecraft, but hey, cheers. Good times. So that's just like theorizing and all this kind of stuff. So I'm rooting for Warner Brothers. I know people want them to crash and burn for some reason. Particularly, that certain fan base that, Zach's supposed to be doing a project with them, but they still want it to crash and burn. But that's besides the point. Who cares what Zach wants? All right, now let's get into the nitty gritty. That was a little callback to Nacho Libre. Yeah. After talking about, anyways. All right, let's talk about, the Superman clip. Well, let's talk about Superman clip. And I don't know how many times you guys have watched it or if you've gone down any kind of rabbit holes when it comes to reactions. I have. I love doing that every now and again when it comes to certain trailers. And when it came to the first Superman teaser trailer that came out, I went down that rabbit hole and just saw how people were reacting to it. And you could totally tell that obviously Warner Brothers, DC Studios, they were 100% going, okay, everybody is really reacting to crypto. Everybody's reacting to crypto when it comes to the trailer. So yeah, we're definitely have to focus some of the marketing to that, which I'm going, yep, of course they're going to do that. If you're going to have crypto and people, you can literally go anywhere online, see reactions and see that people are doing that. All right, so really marketing the crypto stuff. So naturally, when it came to CinemaCon, they were going to show an extended clip of that. I mean, I thought that was going to be for the Puppy Bowl, and I thought that was like a better spot for it, but they didn't do it then. They waited till now. Fine. Okay, I still think they should have did the extended clip for the Puppy Bowl, and they could have had some traction when it came to, during the Super Bowl, but hey, that's just me right there. Whatever. But so crypto is definitely going to be, and then of course, like when it comes to this discourse that's happening, one of the first things is why is crypto like this? Why is he jumping on him? Superman's injured. He's jumping on him. He's doing all this stuff. He's acting stupid. He's blah, 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 blah. And there's all that. And one of the things that I thought about, I was like, yeah, okay, I can understand. Because I've had conversations with people, DMs and groups and everything like that. And even talk to people in real life. And I've tried to get like everybody's input when it comes to it. When it comes to me, I really enjoyed the clip. I think it sets up the aesthetic. I think it sets up the tone, and it very much has given me some Superman the Animated Series vibes. Give me some Fleischer cartoon vibes as well. And like I said, there's going to be like Jimmy Guns he has that difficult task of like balancing between like Donner and Superman, and you got to fit it right there. So I think like. I totally understand because I've talked to people who do not like the humor aspect of it when it comes to crypto and when it comes to the robot going, oh my God, he looked at me. That whole little gag that's in there. Totally understand that because yes, it's a serious moment where Superman's literally, his organs are damaged. He's got fractured bones and all this kind of stuff. Totally understand that. Yeah, maybe it should be a serious moment and maybe it could have been taken more serious, but then I go, well, it is Jimmy Guns. Anytime there is serious moments, he does have a tendency to break that serious moment with some kind of jokey kind of thing. He doesn't keep it like going, even though I would say in Guardians of the Galaxy 3, it wasn't as bad as it has been in previous Guardians movies where you get the tension broken by a joke or something like that. But at the same time, my whole thing was, okay, so Crypto is just wanting to play. He's a dog. He's doing all this. And everybody was just going, how dare he be like this? Crypto's not like this, blah, 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 blah. And my whole thing was, how dare a director actually pull from his real life and add it to a character? I know we hate it when that happens, right? Right? We hate it when directors actually take something in their real life and add it into a movie they're making. Oh, wait, we only just hate it when it's a certain person? Okay, maybe that's it. I don't know. But I'm just saying the fact that he based his crypto off his own experience with his dog that he got, Uza, whatever. Yeah, I can't even remember exactly what his name is. But I don't know. I kind of thought that was always kind of cool. you know, that whole artistic integrity thing that everybody's always been talking about. Yeah, that's kind of part of it. But again, not for when it's Jimmy Guns. So I was just kind of going like, that's how dogs are. And now it's a super dog that's acting like that. Pretty interesting. Cool. And then, of course, the biggest thing that everybody was complaining about, or the biggest discourse when it came to the clip, was the fact that Superman gets shot with the intense, condensed, like concentrated ray of sunlight to repair his body, and it hurts him. And I went, wow, this is actually going to be, oh, okay. So then when people were like getting upset with that, because obviously the sun's supposed to heal him and it's supposed to just be like, oh. So Jimmy Guns decided, no, I'm not going to do that this time, because he's going to get zapped, and he's got fractured bones, broken bones, and damaged organs. So the robots obviously list all that because they have the x-ray, they talk about that. So they're like, all right, well, now it's almost like, yeah, we have to have like this shock of, we got to really get his shit going. And then I kind of compared it to when I tweeted about it, because somebody actually in my mentions was going like, why are the rays hurting Superman? I went, well, it's because it's more of an intense thing. And then he's got damaged insides. So when it hits and it starts repairing rapidly, it's going to shock. And I compared it to, well, just think about like when people pop their arm out of the socket. Now, when it's painful, you're like, ow, ow, ow. And then all of a sudden, when you go to the doctor and they're going to pop it into place, they do that thing. I have never had it done, but I know people have had it done. Or you could just watch Lethal Weapon when Riggs, you know, he always does that. That was like one of his things where his shoulder pops out and then he pops it back in. But yeah, you get that 1, 2, 3, and then it pops in and then you're good again. So I was like, oh, interesting. I kind of like that. And I even saw with people's reactions, they were like, oh, so this super fast healing process of his insides is going to hurt Superman. But of course, naturally, everybody's like, no, it should just be like, oh, you know, it should just, I don't know. That Rachel Zegler could be singing to, I don't know. Anyways, I don't know where I'm going with that. But yeah, so I was like, okay, that was interesting. And then, of course, man, the discourse was absolutely crazy. And again, I made it like a little stink about it, because I'm going like, okay, this is what James Gunn wanted to do. It actually has been shown, the sun has been shown to kind of, I guess in Superman and Lois, I saw a clip going around where something like that happened, where he was like going into the sun. And I don't know. Again, I haven't fully watched the series, only season 1. And then, of course, it's heavily based off of All-Star Superman, which I guess they talk about that. They emphasize that. I don't know. I think some people have to realize that there are going to be all these different iterations of Superman. It's not going to be the same thing over and over again. I thought that's what we wanted. I mean, I remember 10 years ago, when Man of Steel came out, and when the discourse was happening then, people were saying, hey, let go of Christopher Reeve's Superman. Let go of that. That's in the past. You know, there's got to be different ways. These artists have to do their thing. Artistic integrity. Now that Jimmy Guns is doing, those people have definitely lost that message 100%. I mean, I was having people that were telling me, I had this one guy in my mentions basically tell me that I was wrong for giving the answer of how I understood the scene. It was absolutely batshit crazy. And of course, you click on the profile, Zack Snyder shitting on Superman. It's all that. It's almost like you could just guess what the profile is going to look like before you click on it, which is what's kind of disappointing me. But at the same time, I'm just like going like, okay, well, this is how I understood the scene. I answered it. And then he said that he basically was making it sound like I was lying. I've had that more than once today. Oh, you're lying. You're actually not telling the truth. You actually just want to just be positive about all this, so then people don't come after. And I'm just like going, what? Me? What? And I know some of you are probably going like, what? Yeah. I've been critical of James Gunn. And you guys, if you guys have been following, of course, I'll criticize when I think he should be criticized. You know, I don't love the guy. I don't hate the guy. Sorry, I don't have that derangement syndrome where every time I see him, I fucking tear a bag of Doritos or break a pencil. Ugh. I can't imagine hating somebody so much that I've never met, really. But hey, here's where we are. But yeah, I had this, we were going back and forth because it was just kind of interesting. I was like, wait a minute, you're calling me a hypocrite for what? What now? What are we doing? It was kind of crazy. And I'm like, dude, you're the one coming into my mention saying I'm wrong. And then he had the guff to say it's objectively bad and you won't admit it, or something like that. I'm paraphrasing or whatever. And I went, are you goddamn kidding me? It's subjective. Like, when a film or a scene could be objectively bad, yeah, sure. You can look at the way that it's shot, the way that it's edited, the way the audio sounds, the way that it looks. You could talk about that. It's objectively, when it comes to objective and being objective, you could be like, wow, this scene is poorly framed, poorly this, poorly that. Sure. But when it comes to a certain take on a character and certain things that are happening with that character, that is subjective as hell. Like, I'm going, wait a minute, whoa, and you're a big Snyder guy and you're all about artistic integrity, and you're telling me that it's objectively bad and I'm wrong and I'm coping? What the F? I was like, whoa, oh my God. But then eventually he just kind of went, all right, you know what, I'm done. If you like it, blah, blah, blah. I think he finally, I hopefully talked him into realizing how ridiculous he was sounding. And that's how a lot of people are sounding, particularly Snyder fans are sounding when it comes to the reaction to this, because that's why I tweeted that. I was going, wait a minute. I think the message of artistic integrity has been lost on some people, or they just never really cared for it. And I think partly that is, especially when I see people that want this thing to crash and burn. I'm like, you know who doesn't wish for that? Zack Snyder. He doesn't wish that upon anyone. But, whatever, guys. Cool. But then THR, and this is so funny. Okay, let's do a timeline. Let's do a timeline of certain things that happened on Thursday when, of course, this came out. And, of course, we had CinemaCon that was happening this week. Obviously, we had CinemaCon that was happening. What the heck? Am I freezing up? Is my computer... Don't lock up. Jesus Christ. It's all my stuff like locking up and everything like that. So the timeline when it comes to things, obviously we had CinemaCon this week, and I started kind of, even like when things were progressing on Thursday, and then of course we have this article from THR that I'm going to bring up right now. It was kind of interesting because I'm kind of going like, okay, James Gunn officially posted after the leaks started coming out with the trailer, with the clip. When that started coming out, obviously it was like, oh yeah, they're just going to probably drop it online. Maybe they'll wait till the weekend. I don't know. But then, of course, they're probably seeing that the leaks are out. And he dropped it at 2:00 Pacific time, my time. A half hour later, what was happening? That's right, the Disney panel at CinemaCon. And it was kind of like, maybe that's nothing. I don't know, probably not. But then, of course, Superman, obviously it blew up, started trending all over the place and all that stuff. And I'm like going, interesting that a half hour before that maybe, it was very interesting. So, but of course, there was the stuff that came out, but I mean, it was still CinemaCon. It's not like Marvel Studios or Disney were going to blow the roof off of it. They had a good panel. They were showing all their stuff. They were showing the slates, and they had the Thunderbolts cast. They talked some Fantastic Four and whatnot and blah, blah, blah. Again, in CinemaCon, they're not going to blow the roof off the place. And then, of course, today, this article gets posted by THR, and it's just kind of interesting. It's like, oh, shit, instead of just like, okay, so we're gonna get something like this right now. James Gunn's new Superman footage divides internet. Superman doesn't whine. I was like, what? Oh, wow. THR getting in the mix. You believe a man can writhe? The filmmaker's vulnerable take on the Man of Steel provokes debates. Footage of DC Studios' highly anticipated revival Superman is dividing fans of the iconic DC Comics character after a 5-minute clip from the upcoming film was released Thursday. And then, of course, talking about the whole thing. And it said, at some degree, social media snark about any superhero-related film is to be expected, especially if the filmmaker is taking some risks with the material, as Gunn clearly is. Risks. We don't like risks. We only like risks if one person does it. If this guy does it, fuck him. The Guardians of the Galaxy director shifting Superman a lighter territory following the glum core. Ooh, the Glumcore. And I saw a lot of Snyder fans like, cheering this article, but of course they still they called it Glumcore aesthetic. Did you like that part? I don't know. Who knows? Obviously talking about the clip and everything, and then of course having some quotes right here when it comes to people online, and then heavy spoilers gets his stuff right there. So it is pretty funny, but it does let it be known that even in this article right here, they do say, well, the majority was positive. It was positive, at least. So that came about, and it was just like, oh man, did Kevin Feige make a call? Huh? Conspiracies. No, Dave, it's not a conspiracy. Well, wait a minute. You guys were just telling me it was conspiracy that Variety posted that Ben Affleck article talking about him not wanting to be Batman. Which one is it, guys? Is it conspiracy? Is it not? Is anything a conspiracy? Is it not? You tell me. Apparently, it's only what you guys want. It's only what you guys want. And you guys don't want this. You guys want it to crash and burn. You want it to just fall flat. You want, just because you don't like what's happening and everything like that. Okay, cool. I don't get it. And I always say kudos to the fans, the Snyder fans who decided, hey, this is not for me. I'm going to talk about the things I want to talk about. I always say kudos to those people because they walked away and they said, that's it. I'm done. I want nothing to do with this. So I'm just going to step out. Some of them just logged off online, I mean, it was an interesting time. It was an interesting time when we were fighting for artistic integrity. And again, I don't think that some of these people know what the term means, nor they actually believe in it. They just wanted their shit. That's why they keep on wanting to have Zack come back into the madness that is DC, as opposed to doing original shit. They want things to go to Netflix. They want Netflix to take it over. They want all that, and it's just what they want. I don't get it. Some of them, I've seen people saying oh, geez, you can't handle some criticism after we handled it all for 10 years. They make it sound like they were in battle. They sound like they're fucking wounded war vets. Sitting in a wheelchair, yeah, you want to know what struggle was. It's God damn it, guys, go outside, log off, And I saw even some people. I commented on somebody who was pushing back against somebody who was backing up Snyder's take by saying that Superman's death was very unrealistic, and I went, it's all unrealistic, guys. It's fucking Superman. It's all going to be unrealistic. Okay, you didn't like it, fine. There's nothing realistic about it. Okay. Fictional characters, like we always say. I don't understand that, but yeah, having some people in there, and then of course people kept on attaching me to screenshots from some article that nobody knew where the source came from, because again, these fucking morons don't know how to back up their shit. Other than that, it's just hey, you're a spoiled brat and a toy store is not getting your toy. That's the way I just look at these guys. But they were attaching me to there was screenshots that were talking about, oh yeah, James Gunn is cutting his Superman under 2 hours because the studio heads are worried and blah, 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 blah. And I got attached to that a couple of times. I'm like, where is this from? I don't even know what it's from. I'm calling bullshit because we have DC Studios now, right? And this is what we always wanted for DC, is to be separated so they don't have to really deal with Warner Brothers. Yeah, they still have to answer to Warner Brothers somewhat, but they don't have to directly do it. They are their own entity. And this is what we always wanted. But of course, they don't like the guy who's running it. So now they want it to literally crash and burn, and all those people that are involved with it to lose their jobs, and fuck them. We want it to all be sold and all this stuff. Who gives a shit? Who gives a shit? It's hey, you don't have to like it. You don't have to like it. Criticize it all you want. Again, it's subjective. It's not objective. It's subjective. But going back to what I said, I can understand why people didn't like it. They thought it was too jokey. It's a serious moment. 100%. I didn't really care for the robot gag where she's like, oh, he looked at me. I didn't really care for that either. But I was like, okay, I understand. It's a gag. Whatever. Of course it's a gag. I like the crypto stuff because I'm going, anybody who has some kind of dog like that knows that there's going to be a dog, the dog is even though you're not wanting it, you had a tough day at work, you're hurting, you're sore, you're something like that, and your dog's hey, you're home, oh my god. It was kind of taking that concept and putting it towards a super dog and a Superman. And I went, okay, I could dig that totally, 100%. But yeah, I don't know. For me, I'm just kind of going, I've been a DC fan since as far back as I can remember. I've liked the different iterations. The only iteration I didn't get involved with when it came to Superman was Smallville. And I've said that many times. And guess what I didn't do? I didn't watch Smallville. Guess what I also didn't do? Talk about it constantly and talk about how horrible it is and how horrible that take is. Crazy how that is. But this was, of course, pre-internet, pre-social media. Now that everybody has a keyboard and a fucking screen name and an avatar to hide behind, they can't stop pounding their keyboard. By the way, you guys that are constantly shitting on it, you guys talk about it more than the people that do like it. So you are actually helping promote it more than anything. So good job. Good job to you. Cheers to you. All right. I know you want this movie to flop, and there's a lot of people that are wanting to flop. I know Robert Meyer Burnett says he thinks it's going to make $1 billion from what he's gathering. I don't quite share that, but I think it could make 700 to 800, to be honest. But we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. It's going to be interesting. But yeah, I did some unfollowing and muting. A couple of blocks, I guess you could say, but that's just the way it is. Oh, you guys having what's going on out there? Anybody? What are we talking about? Oh, we got the Black Red out there. I'm sure he's pushing back on everything I'm saying right now. Yeah, that was. Yeah, I actually did like the Naked Gun teaser. Not at first. I was going, oh, what is this? But then how it ended was pretty great. Hey, what's going on, Dell? Good to see you, bud. I wish more of Zack Snyder and James Gunn's fans could be more like them. They even made David Ayer take a social media break because they tore it apart. Yeah, oh, yeah. That's how fucking shitty some of those rabid fans are. They got pissed off. They I don't know. They've turned on. I don't know how many times they've turned on people that they're not supposed to turn on. I don't know. Again, it's all crazy stuff. It's all crazy. I don't understand it, but everything about this Superman movie has discourse around it. One way or another is getting tiring. It does get tiring. It does get tiring. All the trades are trying to ignite the Snyder Bros because they know it creates engagement. Oh yeah, it definitely does. Because I don't think a lot of them have jobs. Or maybe they work from home like I do. Because I can engage because I'm working from home, and I'm so I can do that. I don't know, but there's sometimes where I'm just like going, "Oof, all right. Why am I arguing with this person?" So. Okay, we get it. Snyder fans are the worst. Jesus Christ, dude. I know, I get it. You only see the other side. Superman sneak peek has 277,000 versus dislikes for sure. But yeah, that's a lot of likes to dislikes. So I think it's because everyone has an idea. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it is. I mean, that's why I've always said, when it comes to a book that's been adapted to a movie, everybody always says, what do they always say? The book is better. Because you actually created the book in your head, and then somebody else also created that, and you put it up there and go, that wasn't what I had. But then again, it's very hard to adapt a book because there's a lot of things that are fleshed out that you can't really do and when it comes to this, again, James Gunn, it's to try to balance. I mean, that's why I can understand why there was like a little humor in this situation, as well as it's a serious situation. It's Superman broken and dying, or almost on the edge of death, almost. And I still wonder what the fuck caused that, which is another question that nobody's really asking, is like, why is he so broken right there? But yeah, you have to, there's going to be people that just don't want any kind of silliness at all. And then there's going to be people that want a lot of silliness. So now you have that balance of like, okay, what are we doing here? It's like, how are we going to balance this out? And it's not going to be for everybody, especially the people who want just a, a serious type. And I totally get it. Like I said, I wasn't all on board with, the whole robot gag. I was like, man, that was unnecessary. It was unnecessary. So yes, we are customers after all, but they're not going to appeal to just you. Okay. And I think a lot of entitlement has come about in the last few years. So then everybody goes, oh no, it should be like this. It's like, no, someone's going to try to give you something and you're not going to probably like it all. You just got to accept it, And I think a lot of it has to do with all the participation trophies that a lot of us got as kids. So made spaghetti less than an hour. Nice. I like it. Artistic integrity, right? Yeah. Lifelong Superman fan. I actually enjoyed elements of Man of Steel, etc. I was a fan of Henry Cavill, looked at Superman, but a lot of these people are making me not like him. And that's the thing. And that's what's not helping either when it comes to a lot of this stuff, especially when you, one of the biggest things that I saw today, one of the things that I could not believe, some of these fucking idiots are using the fact that the WB, they are saying that the WBD stock market is on a downward spiral after the clip got released. They are using that as proof that people are not liking Superman. The tariff thing is tanking the stock market. You man children. What are we doing here? This is where I go, okay, it's either stupid. You're either stupid or you're just lying. I think they're actually lying because they cannot be this stupid. They really cannot be this fucking stupid. I saw that. I couldn't help but tweet it. And I know one of the there's two people in that tweet. One of them has a YouTube channel and it's nothing but hate on the DCU. That's how he gets his views and his money. By all means, he has every right to do that. He sounds like a miserable bastard. And that's just who he is. Fine. I can't imagine being just negative all the time. I like being positive. It's fun. And then the other guy I've actually met in real life, he's not like that in real life, by the way. Of course he's not. Behind a keyboard and an avatar, you're a completely different person. He probably is like that with some of the other Snyder guys. And then I saw other people, and then people were pushing back like, well, it's a good chunk of the reasons. Like, no. Literally, Trump did the tariff thing. And the stock market has been tanking since, okay? All stocks are down. You guys need to be smarter, okay? There's nothing wrong with criticizing, but you are acting like fucking, again, kids at a toy store, on the ground kicking and screaming, okay? You need to do a better job. I'm just saying. I'm trying to help you, okay? Do a better job. You're not helping. You're making yourself, but I think a lot of people just thrive on the negativity. They really do. They thrive on the negativity. They love it. It fuels them up. I don't know. I'm just like, I'm not all, I like the positivity. I don't know, but I just couldn't believe it when I saw that. I was like, there's no way they're actually believing that this is true. They're not this stupid. They have to be just using this as another thing, right? It's got to be that. Oh man, it was just like, it was insane when I saw that. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't help but talk about it. Yeah, that was like the two main things like today that I could not believe. Oof. And I was like, all right, those two gentlemen, they have to be lying. Maybe one of them is at least stupid, but I think one of them is definitely lying. Maybe the other one's just stupid. And then of course you had the other guy who said that that the scene is objectively bad and I'm just coping and trying to I think he said I'm glitter coating it, and I'm just going like, no, I just understood the scene, you idiot. I understood the scene. I didn't even say if I liked it or not. I just said I understood it, and that's the reason why. Yes, I enjoyed the scene. I didn't enjoy all of it. Like I said, I thought the robot gag was dumb. Fine, but the robots were cool. That's all. John Roca has done a heel turn on James Gunn. Is it like to the bad? He doesn't like him now? Because he does it with Jeff Snyder, and Jeff Snyder doesn't like Gunn. So, of course, they're both not going to like, okay, well, that makes sense. Cavill's a space marine now. Yeah, he's got a lot of things going for him right now. That's for sure. So, let's see. What's the cliche argument against Superman? He's too powerful. He can't beat anybody. He can't beat everybody. I thought it was a good way to show people there's some stakes to the movie. It's only, but Kilmer, it's only good when one director does it. When James Gunn does it, no, you can't do that. No, that's what's cool about it. It's like, yeah, that's what I really enjoyed about Snyder's take was he challenged him, he deconstructed him. It's great. It's great to see that. And I think James Gunn's taking a similar approach. He's just doing it in a different light. He's doing it in a different light. Got to meet R&B and John for a sec while I worked at CinemaCon. That's right. They were both at CinemaCon. So we got Valerie Shiza, Snyder bro. Hey, it's nothing. Hey, I'm partially Snyder bro myself, but I'm a DC bro. Bruh. Batman 2 is carrying the DC movies. Well, hopefully. Right now, I think we're just kind of waiting on all that. James Gunn holds the keys to the DC studios and potential of Snyderverse being in Elseworlds. Yeah, there was always that. But of course, live action, probably not going to happen. And you know that those guys do not like it when I say the A word. Animation. Sorry. I said it again. I know. But I get it. It's fine. Like I said, we can have a pleasant. Sorry, I'm sending the invites so that it got a little dark. We can have a pleasant little discourse about it. It's fine. But there's just sometimes where I'm just seeing people where I'm like, wait a minute, I remember you speaking like this, and now you're speaking like those guys, and it's just disappointing. It's disappointing. Hell, I've met people in real life in the Snyder community at the events that, hey, maybe this is gonna go beyond that. Maybe we'll actually be friends. People who live in within an hour of me and shit like that sometimes too, or even people online. I mean, I thought, hey, we'll probably keep in touch and still talk. I really enjoyed this. We all had a good time. Oh, they've checked out. They don't want anything to do with me anymore. I'm like, oh, okay, it was just this. So you weren't actually a full on, oh, okay, it was just this. All right, then that's fine. But what can you do? It's fine. What's going on, Eric Z? I quite enjoyed the preview. The trolls are 5 years old and bring nothing but negativity and is a bit much at times. Glad I can unplug as much as I do. Yeah, I mean, that's what a lot of people should probably do. Even myself, I need to unplug more, but sometimes I get so dialed in, and I don't know. I kind of have a workaholic sense to me sometimes, and an alcoholic sense to me too. Okay. No, but I don't know. If I'm home, I'm like, I got to be working. It's hard for me sometimes to just sit down, disconnect. And I mean, I could do that with episodes of if I'm watching Daredevil or when I was watching Severance, I want to watch the studio. I can put my phone, my phone can stay up here and I can sit over there and watch the entire episode without thinking about that. But sometimes, yeah, when I'm home, I'm just like, ugh. That's good. And no one's opinion should make you do that. And like I said, it goes vice versa. When people try to convince that, when I see people, it goes vice versa. When I've had people in my mentions that hated what Snyder did. I mean, last weekend when I was tweeting stuff out about BVS, some of that stuff got traction and people were going like, what the fuck movie did you watch? This is the worst movie I've ever seen. I'm like, really? It's the worst movie you've ever seen? I hate the hyperbole. The hyperbole is what gets me, I think. The hyperbole really gets on my nerves, really chaps my ass. And I like to keep my ass smooth. I don't know why I said that. I'm on a good one tonight, guys. It's fine. I'm on a good one. I had a good week. I'm not going to lie. I had a good week. It wasn't a rough week. It was just a nice, easy coasting week. Maybe that's why. And then we got so much stuff. I mean, not even just the Superman clip. Yes, that was a big, huge bonus. And I said big, huge bonus. That sounded funny. No, but But, the CinemaCon stuff and the trailers and posters and things that we're going to be looking forward to. We're going to talk about it, of course, tonight with the group. And then, of course, we lost a very, an actor who I've been watching all of my life and who I really enjoyed, who is in my top probably 10 favorite actors of all time, passed away. So, I mean, that sucked. But at the same time, what I love about anytime that something that happens is a celebration of life. That's what I really like about that. Is seeing the clips, seeing people's favorite movies of his, favorite performances. And, even earlier, there was a movie I haven't seen that he's in that somebody recommended in the chat. I love that aspect. I don't love the fact that we lost Val Kilmer. I just love the fact of the celebration of life and seeing the response and seeing, the clips and everything. I want Ben Affleck to return as Batman. I don't care if he's 90. I want a proper Dark Knight Returns when he's 90. I keep a level ahead about these things, Dave. Sure, the DCEU was 50-50 for me, but I like some elements of it, but also excited for the future of yeah. And that's a good approach right there. Nothing wrong with that. But WB caused yeah. I know there's part of that too. Where, part of the terror. I mean, the terrorist thing, hopefully it works out. I mean, it's supposed to work out. It's going to work out. Trust me. And I'm like, I don't know, Big Orange. Sometimes I get a little scared, but, we'll see. But yeah, that's causing some cost for imported products to go out. So let's see what else we got. Mom, I want Superman. I know. Jokes. Like I said, guys, I think we're all going to be gone. John Roca literally said he should kill all the homeless people. What? He actually said that? Whoa. I've actually had him on the Vodka stream. It was another one of those situations where we had a good conversation, which usually happens on here. Usually I have a good conversation. There's been a couple that's been awkward conversations, sure, but it's always been a good conversation. I had a good conversation with him on here, and then he basically told me, like, yeah, man, we'll collaborate. Never heard from him again. It was just one of those things where it's like, okay, but then, he's had some interesting takes, and I didn't know he said something like that. I was just like, oof, my God. I think it bugs a lot of fans because we look at Superman as this Jesus-like God savior with a cape, and we don't want to see him at his worst at the first glimpse of the universe. Yeah. But again, it's a different kind of take, and that's the way I'm kind of looking at it. And I'm like, okay, he's being challenged right off the bat. I don't know. I kind of dig it, but I can understand why people didn't want that, I totally get that. They haven't seen Joe's Apartment. Worst movie ever. That's the one with all the cockroaches, right? And it's got, what's his name in it? I can't remember his name. Married to Rebecca Romaine. That dude. I think it's him. I remember that movie. Yeah, seriously. They haven't, yeah, God. I know, that's where I just love that hyperbole. Where it's just like, worst thing ever, this, that, ever. And I'm like, shut up. There's nothing. You guys are dumb. It's like, be a little bit more, Jerry O'Connell. That's what it is. Thank you, Phil, who's backstage right now. So, his ego is so huge. Yeah, I didn't know he actually said that. That's interesting. I mean, I'm going to assume you're correct, but let's see, John. Hey, there's nothing wrong with stupid movies. There's nothing wrong with stupid, dumb movies. Like I said, that's why I enjoyed Minecraft. I was like, I'm not going to probably enjoy this. This is going to be dumb, but I like Jack Black. I like Jason Momoa. Have no cons. I know that you build things. There's cubes. Everything's cubed, and you have a sword. Everything's pixelated. That's all I knew about Minecraft, and I still walked away going, I actually was entertained by that because it was so over the top and ridiculous. And I went, maybe that was the formula that they needed. And then I went, oh yeah, I totally forgot that Jared Hess, who directed Napoleon Dynamite and Nacho Libre, directed this. And I love those two movies. And I went, okay, I can appreciate this. And that's just the last thing I'll say. the last thing I'll say when it comes to how I approach going to a movie, because a lot of people just want to, they already have their review. They already have what they want to, they already want to shit on it, or they know they're going to love it. And I've done this before. I mean, you can go back and see my first reaction to Justice League. I wanted to love that movie so badly that I gave a positive review. And then I even gave a second review to it as well when I saw it with friends that following weekend. And a lot of people, especially a lot of the louder, Snyder fans, they don't do it so much anymore, but they would bring that up, that I liked Justice League at first, which a lot of us did because we wanted our own bias, wanted us to, support Zack and just be like, oh, this is somewhat what he wanted. And then of course that wore off very quickly. And then I think ever since then, I've always wanted to take that approach of, okay, I'm going to watch this movie. I know I'm probably not going to like it, but let me try to find something about it that I enjoy. Maybe if I could find something about it. Because I like going to the movies. I like going to the movies by myself. I like going to the movies with friends and family. I love that. It's just something about it. I've been going since I was a kid. I don't go to a movie to be like, I can't wait to shit on this. I can't wait to rip this movie apart. I can't wait to, I was like, why would you do that? Try to find something good from it. And sometimes bad movies, you can. Sometimes you can have a good time with a bad movie. And that's happened too, especially when you're with friends and this movie's going to suck and you guys are kind of like, whispering comments to each other and making little comments. That's fun. I would say not to do it too much when you're in a movie theater, but man, when you watch a bad movie with a group of people, you have like a little kickback and you're drinking something or something like that and you're all having fun. Oh man, those are fun times when you're watching a bad movie with friends and you're all just freaking making your comments and we just have those. I should start a podcast. Well, I was kind of doing that, I guess, when we're doing like the live watches. I should bring that back, but it's just harder to do when everybody's in different locations. But I should round up some of my friends and just like every now and again, just have like a live watch podcast where we just watch bad movies and get drunk. All right. Good times. Thank you guys for the comments. Appreciate you. Like I said, I didn't get too ranty. I felt like it was just kind of an interesting couple of days, That's all. All right, let's start off. Let's start bringing some peeps in here. What's going on, Phil?
Oh, hey.
Nice crown.
Thank you. It says asshole on it. I guess I'm appropriately dressed, right?
It's all good. Oh, man. How's it going, man?
It's been a week.
It's been a week.
Definitely been a week.
Yeah.
I feel like we just did this. Did we not just do this?
Oh, yeah. Tuesday. Yeah, we were just talking on Tuesday, talking about the WBDC CinemaCon, which, that was fun. That was definitely fun.
Oh, we had fun. Definitely.
Yeah, we had fun. And, it's, I'm curious to get your thoughts. I know we briefly talked about the Superman clip, and I know you got thoughts, obviously. Yeah, but we'll get to it when we get everybody in and
Absolutely.
everything.
So, yeah.
William's joining. What's up, William, with his cat ears?
Yeah, this is guaranteed one that always works with your stream, so I'm going to go ahead.
It's so weird. It's so weird how that is. I mean, I don't know. I don't know why that is. Your microphone works for your streams.
Yeah, it works for the streams, and like I said, I do sound tests, but StreamYards it does weird stuff lately.
It's so strange, man.
Added all kinds of features that I still don't know what the hell to do with.
Oh yeah, they keep on doing that. They changed it again now, and I'm seeing like, wow, that looks different. They always keep on like changing certain things, but I mean that's what they got to do, I guess, to keep up with things. But
and they're raising those prices. They need to, I guess, justify
adding
stuff. So,
jeez, stop raising the prices. And we got Austin joining as well. What's up, sir?
What's up, guys?
What's the he's got
the okay, that's cool. He's got the Oppenheimer poster I gave him. That's better than the postage stamp he had.
Are you happy now? I'm
happier. I'm happier. Yeah, thank you. Your poster's still here, though. I'm not going to be still here. But right, you remedied
going to Vegas and getting it. Jeez,
you might get it before me, but I finally got a 3-day weekend this week, so I might get down there.
There you go. That's the spirit.
All 3 days.
And we got Mr. Balga. What's happening,
hello, gentlemen?
What's up?
I guess I could have wore a Superman shirt, but I got one.
Yeah, I already wore my Superman shirt. I mean, my Man of Steel shirt got ruined in the wash that I had, so I had to throw it out. I always hate it when that happens. That's why it sucks about like when I lived at a apartment complex and you have a laundry room. Sometimes you pull your clothes out, and then of course you look and you're like, why is there like a blotch on there? What the hell? And a couple shirts just get blotches on it, and you already dried them, and it's already like just totally just singed into the fabric, and it's like, okay, I'm not gonna be able to get that out, and you just toss it out. But luckily now I got a nice new washing machine. Yeah, right down there, and it's great. It's great. Don't have to go to a stupid laundry room anymore and have awkward, like, hey, small talk with a neighbor. Hey, so how about this weather and how, you really wear those? No.
Yeah, you have those weird conversations of what people are wearing and when they say, oh, okay.
It was always mainly just like, hey, what's going on and blah, blah, blah. But then there'd be every now and again, I remember there would be like, somebody who obviously would be doing laundry and then they have their young child, and then of course the child wants to like walk up to the dryer and start pulling my clothes out. I'm like, whoa, geez, not my thongs. It's like it's like one of those things. Not my just kidding. But just saying. But it's just stuff like that. It was always fun. But yeah, and it was always so hot in that goddamn laundry room. Anyways, that's besides the point. How you doing, Chris?
I'm doing well. It's a mix of news this week, some good stuff, and then unfortunately the passing of Val Kilmer.
Yeah, we're definitely gonna do some celebrating of his work and his things that we'll definitely get into for sure. But thank you guys for joining. Of course, hopefully you guys are having a good Friday. I'm glad you got a 3-day weekend there, Austin. That's awesome.
Yeah, man, me too. It was a long last month. I worked like 6 days every day. We get a day off and usually get called in, but it was still, still a good place. But I needed a bit of a break, and so it's been nice and been following CinemaCon. Bradley was at CinemaCon actually.
That's right. He worked it, right?
He worked it, and so he got to see some things. So it's an interesting week. I have some thoughts about that Superman footage too.
Yeah, we'll get to it. But I actually do want to start off with CinemaCon because it was all week. It was the main thing that happened. Obviously we had 4 days, right? 4 days of it.
Yeah.
And I mean, CinemaCon again. It's not Comic-Con. I think it's slowly. I don't know. William, what do you think? I mean, I know you've always had your opinions on CinemaCon. I mean, obviously, it's not for fans. It's not like they're inviting fans. It's all for distributors and press and all this stuff.
I think CinemaCon's a joke, but that's just simply from my point of view. It has no value. I'm not in NATO. Most of the stuff, how it's presented at CinemaCon, is not presented for a guy like me, or for me personally. I know it's important, and I'm not trying to devalue it, but for me, most of the stuff that they present there is presented in a way that it's not relevant to me. So I kind of pass on it. I mean, I know people who've gone, and you get announcements and stuff like that. But if you look at the announcements, it was 4 days, and I could fit the relevance of a lot of those announcements for me in about 2 hours.
Yeah, you probably could.
As far as what it means to me. So no, I don't. I think if you look at it as an industry event, a trade event, it's what it is. If you try to put it in the realms of like the fan space, I think it's a joke because there's nothing that gets really put out there that's not going to come out in other relevant spaces. You might get a screener, right? Like the one year that they did Top Gun Maverick, that would have been cool to be there, but I wasn't going to drop $1,100 just to see a movie that was coming out in 90 days. Because you can get into CinemaCon. It does. It's not completely.
But it costs money.
I'm not dropping. It's just nothing there. The food expo is good, but once again, for somebody who's not in that industry, it just doesn't mean as much to me as it means to other people.
Yeah, I know it's it, but sometimes I just feel because it felt like this CinemaCon had a lot more like announcements at least. That's why I think a lot of people are going like, hey, all eyes on DC Studios and Warner Brothers. They're going to maybe they'll give us some crumbs. And I thought maybe there would be some Supergirl crumbs. I don't know why, I thought. But then at the same time, when I'm going, there's nothing in the past when it comes to CinemaCon. Things come out. But it just seemed like there was more than usual at this CinemaCon. I don't know. It's all very interesting, and it's always interesting too because when the panels happen, you don't really get a lot of Obviously, they're not streaming it. You don't get a lot of people posting things and it felt like that. I mean, especially when it came to when Phil and I were doing when we were live reacting to the WBDC. Well, there wasn't like pictures. I mean, there was the black carpet pictures, and we were looking at those and everything. But then when it came to because obviously yesterday was madness because Jesus Christ, when that Superman clip came out, which was 2:00 my time, I still had another hour of work, and then I had a 5:30 showing of Minecraft. So while the Disney panel was happening, I was trying to wrap up work. And then I was going, all right, I want to do a breakdown of the clip real quick. It's, obviously there's not much to break down. It's not like a trailer where there's multiple things happening. It's just a clip. So I wanted to do that. And then, of course, I had to get all that done and ready to go and then get out of here, drive to the theater, watch the movie, do my reaction. So when I fully got home and I was done with all that, which was, I don't know, about 8:00 almost, and got it done, I started looking at I'm like, why is there so much videos? There was a lot of videos and a lot of images that I saw from the Disney and Marvel panels. I was like, damn, it seemed like there was the most that came out. I saw the whole crew of Thunderbolts and saw just a lot of things. I'm like, it just seemed like it almost seems like Marvel Studios is like, hey, everybody, take as many pictures and videos as possible. Do it, go, except for when they show footage.
Yeah, they know how to market, and then eventually that footage will get out too. Like I said, there is no better marketing machine than them right now. I'll be honest with you.
Marvel's been using
these other studios fucking take suit. Jesus Christ! Sorry.
What's that?
Well, it's weird. There was the one year, I think the year that it became big. I think that people started watching CinemaCon and kind of now saying like there is stuff for fans. Was the year that No Way Home trailer came out. They released that at CinemaCon and then put it back, and they've released a bunch of other trailers that year. And it's probably because it was COVID. They were trying to keep people, like interested in the movies. So, and ever since that year, now every year a CinemaCon happens, the people that paid attention that year are expecting kind of the same thing. And I think that was kind of like a one-time thing because it was COVID.
Yeah.
They were they wanted everybody to know what was going on. Whereas now it's gone back to, this is to get theater owners excited about your movie because you want them pushing your movie and being just excited about it as you are.
And to lie to those theater owners too, like they do every year.
Sometimes,
they
exactly.
get them up, man, and they did the same thing this year. They got those hungry, starving wolves, and their ribs are showing. They're just waiting like your dog, looking for that crumb that you're going to drop, and you just for that whole meal. And that's what NATO is basically telling them: we're going to get behind you every year, and we're going to float around that. We're going to go back to 45-day windows bullshit, which they're not going to do, and they go for it. Now, there's no financial common sense for them to do, though. It's a cool thing to say. It's like a Christmas card. It's like a Christmas card you get from grandma and there's no money in it. That's basically what this is. Because if you look at it, it doesn't make, even if I wanted that to happen, look at where the money and the bulk of the money is getting made. It doesn't make any financial sense for them to lengthen that window. It helps the box office, but it doesn't help the studios at all.
I think it's going to probably be for certain movies and probably not everything. Yeah, if a movie is just
the big ones,
first week, or if a movie is just like bombing, losing money, they would typically take it out anyways. But I think they are going to try to go back to that 45-day. I mean, was it this year? They already announced that 3 studios agreed. 3 big studios agreed. You have like people like with Nolan at Universal and Wicked. They even said like, Wicked made $100 million on PVOD, but we kind of should have kept it in theaters a little bit longer. That was their whole thing of that. Like, why keep it in theaters longer?
Okay, what they say in math aren't even in the same solar system. When you look at the financial, I'm just trying to figure out what the financial gain is for them as the studios, the ones who put the money out, borrowed the money, and risked the money, and have to pay out bonuses and stuff. That where is the financial gain for them for keeping it in there any longer when they make the bulk of it? A lot of these PVODs, the studios are literally owning and they're behind them. So they're getting a higher yield for their dollar once they get it closer to them. I just don't.
They're also realizing too that keeping it in theaters a little bit longer for some of these really popular movies, again, like Wicked or something else. I mean, Oppenheimer had his, contract, whatever, 60-day window or whatever. Like it can benefit them, and then they go and make even more on PVOD. Like they've got to be more kind of choosy with their movies and stuff and what they're doing that with, instead of just going, every movie after 15 days.
I can see them for the big ones. The big ones saying, that's fine because everybody is still getting paid out. But most of your revenue on a movie is that first 2 weeks is where you're getting it anyway. And now you're talking about screen limitations. So in order for certain studios to get their other movies in, you can't always keep those. So I think that what they should say, it's a situation by situation basis. But as far as like trying to get everybody that picture of a steak,
I don't
say,
think
I think the big bangers, and that's what I'm like, okay, because like I said, I have no problem with it either way, because I don't get a lot of chance to go out to certain movies, but I just don't see the financial gain in a studio doing that. I see the financial gain for the box office, but not necessarily people who actually have to take the risk on the movie. So, but hey, who knows?
When you talk about movies in a case-by-case basis, it almost seems immediate that someone would throw out, well, why did Oppenheimer make so much money? Or why did Top Gun Maverick make so much money? And again, it goes back to case-by-case basis. Oppenheimer was boosted by Barbie. Like, let's be fucking honest. Like, that movie made as much money as it did because of the Barbenheimer phenomenon. There's no doubt about that in my mind. And then you look at something like Top Gun Maverick. There was already a groundswell for that movie, and Tom Cruise being so adamant of pushing it back, like, no, we're going to keep this in theaters. We're going to keep it exclusively in theaters, and it's going to release when it releases, and I'm going to fucking make sure this movie is as marketable as possible. But not only that, it is exclusively in theaters. And just the novel concept of having a movie like Top Gun Maverick, a sequel to a movie that had come out 30 years prior, and everyone wondering, how the fuck do you make a sequel to a movie like that? And then they made the movie the way that they did, and everyone went, well, fuck, that's a fucking great legacy sequel. It's a case-by-case basis no matter what. As far as independent stuff, that's not going to get the 45-day window treatment. I'm sorry.
No.
I love independent filmmaking.
You're right.
But
you're right.
You're lucky if it even comes into your town.
100%.
Theaters.
100%. But when it comes to a 45-day window, consider yourself fucking lucky. Unless your name is Kevin Smith. Yeah. No, it isn't happening.
No.
No, it's true. I mean, it is a case by case. I mean, and then of course I think sometimes what happens too is, give something like Mickey 17 and it just doesn't hit. And then it has like a big drop. And then all of a sudden, I could see the studios going like, hey, we got to get this in people's homes because maybe we can
make some money back.
Make some money back when it comes to PVOD. There's a lot of things, but I mean, essentially the movies that are meant to be on the big screen, even if they might have a rocky start and they might have a second weekend drop, keep them out keep them out there for a bit because I don't know, you never know. But then at the same time, it's not how it was when you had movies, back in the 90s, 80s, 90s, where they were out there for like months. Right. Remember that was because there wasn't as many movies as there are now. Obviously,
and it's also too every theater is for example, like the theater Bradley works at is kind of like a smaller, away from everybody theater on the edge of town type thing, and so they get a lot of older. So like he would tell me like his screens for Black Bag and stuff were full. There's all the older people were coming out, to watch those types of movies and those types of things. So like, and I think too, it takes them time to like hear about it and all that. Conclave was a good example last year that it came out. Kind of did okay, and then over the course of like a month and a half, just started going up like doing a little bit better. Like,
gotta let it breathe.
Word of mouth. Yeah.
Well, you had Oscar buzz about that movie too, and a lot of not every movie necessarily had that. But what I'm seeing, like when we do our promotions here, is it's the affordability. There's going to be people who are not going to go see certain movies because they can't afford to, regardless to how long they're in theaters. They are going to wait to the PVOD mode, and the higher percentage of that is significant, and they see that significance. So I think that's why the 45-day window for a lot of these movies is a pipe dream because of not only are these greedy guys, they want to get that higher percentage as it gets closer to them and their platforms. They've seen the fact that a family of 4, the average price, it's just not going to happen. Those people are just, even if it's a movie they want to see, the math comes in and they have to wait till, like I said, for me, $29 to see a movie, ooh, that's insane. But for a family of 4, $29 to get everybody entertained, get some more Redenbacher or something like that, and then now you're saving a lot of money. So I think that they see that model is prevalent, more prevalent than it used to be. So once again, you're keeping it in the theaters longer for a significant amount of people who are not going to come to the theaters to see that specific
well, I think
movie.
that's the thing too. Like
it,
they were talking about at CinemaCon was bring back the like discounted matinee rates until 7 p.m. All these types of bring back those types of things to bring, because you'll either have those or you'll have the kind of subscriptions that now they have where you can, because like that's my brother, and his family, the kids, they like to go to the movies a lot. So he pays $100 a month for all of them, and they go see whatever they want, whenever they want, all that type of. So it's going to be like one of those two, because like you said, the affordability is definitely a big factor in it.
Does your brother have like an A-list or something like that too to help?
That's the thing. He's got A-list, and like especially last year, there was a few animated movies in a few months that the kids were just all wanted to go see. So he's like, I'm just gonna pay $100 for the month, and we'll go see everything.
I know, and that's the thing. I think there's a lot of people that don't know about that kind of stuff too. Sometimes, right. I think that needs to be. I don't know. Again, there's marketing issues, which is. I don't know. It's one of those things where I'm going, man, what needs to change when it comes to marketing with some of this stuff? I mean, obviously sometimes the funds aren't there, and then sometimes the funds are there and they market the shit out of it, and maybe it won't even still work. And you just got to really tap into your, I mean, when we got these, obviously we got these big movies that are coming out this year. Sometimes it's just anticipation. Like when I saw the Fandango top 10, where they polled over 3,500 ticket buyers, and I emphasize ticket buyers because this is not kids or something like that. I mean, that's why when you look at it, it's like, oh yeah, Jurassic World was number 1, and I love that Mission Impossible was like number 3, below Fantastic Four, and Superman was number 4. And then the movies that are most likely going to probably make $1 billion, like Lilo and Stitch and How to Train Your Dragon, something like that. Those ones I think are going to be, those are going to be winners. But they were, 8 and 9 or something like that, just because, well, they're asking adults because they're the ticket buyers.
Right.
But I think there
most
should be
general
more
audience
that kind of stuff too, where it's like, while you're purchasing, give us what do you like? What are you wanting to see? And maybe there should be a separate one where like, what are you most likely to take your family to? And then I could add like another poll too of like, just to get another gauge of, hey, what's happening? Not just what you are anticipating, but what is your family anticipating? I don't know.
Yeah. And that's a big problem where you get people like Bob Iger who doubles down saying, you know what, we tried the new IPs, we tried to do this. We're going to go back to what we know has worked and sold. And people can complain and not complain. Look at Inside Out 2. Inside Out 2,
Yeah, that was the big one.
And
my brother,
you had Elemental that was kind of the outlier the year before. It debuted poorly. It just kept on the little engine that could, and just ended up like kind of keep on performing, kind of stuck around. But that's the gamble the studios are not willing to make us anymore. I mean, so looking at Mickey 17, cool, interesting idea. You've got Robert Pattinson, but people watch that trailer and says, that's a little too weird for me. Yeah. I'll wait till it comes out.
Why does he sound like that? Yeah.
and so. And that's the problem when you get these great directors, great like unique concepts that we like, but that it's not going to latch on to the general audience. These are not necessarily general audience friendly, and whether we like it or not, that's where the studios are always going to lean on, because that's where they're going to get the most money from. And so when you get movies like as we're saying, like F1's going to be the new Top Gun Maverick, the dad movie at that point. We're not saying it's a franchise, but look who've got behind it. The director of Top Gun Maverick, you got Brad Pitt. it's they're hoping
It's about
that
racing.
about
Yeah.
racing. Yeah, you've got a couple of things that's saying, okay, maybe this'll. It's something we haven't done, but it's got enough things that it'll tick boxes. We just got to make sure to get them to experience this. I can only imagine in like 40X and any of those, like for that kind of movie, that'd be freaking insane.
Oof, that sound design is going to be
Chairs
absolutely
shaking and
insane.
shit.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, yeah.
The air just going, but
I saw Top Gun Maverick. When I saw Top Gun Maverick, is one of the few movies I saw 2 times. I saw it when they're doing the bombing run. I'm like, okay, we're not doing this again because that was not cool, man. I thought it would be cool. I did not enjoy that experience. I'm like, I got my food and shit. I'm like, okay, fuck this. So yeah, I will not be doing that experience. I can see why people dig it, but I'm not that no more. That was I checked that off the bucket list, and that bucket is full for that.
I don't know. I mean, movie theaters. So I mean, I hope that they're coming back. I mean, obviously, COVID is always going to have like that. That's what that people just and then with all the streaming and everything, where people just decided like, hey, well, there's this or that. I mean, there's a lot of things. There's a lot of factors involved. Mm-hmm. But I one of the things that I always think about is like, what can get more people to just be like, hey. I don't know. It's one of those things I've always thought about. I'm like, man, if there was like a different kind of app of something, I don't know. I've always had like
value.
Ideas.
It's value.
So, you have to sell the value. Like you gotta make sure that if you're gonna go out and take your family to something, you're gonna come back and it's gonna be a valuable experience. Yeah, you're right.
That's a key word, experience. You can only get this type of experience not at home. It's not going to be the same thing. Like, I just remember I've seen every single Star Wars movie in theaters.
Right.
Yeah, I've got it at home, but there's something about that kind of movie in the theaters, something about seeing Top Gun in the theaters. You have to get an experience. But also, we've said it before too, the experience plus is it a gimmick? Is it a good story? Like what is getting them in here? Because we said the prices are going up. Prices ain't coming down. Okay. I made a point on Marvel Alliance last night that I'm getting really tired of when we see the posters exclusively in theaters. Get that off the posters. We know we're outside pandemic.
We did it.
We're well aware.
Theaters.
Yeah. I think they know a Marvel Studios thing is not going to be on streaming until it's out of theaters. I think we're all safe to assume that. It's another thing that needs to go away.
Yeah.
So I think maybe the last week or week before, might have been last week, Paul was talking about The Studio, written and directed by Seth Rogen.
Yeah.
Well, he recently did an interview, and I'm going to share it here in the private chat for you guys. We don't have to pull it up, Dave, but this conversation literally goes over shit we are talking about right now, and even uses some of William's favorite language, like show business. Like Seth Rogen makes it a point to point out that movie making is show business. Like it's a very interesting conversation. And to your point, Dave, like Seth Rogen. And like every time I heard him make the fucking laugh, I'm like, God damn it, he's right. And I'm just like, God damn it, he does do the fucking laugh every time. But it's a really great conversation in regards to not only like the process, where things are at currently with the streaming age, but like just how he based his character Matt Remick as a current studio head and where these ideas come from, where he got his career start way back when he was just an actor, where he was writing a lot of his writing with Evan Goldberg, and basically just like using that as like a foundation for why a show like The Studio exists. But this conversation is like one of the most excellent conversations I've heard from someone currently working today in the industry, and it's from fucking Seth Rogen of all people. And I say that like genuinely because he's really grown from like, Joe Jackass making funny stoner movies to he's actually writing some really fucking real shit, and it's super fucking cool. He even mentions Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Yeah. Which is, you hear Seth Rogen talk, he's not very superhero inclined at fucking all. But he mentions like, we wanted to make Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. We wanted to do it faithfully. We wanted to do our own thing with it. But we also did it with the intent of like, it's show business. We want to do our own fucking thing with it and hope it does well. And sure enough, it did. And they're getting a fucking sequel. And I can't wait because that first movie ruled.
Totally.
And they have the show now. They have they got a whole thing with that where I think that's really cool. I agree. It's cool to see how he's grown, because I always liked his comedy, like Superbad and
Pineapple
Neighbors,
Express.
Pineapple Express, Neighbors,
Yeah.
all those were great. But like when he does deeper stuff, it just really shows like how like I think talented he is. He did another show for Apple with Rose Byrne, the chick from Neighbors.
Yeah,
that was also really, really good. Like kind of like a romantic dramedy type thing.
It's like Just Friends, but it's a drawn out series.
Yeah.
Right.
It's platonic. That's what it's called, right?
I believe so. Yes.
Yeah.
I haven't heard of that one. Huh.
It's good. It's
Dude,
good.
him and Rose Byrne are just so fucking good together. Like,
they have such great chemistry. They really do. So yeah, I think it's cool to see, and the fact that he went and like did the homework, interviewed the studio heads, talked to them all before doing this, and then now I think in that interview or one of the interviews this week, he mentioned that some of them called him are like, yeah, we have a bit of PTSD from some of the things we're seeing in here.
In the interview I shared, he even talks about how when Freaks and Geeks got canceled, like everyone was all for it, and everyone in the creative team was like super jazzed about it. But the fucking studio head, he canceled it because, ready for this? He didn't fucking get it. He didn't understand what made it so appealing.
Right. So what they got to get rid of these fucking suits, man.
And that's the thing.
And even going back to the Snyder days, what it was like. It was a studio head said, I didn't like this because my grandson or whatever. Like it was like they're going based off the most ridiculous kind of.
Rogan even said it in the interview I shared. Like, ironically enough, a lot of movie producers actually love movies. It's just it's their job to appease someone up there in the fucking CEO chair going, I don't like that. I don't fucking like that. You need to make them change it. You need to make them fucking change it. You need to do this. You need to do that. And it's just like, well, fuck, now you're putting someone who actually likes their job into a position that doesn't necessarily hate their job, but they just hate the fact that they have to be, a movie killer or, a scene killer or a content killer, if you will. Like, it's literally their job to be like, yeah, I want to help you make this awesome thing too. But the guy paying for the thing's like, no, you got to cut this shit out. It's a fucked up fucking scenario, but at the same time, it all rolls back to William's favorite word, show business.
Yep.
Fucking good old show business. That's what you got to love about it. I don't know. I still got to watch the studio, and I'm definitely going to try to maybe fit it in somewhere. I said that last weekend, and I totally forgot. But I've seen some clips, and I've seen, especially behind the scenes clips. I'm like, oh shit, the way that they're making.
I can't wait for the Zack Snyder episode. I'm sure that's.
Oh yeah.
Oh, the latest one had Ron Howard in it.
That one was
so fucking funny. Oh my god!
I've gotten through the first episode. I've got to catch up with the next couple.
The second one actually features a Zack Snyder adjacent cameo, Sarah Polley. Okay. She plays a director. Fucking great episode. It's about trying to film a oneer. I'll say that. That's all I will say about the second episode.
I've heard. I've heard a little bit about it. Yeah,
dude. The third episode has Anthony Mackie and Ron Howard in it. Oh my fucking god! Ron Howard is hilarious. That's all I'm gonna say. Great show.
It's his best role since Leave It to Beaver, if you ask
me. Dude, this show has jumped to my weekly watch. You have any idea how fucking hard that is? Like right now, I'm watching Daredevil and this. That's it. Right. That is all I'm watching. Okay, I take that back. Hold on. This, Daredevil, Yellow Jackets, because man, that show just bit me in a fucking great way. I love Yellow Jackets.
I'm not gonna lie. I even kind of fell off Daredevil. I didn't see last week's episode. I was like,
my least favorite of this series. My least favorite of this series. Yeah. I'm not gonna say it's a filler episode because filler episodes are good. This was the first time we left our watch party underwhelmed. I did not like this episode.
It was underwhelming.
I think Chris put it well. It's a setup episode.
Yeah, it's
more or less.
I'll give it that.
It's the last one of the old regime. The next two were completely new.
Yeah.
Is that what it is?
Wow. Yeah, the next two have nothing. It's not Frankenstein together. The 8 and 9 were part of the redo, just like episode 1 was.
Gotcha. Okay.
Damn it. Wow. I know, yeah, because you definitely could feel it where it's like, all right, are we fine? Where are we getting? Okay, you're setting that up. Okay, cool. I mean, yeah, I didn't watch it right away either, and I watched it actually last night after I got done posting my reaction to Minecraft. I was like, well,
you didn't miss much.
Yeah. And then
some time.
Yeah, I was like, all right, I got a little time before bed, and I watched it. Now it's just kind of going, okay.
But
It's still we're still the remnants of last episode, and then it's like building and building. I'm like, okay, but I found myself going, okay, yeah, this one was kind of a weak episode. It was a weak episode. So.
It falls on what do they do with our serial killer muse.
Wow, and that is I'm
not even talking about like I'm not even the powers were my problem.
The resolution was horrible.
Well, it's just it's the whole thing. Like we see who we all figured in the episode 1 who it was going to be. Right? It was very easy.
No
to tell
big shock.
Yeah. So when we get to it, so we've never seen him out of costume until that moment again. We get a whole everything is like Fisk goes. The city's in fear. From who? Who are they in fear for? Like we can understand it, but I have not seen it in the show. Like they did not make Muse any sort of kind of fearful character to say the city's gripped in fear. I didn't see it.
They had one episode where they really showed what he does.
Yeah.
And then that was about it. And that was, of course, the White Tiger kind of, and there was other plot lines that were happening. They didn't really emphasize how scary he can be. So when he's trying to be scary, especially, when it's like
very scattershot. It was very scattershot what they did with Muse. Like you'd see like murals and stuff, and then you'd see a dead body here and there in an episode. It's like, oh, that's probably from Muse. And then they eventually got to it, and it's like, oh, that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then when we get to him like having with Heather, the psychologist, that's and it's just like, oh, that's the first time, and we're gonna build quickly to that. It's just like it would have been nice to see a little bit more, and that's another problem with the show. I know it's just in this season, I'm okay with it being Matt and Wilson Fisk. That's fine. I'm good with it. But they're trying to make us care about supporting characters that I just don't right now.
Right.
Yeah.
And people are like, well, Foggy and Karen. Yeah, we cared about Foggy and Karen by the end of the first season pretty quickly.
Not only that, but like how fair of a comparison is that? Not to say you're not.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
But it's like there's 3 fucking seasons with Foggy and Karen. Right.
Mm-hmm.
And then we've got a whole new season that we're just whiplash introduced you. Like, Cherry's a fun character. Sure. Heather's a good enough love interest. But at the same time, to Chris's point, do we actually give a shit? No.
The only reason I care about her is because of the Fisk thing. But even that's
then,
the only reason that I'm like, okay.
Even then, though, take it away. Do you give a shit?
Nope.
No.
Not at all. Exactly. Yeah, you're 100%
Their marriage counseling. I'm done with that. I'm done with everything about that. I don't care about Adam. Listen, Adam's in a cage.
He's more done with it than I am. That's great.
I don't care if he gets eaten. I don't care about Adam. They've introduced a lot of people in some of these episodes that I don't care about. And then some of the stuff works really. It's still a brilliant show. But that last episode with Muse, they built up Muse into much more. Muse ended up being a video game jobber, and not even the final boss, the guy at the 3rd level type of the way he went out.
Okay, like, wow. So even to that point, episode 5, where they have fucking Lieutenant What's-Her-Face trying to handle the conversation with the 5 Irish jackasses.
The negotiator?
I'm just like, why could
the Skittles guys?
Right. Yes. Why couldn't we get?
Guys.
What the fuck is the fucking cop's name? The cop turned detective. Why the fuck couldn't we get him back for a part like that? That would have been some nice continuity. I forget the detective's name, but he's in Punisher. He's in Daredevil. Like that would have been some nice connectivity. Why not? I mean, yeah, he's a detective, sure, but still, you can have detectives do fucking.
Well, like you said, or now he's a negotiator. That's something happened. Like, yeah, that would have made a lot more sense. Like, and I think that's my thing is that I don't hate the show. There are good concepts in it, but for me, it's jarring to watch the Netflix version and then watch this because the writing is just it's not handled near as well.
Well, like I said, it's a Frankenstein show. It's a Frankenstein showed right now. And,
well, also,
they made us. They sold us on this thing. Okay, everything's changed. When we later find out, not as much as you think, and things get moved around a little bit, and it was just like, you keep using this word, massive change. I don't think this word means what you think it does.
And right. I think it like more insult to injury when the old showrunner of Daredevil, before they canned it, came out and was like, yeah, our 4th season was going to have Typhoid Mary as the big bad. And everyone's just like,
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
but
not
that
only
guy,
that, he had offered Marvel like, "Hey, I'll come back for this."
and
I'll
then,
do,
you know, he was like, and then we were going to circle back to, you know, Bullseye for season 5. And it's just like,
Okay.
well, it sounds like someone at Marvel just went, no, fuck that. Let's just go for Bullseye right now. So,
given how they handled Elektra and Bullseye, I'm sorry. I watched those Netflix shows. That's the one thing I wish they could retcon. Because the way that Netflix show handled Elektra and Bullseye was vomit-inducing. And I don't want to. And Typhoid Mary is an important character. It was one of the first main characters that Anna Cinti and John Romita came through with during their run. I don't want to see the group that handled Netflix Daredevil handle that character. I'm sorry. They did a lot of good things. They did a lot of good
their
things.
mistakes.
Iron Fist, but I hear your point. Yeah.
Even with their mistakes, their wins were better. Like, I agree with you. Elektra was definitely like one of the weakest parts and stuff. And that's
Bullseye was horrendous.
I didn't mind Bullseye. I did not mind Bullseye. I didn't hate him. But I didn't mind, like, that 3rd season was definitely not for me as good as, you know, season 1 or 2. But it was still like, I'm sorry, like the writing and everything was still pretty great.
I was ready for it to end. Midway through the 3rd season, I was okay with that show not coming back because they had, and like I said, I've watched enough of that show to where I still put it up there. But like I said before, it's an immensely flawed show if you look at it in the modern day storytelling. If I'm back in 2015, yeah, maybe, but now there's no way I can take that anymore because Karen Page, what they did with Karen Page, and the decisions that they made with Karen Page during the Netflix version, I don't know what they're going to do with her in this version. It can't go, you know, any lower than what they did there. But there's a lot of good things that they did. The Punisher was excellent in that series. Daredevil was excellent in that series. There's enough during the Netflix series that is great to where I look at it as a whole. But there's enough. I can see there's a serious upgrade in things. The writing in the show was too long. Like I said, they would take something that had magic and it would just be strung along for most of the episode. They would go to something else and then go back to that something else that was special the first 6 or 7 minutes. Then it's not special anymore. And they did a lot of that during the Netflix show that I don't need to see. Like I said, Typhoid Mary, don't want those guys handling Typhoid Mary. I don't want to tempt fate. No. I would rather have a fresh outlook and somebody that sits down and just gives me something that resembles Typhoid Mary, because you didn't do that with Elektra. Elektra in the dialogue, Elektra's dialogue in that and oh my god,
she was a little bit of a weak point, but you know, I get it
for sure.
But we got someone else joining us, and well, say it, Travis.
I'm a weak point.
No,
wow.
Every week I come back, you bring me in. Last week you were talking about disappointment.
I know, but I was like, damn it.
That's it.
I was like, yeah, because the GIF you sent me, that's what I was trying to. I was like,
I'll be your Huckleberry, though. I'm happy to be here. No. How's everyone doing? Happy Friday to everybody.
Friday, man. Good to see you.
Now you're here, so I'm a little less great.
The weak point. I know. The weak point. I know. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
dude, I know I can bust your balls, and I know you won't take it personally. So
not at all.
I know we're good.
I only take it personally if it's something about Canada, you know, and then I'm going to
no,
I'm joking.
Never. No, I love Ryan Reynolds.
That's good. He needs some fans right now, you know.
And Ryan Gosling.
I'm still a fan. I'm still a fan, but I feel like
I'm still a fan too. I'm still a fan too. I mean, I think, you know,
it's not going to matter. You know what's going to happen? He's going to be in Secret Wars, and no one's going to give a fuck about anything.
Everybody's going to cheer their balls off.
No one's going to.
Everyone's going to forget about it and just say, "Yay, yay, Deadpool."
We got to see him and Toby together. Yay! Like that's what'll happen. So.
That's what's going to happen. Yeah. No, we were talking CinemaCon, then we veered into Daredevil. Obviously, we were talking a lot about theater and stuff, movie theaters and everything like that. But it's a good. I mean, well, obviously, we'll get your. What was your take on the latest episode of Daredevil Born Again?
I'm the whole show. I've kind of been up and down. I think like every episode, I think I'm boring like everybody else. I loved episode 4. To me, that was perfect with Frank coming back. Like I'm a big Punisher guy, but I thought that conversation they had was up there with anything that the Netflix shows have done, and even just MCU in general. So that was great. But kind of every episode, there's something I love, there's something I'm on, something I'm pretty low on. I feel like there's some things that are kind of rushed, but kind of like what Chris said, I'm very curious about the next two, because the next two are the full overhauls. So I think, to me, if I can really enjoy those, I still like the show. Like, if right now, the episodes I've seen, not because we're just on 7, I'm like a 7 out of 10. I'm somebody that would put it below the Netflix stuff, because I did a rewatch, and yeah, I agree with William, there's some weak points, but I still was more engaged with all those. Same thing like Chris and Phil are talking about, like the side characters, like, even sometimes I had too much Foggy. I didn't need that much Foggy in the original show, but I was at least invested in him. I'm not really invested in anyone else other than Matt and Kingpin, and that's fine. But yeah, so I'm hoping a strong finale, and then I can be really excited for season 2. Even if season 2 is this quality, I'll still be somewhat excited, because D'Onofrio's great and Cox is great, and they're still giving some great stuff. Like last week,
they carry the show for sure.
Yeah, like last week I thought it was like a messy episode, but the Daredevil Muse fight was really cool. And there's times where I was like, again, it's a twofer where when I'm seeing Daredevil move around like a gymnast, I love that, but then he also looks very like rubbery, so that kind of sucks. But it's like it's a push and pull thing. But so far I've still liked it overall. But I went in with like lower expectations. I couldn't expect the Netflix stuff, but we'll see. I know everyone's probably seen those set photos of season 2. I'm not gonna say what they are, but man, I've been asking for a while, and I'm very excited for that.
It's like one of those things where you just kind of go, you see the images, and I even pulled one. I went, that's such a cool image. I'm going, I want to post this, but I don't, because
there's no way that wasn't a controlled leak. I'm sorry.
They put that out. They put that out. Yeah, they put that out. You talking about the black uniform with the red PD?
Yeah, that was way too good quality for it not to be.
Yeah. Well, they did that with the previous too, didn't they? They showed some really good shots.
Pretty much. They were in the middle of the street.
As a fan,
Karen with the red hair.
The
wig, red
thanks.
Yeah, I mean,
but like as a fan of that particular suit, that made me feel a very certain way. Oh, dude.
Shadowland suit?
Shadowland is my fucking ham jam. Ask Chris. Chris knows how much I fucking love that suit.
The suit, yes. The story?
Me and Chris have talked about the same
story,
when I used to host my Alliance with him, I was like, I want that black suit. He's like, but you want what comes with it? I'm like, I'm iffy. But
to be fair, the suit does continue on in Soul's Run in a different degree. So it's not totally Shadowlands necessarily.
Yeah. So very cool.
No, it's a beautiful looking suit, and we finally get the double D.
Yeah, the double D.
Yeah, finally earns it.
Do we think he must get to the end of this season, I bet, right? Or do we think they're going to hold off till next year to actually give him the 2 Ds?
Might be the last episode. Tough. There's a lot to put into these last 2 episodes. To get to
like every Disney Plus.
We know for sure we know for sure Frank Castle's gonna put on his best.
I can't wait.
Yeah, you see, I love that picture with them standing side by side like that.
Yep.
Yeah,
I can't wait for that. I can't wait for that team up.
When he kills all the crooked cops.
His hair is, he's back down to his normal hair.
Oh yeah.
So
I can't wait. It's gonna be glorious.
That's gonna be so great. That's gonna be absolutely fantastic. But yeah, I mean, so there's 2 episodes. There's 2 episodes left of this season, right?
Yeah.
And then of course we have to wait probably a year or so before.
I don't know. They're mowing through production. Maybe not.
I mean, it's probably at least a year, but maybe a little less. I don't know. Could be 9 months, 10 months. I don't know.
9 months. At least 9 months minimum. I'd go for that. I mean, but like if you're filming now, I mean, it's not like Game of Thrones where they wait around and they're sitting around and you keep on seeing posts about they're starting production and you're like, wait a minute, it's been a year since the last episode and you're just now getting around. At least with Daredevil, I'm seeing set picture. I mean, hey, maybe.
They're gonna want something before Avengers Doomsday.
You hear that, Ben Stiller with Severance? Come on. Let's get on to it. You guys wrapped up? You guys are still running around? That's the only thing that sucks. Like, especially those. I mean, that's what I love about Severance is like it's so good, and then all of a sudden I'm going. When I was watching the season 2 finale, I went, I'm not going to get another one for at least a year and a half. We're not going to know what the fuck's going to be this until another year and a half.
He said it was going to be 3 years this time, though. At least, so you got that.
Yeah, at least we're going to have that, and that's good. Because I was like going, fuck. I remember when I started watching season 2, I went, oh, the last time I watched this, holy crap. I was starting to think of like everything that was going that I went through life. 3 years. It was like a lot of shit. Different jobs, girlfriends. It was like, what the fuck? It was like, holy crap. So it was just like one of those things where I'm like, oh yeah, But now I know they're not going to wait nearly as long. But but the fact that they're only still in the writers' room, and of course it takes place during winter, so they're going to probably wait to shoot it during winter, and then we're probably not going to get it till the earliest will be the end of 2026. That's the earliest, I think. And I'm like, that's what I feel like. It probably won't show up till the earliest, unless they change the setting. But I think they like that winter aesthetic that they got going for that show, because it really adds to it. It just feels cold and dark and whatever. And there's so much beautiful cinematography with that. You see in like that area, and you see in the snow and everything. So they'll probably keep that. So I'm just kind of going like, fuck, it's gonna take. So many questions. There was questions that were answered, and then there was new questions I have, and I'm going, I gotta wait so long. But
it has a good hook. It has a very good hook.
It keeps you engaged. It does keep you engaged. So, hey, we got Paul joining right now. What's up?
Hey guys,
Speak the devil's name, and he shall appear. What's up, buddy?
Thanks, man. No, I'm doing okay.
We were
I hope I'm
literally just
devil's
talking about
advocate.
Daredevil, so
No. It's a good show. I'm right now actually going through the very underappreciated run in the late 80s, early 90s. I can't pronounce her name correctly, but she helped out with. Huh?
Nascente?
Yes,
Nascente.
Yeah.
That's not that's not underrated. Okay, I guess.
Well, I'm saying in comparison to Brew Baker, Bendis, Frank Miller, it's not as well known run. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chris.
Always there's Typhoid Mary for the uninitiated right there.
Yes.
I can't remember. Did they kill her in Iron Fist season 2? It's been a while since I've seen it. Did they kill her?
I think she's alive. Last I checked.
Okay.
Oh yeah, she's married to she was married to Kingpin last we left her.
Yeah, in the current run and everything. So I guess apparently too the original showrunner was going to incorporate the original season 4. I guess you guys haven't brought that up. Was it was supposed to go in a Typhoid Mary plot and then wrap back around to Bullseye, and then I guess Bullseye was going to be season 5 supposedly. That's what they were going to do for
They're
the
actually going to call him Bullseye instead of just a name, right?
Well, yeah. Actually, I was just curious. I was thinking about that. Did they actually? Yeah. Have they ever referred to him as Bullseye in the new show?
Yes.
They
have.
Oh, they did? Okay.
Frank called him Bullseye.
Frank called him that one during episode 4.
Unless Frank is the only one that calls him Bullseye for some reason, I don't know. But they have called him that now.
Yeah. Okay.
That was a great.
Paul's looking like he has Matt's beard in the show too. Like he has that. I've said in the show he needs to shave his beard because
he's got Frank's beard.
Yeah, I guess it's a bit bigger, but I feel like Daredevil needs to shave that beard. He's very recognizable.
He's got at least a weak shadow. This is like Daredevil when he's in the Alps in the comic book, and he's ready to fight with all of the chase against the Hand at that point, or something like that. But so what other discussions did I miss out on? I'm sorry, I'm a little late. I meant to get here a little earlier.
Oh, no problem. We it wasn't really much. We started with like CinemaCon, and we talked about how movie theaters, how they hopefully can get better, and what was talked about when it came. Well, we didn't really dive into CinemaCon, so you're pretty good. You're all right when it comes to at least a panel discussion. Obviously, I did my whole ranting off about a lot of things for the first 45 minutes. But we were kind of just diving into CinemaCon, and I don't know, all of a sudden we veered off into Daredevil. But we can go back to the whole CinemaCon thing now that we kind of got the Daredevil talk going. Secured.
What's up? I have a question pertaining to CinemaCon. Actually, I'd really like to know, everyone, what your favorite panel or moment from CinemaCon was.
It's a good
starting
question.
with Paul, preferably, since he just got here.
Well, I wasn't really up to date on what was going on at CinemaCon, other than the Superman stuff. I had heard that good things were on Fantastic Four, but I haven't looked into anything that was revealed on the panel or any of the.
Sue Storm's pregnant.
Huh? Okay, yeah. Well,
he is pregnant.
That got spoiled for me, but that was through the concept art that got leaked and stuff like that. So
we already kind of knew it. Yeah.
Yeah, and first steps, that kind of thing. Yeah. So, but that's cool. That's fine. I think that's an interesting direction for Fantastic Four. And, I mean, I got all of my classic Fantastic Four stuff out of storage, which I haven't been able to go through yet. All classic Kirby and all that, which I'm still going to be going through and everything. So yeah, no, I'm hyped through the moon for that movie the most, I think, as far as the summer goes. I'm I just kind of don't have any real stake in the Jurassic World stuff at this point anymore, really. But it looks like it's going to try and do something new, or at least or newish in terms of what they're going to go for, I guess, or as far as that franchise goes. So I hope it's at least entertaining and like not really stupid. But fingers crossed on that.
That's a window.
Well,
yeah, I know.
I get what you're saying. I mean, I mean, let's face it. There was that line that Scarlett Johansson says when on the boat, and he's like, when there was like they're swimming around the boat.
Spinosaurus.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm.
And then the smart dude starts explaining, and then she just looks back and goes, "None of you, what he said is anything good." And I went, "Wow, that was a terrible line delivery." Yeah. But hey, it's Scarlett Johansson. Whatever. It's fine. I remember when that trailer came out, I went, yeah, I mean,
the bar is pretty low.
Nothing that you can really do to reinvent the wheel when it comes to a Jurassic World. You could just go, hey, let's have more crazy dinosaurs and make crazy. I think the biggest thing that people are really looking forward to when it comes to Jurassic World, and apparently during the panel, the Universal panel, they did show a new trailer and they did show new footage. I don't know when it's going to show up online, but they did show that infamous scene where they're towing T-Rex, and the T-Rex gets out of the tow, and so it's like a whole crazy sequence that apparently was in the original book of Jurassic Park. That there was like a T-Rex scene with water and a boat and everything.
Yeah.
And
the raft sequence.
On a raft down a river.
Like a raft or something like that.
I've
There's
been
that
to it on Audible. Yeah, I know exactly what scene you're talking about.
Okay, yeah. I don't know. I might have misread it, but yeah. So I think they showed that, and a lot of people are going, "Oh yeah, we're finally gonna get that scene." And I'm like, I remember reading the book, but I don't remember that scene. I remember going, "Fuck, maybe I was young as hell." I read it after. I read it after I saw the movie. So
essentially, what happens is Grant and the kids, they have to get like back to where the main hub is, and they have to go downriver. They find a raft. They put the raft in the fucking water. Grant looks across the river, sees a T-Rex sleeping up on a fucking tree, like so. And the kids, like, they get the raft on the fucking water. Someone makes some noise. I think because in the book, the ages of the kids are flipped. Instead of big sister, little brother, it's big brother, little sister. The little sister makes a fucking noise. The T-Rex wakes up, and then a chase ensues downriver. And you see the fucking T-Rex, like crocodile style, chasing them, chomping at them and shit. It's fucking nuts.
Yeah.
That's cool.
See, yeah, we're gonna get some. Though, when you said you couldn't really like reinvent it, I don't like any of the last two movies. But what I thought could have been excited or somewhat exciting was they ended that last one with all these dinosaurs in the wild, and I thought, oh, that is the next cool concept where you've done the park, you're in the forest, you're running around, you're scared. Now it's like, what happens? Because there's that really good short film they made. I think Trevorrow's directed as well, where it's this family camping, and I was like, I would love something not as small as that, but something to equate to that. But then it sucks because then they said in this movie, they just said, oh, the dinosaurs went to the real world and they couldn't get used to the ecosystem, so they went back. So they just wrote off everything they did in that one, because I thought, oh, that's actually a concept that is new. But now it's just, we're back on an island. We got to get some DNA and survive.
We got to get some eggs. Yeah, we got to get some dino eggs.
Yeah, but the bar is pretty low, so I'm hoping it can at least be better than the last two. For
Dominion set the bar fairly low. Lost Kingdom was the one that put them all in the wild. And to be honest, I actually prefer Lost Kingdom to Dominion. Dominion had
Lost
that
Kingdom was great.
Doofy ass fucking plot point with the damn locusts.
Oh, the locusts.
Oh yeah, that was.
I always forget about the locusts.
That movie was just so laughable. I mean,
people say that Joss Whedon took out his animosity from Age of Ultron on Justice League. I 100% firmly believe Colin Trevorrow took his animosity out from Episode 9 on Dominion.
Yeah, I agree. You know what? That makes a lot of sense.
Well, then again, like, it's a bit of a different scenario because, well, Trevorrow could not make the movie he wanted to make because Carrie Fisher passed away, unfortunately. But even so, like, the frustration of being like, well, I don't know what to fucking do. You just go and take some of that animosity out on the third movie that, Universal probably went. The second one was kind of dark, Colin. Can you maybe lighten it up? Can we maybe
we're going to get the whole gang back. How can we do it?
Yeah.
Hey, we're going to have big locusts. That's going to be part of it. And
it's the end game of Jurassic Park.
And it's just, man,
And it worked though. They
I
made $1
actually
billion.
was like,
You know?
at the
Which
end
is why it did make $1 billion, which was wild to me. But like,
Yeah.
because even with
Well,
it got
they
bad word of
sold it.
mouth.
They knew
People
how to
were-
sell that movie. They knew how to sell. And see,
Well,
that's the thing is like when it comes to these IP movies. Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but I mean one of the things about like when it comes to IP movies, if you know how to sell it and you can get butts in the seats, cool. But at the same time, when you get bad word of mouth and nobody cares after like 5 minutes after they've had a meal, after they've watched the movie, then they go, well, we can't really do anything more with that. We got to go a different route because they start looking at the feedback of like, well, you know, that was kind of shitty and blah, blah, blah. I mean, I think that's what happened when it came to Amazing Spider-Man 2. It's not that it did bad. And even the same thing when it came to Spider-Man 3, Sam Raimi's. It's like those movies didn't do bad, but it's just the word of mouth went, oh, there was so much, there was this, there was that. And then they just kind of took an account of that. Yeah, it made money. But at the same time, people just didn't really dig it. They just forgot about it like instantly. I don't know if there's like again, Hollywood works in mysterious ways.
I am 100% of the mind that Jurassic World Dominion is going to end up being the age of extinction of its franchise.
I
And
know that too. Yeah.
Jurassic Rebirth will end up going the same way of Transformers Last Night. It's going to make not as much money. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But I have a suspiciously sneaking feeling that the minute they see that big, giant, ugly mutant T-Rex, people are going to be like, nope, I'm done. Fuck this. This is bullshit.
And then you know what they're going to do for whatever where are we at 7, or would the next would be 8 if we get
No, this is 7.
Okay.
This would be 7.
So then you know what they're going to do for 8 then is they're going to throw a bunch of money at Pratt and Bryce Dallas Howard, and they're going to think, oh, that's why it bombed because we didn't have those people. So let's go and get those stars back, and good for them. They'll get big
and
fat
Jeff
checks.
Goldblum for some reason.
Yeah, probably. If they're willing to come back, why not? Like that's what they'll probably look at me. Oh, because we lost those stars, that's why people didn't come back. But it's like, no, I think it's just the quality of those movies.
Let's bring back Professor Hammond as a CGI monstrosity brought back to life. You know, let's do everything.
Are we gonna make him accurate to the book and make him just like a biggest jerk that no one had ever seen?
He comes back and he's attached to a giant thing that's in a machine, and he's like an animated corpse, and he's like
comes back part dinosaur, part human.
Yeah,
everyone's gonna coin the line somehow. Hammond
Palpatine returned.
Yeah.
Somehow Hammond returned.
Hammond returned.
Back to CinemaCon though, my favorite thing was, and obviously we got the actual trailer, was the Naked Gun teaser.
I
have an affinity because I grew up. My dad was a big fan of those movies, so I grew up with him showing me those and watching them. And I've been really anticipating this, but I also thought this is a movie they could screw up. Obviously, we got to see the whole movie, but that teaser gave me a lot of confidence of, I think they know what they're doing. And Liam Neeson is very, very funny if you watch his comedic stuff. Like his little bit on extras is one of the funniest things I've ever seen in my life.
Hilarious.
So I loved all that joke, and I will be there day one. My dad is still around, so I'm hoping we can see it together. But I was pleasantly surprised by the Naked Gun teaser. I can't wait. So,
I'm with you on that because, and I think everybody was suspecting that. And at first, it was like when I watched the teaser, I went, I wasn't sure at first, but then I was like, okay, I can see what they're going. They're going for a gag, and like I'm going. But then when it came to them looking, because it's everybody in the police force looking at the old cast and being like, I miss you, Dad. And obviously Liam Neeson is Frank Drebin Jr. or whatever. Yeah. And then they did that. And then when they cut to the dude who was like looking at Norbert, and it's O.J. Simpson, and then he just looks at the camera and goes, no. Nope. And I was like, all right, you won me over with that joke.
Yeah,
that was perfect.
That was well done.
Yeah, that was perfect. But it was funny because I remember posting that on Twitter, the trailer, and then people were like, who asked for that? I love it when people say, who asked for this? Because, people just go whatever in their own world. But then and then I saw somebody even say like, really, Liam Neeson, he doesn't have comedic chops and blah, blah, blah. I'm like going, do you realize like Leslie Nielsen was a dramatic actor before he became a comedic actor, but he's so dry and he's such the straight man type that when he says stuff, it's just funny because you go, oh my God, that's just ridiculous coming from that dude. Liam Neeson is similar to that sense where he's so dry, and then when he says something funny, you go, oh my God, it's funnier because it's so dry. And I'm going, this is what they're going by. This is why they got Liam Neeson to do it, because he's done comedic things in the past, and it hits so dry that it's funny. It's hilarious. And not to mention, this is Seth MacFarlane producing this. Or did he direct it? He didn't direct it, did he?
No, so it's Seth MacFarlane producing, and then Akiva Schaffer, the guy from The Lonely Island, directing, which I think is also perfect.
Okay.
Like, you already have that kind of spoof comment. Like, he just kind of knows. I think that's the perfect kind of combination for this. Agreed with
definitely.
Yeah, agreed with Liam Neeson. I think he's great. That whole thing where he comes in as a little girl. What do you want? Your ass. You know, you're like, what the
pulls the mask up and then just gets up, and then of course he does that little stance. You're like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he was a great choice. I look forward to seeing everybody else, and I know Pamela Anderson.
Yeah, we mustn't forget.
Cody Rhodes is in it.
I can't wait.
You know, it's I love that they're also kind of doing the same thing where they're using like cultural people who aren't necessarily actors. You have Priscilla Presley and OJ in the originals. You've got Cody and Pamela in this. I think I'm excited.
And Paul Hauser, he's great at that stuff. And I forgot he was in there until I saw the teaser. I'm like, he's a perfect side.
As soon as I saw him, I was like, he's going to be one of the best parts of the movie for sure.
Yeah.
He's just going to be a highlight.
It just feels like the people they got doing this understood the assignment, because I think Pamela is like, she's not a one-to-one to Presley, but you can see the generational things, right? And I actually just watched that movie, The Last Showgirl, today, and she was great in it. Like,
I really want to see that.
It was really good. I was not surprised, but I was surprised how much I like it. Pretty much, I'll just say it's like The Wrestler, Mickey Rourke's The Wrestler, but with showgirls. It's like that, where it's very much someone looking at the back half of their life and being like, man, what have I done? Is there regret, but still loving the thing they do? There's a daughter storyline that's like almost identical to what The Wrestler is. And Batista's in it, and he's awesome. They gave him this wig, and he has hair down to his like shoulders. He plays the showgirls like, I don't think he's the choreographer, but he just like runs the club, and he's really good and kind of like depressing in it. It is quite good actually. So
nice.
Yeah, I want to see that one.
Get that Batista in there.
Yeah.
No, I think that was a highlight. Obviously, all the John Wick stuff. I mean, not everything was a highlight, because I'm going John Wick 5. What are we going to do with that?
Why could they reverse the animation and do that in live action instead of making it animation? I'm not anti-animation. I'm just saying that's what I wanted to see. And I think, Travis, you said the same thing. You wanted to see that
I wish,
story.
yeah.
So some things got announced on April Fool's Day, and I'm not sure it was intentional or not. So is John Wick 5 an actual real thing, or is that not a real thing?
It is.
It is.
That's really
they announced it at CinemaCon, yeah.
That, an anime, and the Donnie Yen directed Kane.
Yeah.
Which that I'll take.
Okay, but that's all real. Okay, so wait, hold on. The anime though, I don't think is John Wick. Isn't that an adaptation of Berserk?
No, he's doing that. He's doing that.
He is doing that, but this is going to be an animated anime adaptation of John Wick, the night that he did the impossible and had to kill. Whatever.
So they mentioned the night that he did something impossible, which took on a bunch of dudes. That's what we're going to see in the anime.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
That set him up to be free to be with his wife.
Yeah. Yes,
right.
Essentially that. Yeah.
And Keanu will return to voice it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's pretty much.
I don't know how they're going to bring
a
it back.
short Wick one. Yeah, I think they're just going to do the classic. He faked his death. He has a little gray in his hair and beard now, and it's old man Wick, which I get it. I understand. I love the ending of 4, so I'll give it a chance. But I was not a fan of that announcement. So
I wasn't the biggest fan of that either. But the Donnie Yen thing, I'm like, all right, that is cool. And then of course there was they released the new Karate Kid Legends trailer, which I'm all for it. I'm cool, but I just the line where Daniel goes, "Let's make a Karate Kid." I went, "Wow, that's way too on the nose, buddy." I mean, this sounds like a fake trailer now. When you actually literally said that, I was like, "That's a line? Ooh, is that going to be actually in the movie, or was that
some kind of Karate Kid?"
For the yeah.
So what you're saying is the Cobra Kai writers were not involved with this one, is what
probably
you're saying.
no. I don't know. I haven't watched the last season yet, so
it's good. It's very good.
Yeah, I know.
I agree.
They were not involved.
They were not involved in the writing, but they were aware of. There was correlation on what Cobra Kai's ending was, what this film was going to be, so they could kind of, So yeah.
Okay.
I mean, there's got to be. He has to Daniel has to travel, so we're gonna have to see his wife, right? We're gonna have to see stuff, and I mean, it would be cool. I would not be surprised with the popularity of Cobra Kai that, I don't know, Johnny just ends up showing up doing. I mean, are they gonna try to do some kind of fucking Avengers style cameo with Johnny Lawrence showing up and saving fucking Daniel's ass? Like you see a hand show up and stop a fist, and he's just like, "What the
On
fuck?"
your left.
No, I don't think so.
You don't think that's gonna happen?
No.
It's
No,
pretty self-contained to me.
Yeah, the plot of the movie even mirrors the original Karate Kid to some
Of
extent
course
too.
it does. Yeah.
So I think it's just going to be more of a love letter to Miyagi, all of that, because Shifu Han makes a reference of like I knew Miyagi, this is why I came to you. What this kid means to me is what you meant to Miyagi, et cetera, et cetera. I think it's going to be solely pertinent to how Daniel and Miyagi come in contact with Han.
So you're telling me there's going to be a Jaden Smith cameo then, huh?
Possibly.
Oh.
I think that is not off the table.
That-
I think that is not off the table.
Oh,
Yeah, I
oh.
can see that.
I could
That could
easily see him coming in, being a cameo, and being like, "Yeah, I'm retired, but maybe I could show you."
Maybe bring in Hilary Duff. Anyone for Hilary Duff?
You mean
No?
Hilary Swank?
Hilary Swank. There we go. Swank.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
but
would
hey,
like
put
Hilary
Hilary
Duff.
Duff in there too.
Sure,
Why
let's
not?
hear it.
Well,
Yeah,
why
that
not?
was the thing. They apparently asked her, and she said no.
Yeah, she wanted like nothing
Yeah.
to do with it, supposedly.
Yeah, she
Yeah,
didn't
Jeez,
want
I wonder why.
He was filming Yellow Jackets. That might have been why, but
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, and the next Karate Kid wasn't.
Wait, she shows up in Yellow. She's in Yellow Jacket. I do love her.
she's in the third season. Yeah,
Oh, that's cool.
I won't
Okay.
tell you which character she is though, but yes,
Ooh, I like me some. I like Hilary Swank.
I just like Hilary Swank. So I was
She's a
happy.
great. She's a great actress. She really
Great.
is.
She's really
Great
great.
actress. I remember the first time I saw her in Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Yeah.
Did you ever see that movie with her and Sam Rockwell called Conviction?
No.
No, I didn't.
It's so good. If you guys ever get a
Well, I love
chance,
Sam Rockwell. So yeah.
her and Sam Rockwell. It's called Conviction, and it's really, really, really good.
Oh, I like Sam Rockwell too, so I'm
Yeah.
gonna check that out.
He's a good guy. But yeah, I mean, I think, when it came to that, I mean, obviously there was DC's studio stuff, which was, there was a lot of things we already knew about, a lot of things that there wasn't anything much more. I mean, and it's like, hey, Jimmy Guns, don't say there's going to be surprises when there's not going to really be any surprises.
When you just repeat everything that we have
That
heard
was a
forever.
surprise. There was nothing.
surprise. That was a little disappointing when he says that right off the bat. It's like, whoa, okay,
Yeah.
you're selling, you're writing some checks your body can't cash there, bud.
Well, that's because they're
And,
broke. So
Yeah. But I get it that,
You're going to
they're one of
repeat
the-
the same story we've heard about you, the dog,
Yeah.
and the same story that we've heard about like everything else for 30
we're
minutes.
gonna
I'm
hear
sorry,
him
if I
again.
were in that audience, I would have been so pissed. I would have been pissed.
Yeah, the second they started to, I was following a little bit, but the second I saw on my timeline they were starting to take questions, I went, oh, that's when I know. That's when you know they got nothing. When it's like we're just gonna do the Q&A portion, like, oh man, we're
Yeah.
not getting anything.
Somebody
even if
even
it's
said
a
it
good, you know.
felt kind of awkward.
That's what I
Like,
I saw a lot of that.
That I was like, ooh.
Ooh, I mean, like, yeah. See, that's the thing. That's what I was getting at when I was saying when we were talking about this. It's like it's almost like they're trying to turn CinemaCon into.
Into Comic-Con?
It's our show now. Days
Dave
go.
Bring
Did you see the Thunderbolts? Did you see the Thunderbolts? Like when they got up on stage?
Yeah, they
I
had to
think-
get Wyatt. They had to get a drop Wyatt out of
right
there.
in.
You know,
Wyatt
yeah.
Russell
Right
was drunk.
With the limousine. Yeah, David Harbour drove them in on a limousine.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
Wyatt Russell was apparently drunk. I think Florence Pugh mentioned that she had been drinking. It looked like they were just like, hey, we just got drunk and we're on stage now. Like, fuck it, whatever.
Yeah, they
Wyatt
look like they're
Russell,
having fun.
half of his
They look
shirt
they're
was like
having fun.
unbuttoned. Of course, Florence Pugh looked hot as hell, but it was just like, yeah. They
When
just
when
kinda-
doesn't she look hot as okay?
I know.
Yeah.
she's-
You
Be
look
honest,
great
I
bald
mean,
when
look,
she was bald.
I'm gay, and I can say that woman looks.
Nah,
gorgeous
she's
all the time.
she's always. But
William and
but
I
it-
can say we've been in the same room as Florence Pugh.
God
Yeah,
damn it.
and Robert Downey Jr. and all.
Yeah.
You
Cool.
breathe
Oh, that
the
was
same
so-
air as Florence
so good.
Pugh.
Oh God, she could step on me and I'd be happy. Anyway, Anyway,
all right,
moment, Phil.
all right.
Oh, that, with that step on you, with that voice, with that voice behind the stepping.
Oh man,
Dude, if Yelena Belova stepped on me and then used Natasha Romanoff's fucking batons to whoop my ass, I would die a happy man. Okay,
You might die. You might die.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would. Hi, where? Yes, please, more. Thank you.
yes. Man, we just figured out Phil's fantasy right here. That's for
Oh, wow, Bonnie.
exclusive.
We go get a ball
No,
bag real quick. Anyway,
But I understand. That's the thing. No, but I mean, you're right. Like, if you think about it, I mean, I didn't see really footage, but it did sound a little, awkward. But then I saw the footage with Thunderbolts, and that looked awkward. I'm going, what are we doing here when it comes to this stuff? And I think it's just, again, they're trying to turn this into more of an event, which, okay, understandable. But at the same time, when you're doing the superhero stuff, that should be for Comic-Con. That should not be for CinemaCon.
Or their own things like the Disney 20, their own,
23 or something like that. Yeah, it should not be
no
for
D23 this year, though, right? I'm pretty sure. And then Thunderbolts has a Superman problem though, where they're going to be out before Comic-Con, so they can't really do this, right? So this is like their last. Like Thunderbolts is what, a month away, literally, right?
And
I think?
But Thunderbolts already did it.
Man.
Thunderbolts did it at the time it was supposed to happen. They were at Comic-Con.
Right.
I heard the reception to that Thunderbolts stuff was better than it got people we're saying we're actually kind of excited for this Marvel movie.
It's going to be better.
Yeah, it was a good presentation. It was a great presentation.
I think even then, there was more to that than there was to. I think Warner Brothers had probably one of the worst presentations this year.
And it doesn't have anything to do with money either. I keep people saying, they're broke. They're begging for money on the street corners. No, listen. If you can afford to make the movie, you can afford to promote the movie. It walks hand in hand. And this isn't one of their lower tier movies either. This is a movie that they planned for. You plan the financing for this. You don't wait until you approach the release of the movie to find out you have a financial problem with movies. All that's baked into the overall budget. I just think it's a strategy issue. They're handling this like they handle other movies, but I don't think that's a good move. I think they should be handling this. They're putting a lot of weight on this movie, saying it's going to save WB or whatever. Okay, that's fine. Then get behind it like that. I mean, I don't think they've been aggressive on any level when it comes to promoting this movie. I hope it works out for them, but I like I said, when me and Phil, we were at Comic-Con, Fantastic Four was literally getting on the plane. They were getting on the plane from Comic-Con to go to London, yet they found a way to bring a concept video with them, then the entire cast. Superman was in the can as of last year's Comic-Con. It was done. Didn't have anything.
So I'm a few weeks left, but yeah.
I hope it works out, but it's just weird.
That's the other thing. The Fantastic Four new trailer, apparently really impressed. With the stuff that they showed. Like Dave said, confirmation of Sue Storm pregnant, and then they showed off Julia Garner's Silver Surfer.
Yeah,
I think they already gave up the goose on Franklin Richards because I think they're doing Earth X. I think that Galactus is Franklin Richards. Just a guess.
That's a
guess.
cool
I
idea.
think and I think that his entire thing is not necessarily to devour that planet. He's got to ensure his existence somewhere, and I think he's going to know that universe, Doom is going to do something to that universe that causes it to collapse, and he needs them to exist. He needs the Fantastic Four to exist somehow, some way. I think that Earth X. A lot of people didn't read Earth X, by the way. I brought that up today with somebody who I was showing Fantastic Four to, and I'm like, "Have you checked out Earth X?" Because we started talking about the movie because they were not too happy about a female Silver Surfer, and I'm like, "No, dude, take a look at this."
That's where that's
a lot
from,
of people,
right?
a lot of people have not read it, and I'm like, this is cool. I'm going to load up on some copies.
So I have literally both of the omnibuses of Earth X, and I haven't had time to go through them yet. But I will now, William, because you brought it up. So thank you.
It's a good story. It's a good story.
Oh yeah,
isn't it that like Silver Surfer is still around. This isn't like a replacement thing, right? Or am I wrong?
It's
Okay,
their,
but
it's
an
their
alternate
universe.
universe.
Silver
Yeah.
Surfer.
Yeah.
It's just-
It's not
gotcha,
gonna matter
gotcha,
because this
right.
universe
Yeah.
is gonna be like kaput at the end of the 2
Yeah,
hours.
this universe is basically
Gotcha,
there to
gotcha.
be basically thrown
Yeah.
away. But what happened is Shelley Ball took over. She took the deal from Galactus instead of Norrin Rad. So, but
Gotcha.
that universe ends up getting consolidated anyway, which is the same thing I think is going to happen here. I think this is going to be a setup. They're going to be jettisoned somehow, some way. I think Doom does something with Galactus, gets a part of the power cosmic, and is trying to go after Loki. Is trying to go
Yeah.
after Loki and what he controls. And I think Loki obviously is going to see this because he has all the time in his hands, and he's going to recruit his people across the multiverse to try to stop Doom. And that's where you're going to have your Secret War. That's where you're going to have your battle roll. I have no inside information. I just pulling that out of my ass, but that's
Yeah, I agree.
like
I
Sounds
agree.
cool.
I thought the same thing. And as soon as they announced Loki for Doomsday, I was like, all right. I hope.
Yep.
yeah, he has to
We're
be.
going
He
there.
sort of has to be there in my opinion.
Yeah.
I
will
hope so.
lie. I will not lie. I think I've even said it here. There was a part of me that when I heard that music for Tom Hiddleston's chair, there was a part of me that went, Sophia De Martino, Sophia De Martino, Sophia De Martino. And then they showed Tom Hiddleston, and I was like, I get it. I love it, but I'm a little disappointed.
I think
Well,
she's going to
I
be there.
wouldn't-
Too.
I think she'll be in it.
not
I hope she's
surprised
in it.
if she would. Yeah, I think.
I
Even when I
fucking
show
hope
up.
so.
Yeah, I really do think she'll be in it. Like,
Especially since Feige did confirm at CinemaCon
There's
that
more.
there's more casting coming, and I'm like,
Yeah.
well, of course there is.
I really,
Yeah.
because I've been pitching that since Loki season 1. I really want a scene of Loki, her, and Hemsworth together. Especially just I want that fun, awkward conversation of that he kissed himself too. Like, there's some jokes to be made.
Oh, yeah,
there.
I love that when remember Morbius is like, you're falling in love with yourself. You're the epitome of narcissism. It's
So I feel like Thor
I'm
hears
just-
that, it's fun time.
I
so.
just I really am. I'm sure it's going to be tragic and with whatever is going to happen and stuff, but I am very much looking forward to that Thor Loki reunion.
Oh,
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
is what. Yeah.
Thor's gonna be like, you kissed yourself, and then Loki's gonna be like, you're a dad now.
Yeah, it's gonna be something.
that's one of my favorite MCU shows. Is Loki.
Get your eyeball back. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
absolutely.
Loki's great.
You got your eyeball back.
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, because that's how you would have seen him. Yeah.
Yeah, he didn't see that. I mean, he died in the
Yeah,
beginning.
true,
So,
true,
yeah.
but no, yeah. But I mean, yeah, I think when it came to CinemaCon, there was. I love that Tom Cruise came out, talked about Mission Impossible. He gave a moment of silence to, of course, Val Kilmer, which was cool. And of course, they showed off some of that stuff. Not much when it came to, obviously the Naked Gun stuff was like when it came to Paramount. Universal was the big thing was Jurassic World. They talked about some animated stuff.
How to
and then,
Train
of
Your
course-
Dragon apparently played great.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
There was a screening of that, and I've seen nothing but good things from that. They've also apparently Warner Brothers, they showed a screening for Sinners. I've been seeing some good reviews from that too, which is
Yeah.
I'm there 100%.
Same.
Ever since I saw it, I'm a Coogler fan and a Michael B. Jordan fan. But yeah, when it comes to everything, and then of course, yeah, I mean the biggest thing was, are they going to release the Superman clip? And then it's okay. So now let's veer into this because I know we got some very opinions about the clip for sure. This is what's going to be an interesting topic, of course, because it's funny. You kind of go, okay, they're going to play it in front of Minecraft. Cool, fine. And at first you're going, really, in front of Minecraft? Who's going to go see Minecraft? But again, this is where our ignorance is there. It's like, well, a lot of people are actually going to go see Minecraft because it's actually doing pretty well at the box office. I saw it in front of my screening because I wasn't sure if it was IMAX or not. So it was funny because I remember when it was people started posting their images. And, oh, there it is. They started posting it. And then I actually watched a good bootleg version. Somebody actually propped up their phone and had the screen pretty center and the audio sounded good. So I saw it like that first because I'm like, fuck it. I don't know if I'm going to see it. I'm not going to drive to an IMAX theater just to see a goddamn Superman clip, which was like 30 plus miles away. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to go to the normal theater and just watch the movie and maybe I'll get lucky. And sure enough, I did. It was cool seeing it on the big screen. Sweet. But of course, they released it shortly after, like 20 minutes after it started leaking. But again, it was kind of the timing was interesting because I looked at it, I'm like, hey, James posted it at 2:00. The Disney Marvel panel started at 2:30. Which there could be something there. Who knows? Again, conspiracy theories. But I guess we can go around the horn and say how we felt about the clip. I'm gonna start with you, Phil. There you go. I should probably pour a drink. I'm gonna pour my drink. You go right now.
Cheers.
Oh, that's all his opinions.
It's just silence. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
A couple people knew before I went on my show and talked about this. I talked to Paul about this yesterday, right?
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't long after it had.
Yeah, I think I immediately hit you and Dave up about it. Like I let you guys know that the clip was live, and kind of like Dave, I have a friend of mine hit me up, or rather, he hit up the Discord and was like, "Hey, be careful. Fucking images from the Superman clip are making their way online," and I was like, I'm not gonna fucking watch Minecraft for this, so just go ahead and DM me this shit, okay?
Honestly, send it to me.
So he DMs me the images, and I'm like, oh, okay, whatever. I'm at work. Literally 20 minutes later, online. It's online. James Gunn shared it it's everywhere. I was like, oh, okay, I'll watch it. I'll start off positively like I did on my show, okay? I think the fortress coming out of the ice, so I was like, that's a nice touch. The fortress looks cool. If you look close enough, there's some, Superman-centric Easter eggs. If you look really close. Dave even mentioned it in his breakdown. You could even hear some voices, some very prominent voices, probably. Matter of fact, James Gunn confirmed that the robot speaking to Superman was Alan Tudyk. If you actually listen very closely, there's another robot, and it's more than likely, I'm actually taking this check to the bank, Michael Rooker. Michael Rooker is absolutely one of the other voices of the robot.
Oh, interesting.
Okay.
When one of the robots says he's got 14 fractures, 14 broken, whatever the fuck, it's Michael Rooker. Without a doubt, it's Rooker.
I mean, yeah, okay.
So I liked that. I'm in a weird spot with like the music of this movie because I am not a fan of the John Williams score. I don't like it. I've never liked it. I think it's campy. I think it's goofy. I think it's one of Williams' like least coolest scores because I'm a John Williams Star Wars fan through and through. I love his Star Wars stuff. There's other things John Williams has done. I'm like, great. Superman, nope. Never been a fan of that score. Still not a fan of that score. Never have, never will be. But I do think what John Murphy is doing with it is leagues and bounds better than what John Ottoman did. And even still, like, I appreciate what John Murphy is doing with it. I still don't like it. What I really don't like is how it's used with damn near a lot of versions of Superman, specifically in movies. We didn't need it in Black Adam. We for damn sure didn't need it in that cut of Justice League. Yeah. It's just very unnecessary to me because if you want a different version of Superman and you tie it back to that theme, you were handcuffing it in a way to Christopher Reeve, that version more or less, and I can't stand that. And it's weird because, again, like, I like what Murphy is doing, but I don't like the score itself. I appreciate that Gunn took some cues from All-Star and had robots, and they've got the numbers on them, and like, okay, that's cool, right? Time to get negative. Okay, so Crypto jumping on him, beating the shit out of him while he's already beating his shit. I'm like, okay, this is James Gunn doing the thing that I don't like, where he's making a joke out of a situation, and I just don't care. I think it's dumb. I think it's stupid. That's my take on that scene. And even then, that whole sequence of it is kind of campy inherently. Then we get him like being rushed to the fucking fortress. Okay, there's another thing I like. The entrance to the fortress with the S logo. I was like, okay, that's cool. That's a nice touch. When he gets brought into the fucking robots and he's like, thank you. And then Alan Tudyk's like, oh, no need to thank us. We're just automatons here to serve you. By the way, this is 12. She's new. And he like looks at her and like says, hey, what's up? And then the robot goes, oh, he looked at me. I'm just like, you literally just said not even 2 seconds ago, you can't feel anything. You shouldn't thank us. And yet you've got robots emoting. This doesn't make any fucking sense, James Gunn. But I digress. That's a nitpick. That's not a fucking criticism. That's a nitpick. The thing I think that really kind of turned me off, it's a combination of things. Superman being healed by the sun, but in such a very oversimplified, like we need to, oh, he's got broken bones internally, it's gonna take him like so much time to just heal, and it's gonna be like a very painful process, even though he's got sunlight shining in on him from, you know, X amount of degrees or whatever the fuck. I'm like, I've seen Superman fly in front of a sun and heal himself just fine in many other incarnations. This is oversimplifying something that does not need to be oversimplified. And then when you hear that, there's a specific point in the John Williams theme that I don't give a shit about. And when you see Superman like scream as the sun hits him, it's that point in the score. And then it gets more bombastic. We heard Lex Luthor talk. I was like, oh, that's nice.
Yeah, he's
Yeah, they did. And
Cool.
some of the other scenes, yeah.
And, you know, there's at one point, he's got like a tear after being all fucked up. I'm like, oh, cool. So we're going to watch Lex Luthor cry for once. Great. This kind of moved the needle back for me. And that sequence with Crypto, I was like, okay, now I remember why I was hesitant about this movie to begin with. It's because James Gunn has a knack for trying to be funny when he's really not all that funny. And his humor is just not my fucking bag. I can't really... If people want to say, oh, he gave us a talking tree and a talking raccoon, that's great. That has fuck all to do with Superman. Okay, that has absolutely fuck all to do with Superman. Talking raccoon, talking tree, BFD, big fucking deal. Nothing to do with Superman. Two different kinds of characters you're trying to adapt there. But overall, his style of filmmaking, while I think there are elements of here where he has reined in, this one sequence with Crypto reminded me, nope, there's going to be some James Gunn mannerisms here, and I am probably not going to be a fan of them. That sequence with Crypto kind of solidified that. Overall, I'm just kind of like, yeah, I didn't really like that, but everything else, I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to watch it. Like, I'm going to watch
it.
Yeah,
I get it,
now.
yeah.
But
no, it's understandable. It's understandable. I mean, he took a page out of his own, you know, life with the dog, and he wanted to do it with that. And it's not going to land with everybody, because that was part of the discourse too. It's like, why is the dog being like that? Crypto shouldn't be like that. And I was like, yeah, I understand that. Totally see that point. But at the same time, I get where he was getting at. But yeah, it's not going to land with everybody. Yeah,
my dogs are like that occasionally too. But at the same time, it's like. David Cornsweet even said outright, like, this isn't really my dog. I'm kind of watching him. And it's like, oh, okay. That makes sense as to why he's being very unruly with Superman, because he doesn't quite obey him immediately.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But that's kind of where I'm at with it. Everyone
cool.
can.
No, I know. When I asked you, like, what'd you think of it? You just said campy. I was like, I know what you're saying. I know exactly what you were talking about.
I mean, it just feels like, when you watch something like Batman 66 and you see, oh, I got time to get rid of a bomb or whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
Or Cesar Romero chuckling like a fucking madman, or Frank Gorshin turning it up to a fucking 10. We've got Superman being talked to by robots being, oh, you know, don't thank us. By the way, here's a new robot. Oh, God, he looked at me. I'm just like, this is so fucking, just.
That was the thing that I was like, okay, I could have left without that bit. I didn't mind the Crypto stuff, because I'm like, all right, that's a dog. Yeah. We've all had those kind of dogs. I see what he was going for, and I actually kind of appreciated it, because it's like, okay, we don't see something like that. But when it came to like the and I even said it in my first reaction, I'm like, there was a vibe in the Force of Solitude that was kind of like, interesting. And it was mainly because it was like, okay, you're going to make the gag of like, he's explaining this, and then the robot right here who's new is going, hey, and I'm like, that didn't really need to be needed. I was totally with you on that, but everything else, at least for me, was fine. William, give me your thoughts.
I'm just judging this 5-minute clip, so I'm not judging the whole movie. I'm just judging the 5-minute clip. So aesthetically, just from day one, there's going to be some things I just didn't line up with me preference-wise, but that's not a quality issue. It's more preference. I felt a lot of nostalgia in this trailer. I don't go to the movies to relive childhoods or go for nostalgia. I go for going forward. So that didn't connect on me. I see why he did it. I respect the risk he took, and I'm okay with that. I respect his decision. That didn't line up with me. I didn't mind the theme as much, because even though the theme is sort of nostalgic, I think that's more of a uniting factor of all Superman. But that's just, once again, that's a personal preference. There wasn't much that really changed my opinion about the movie. You know, I'm going to go see it on July 11th. For me, aesthetically, I it just overwhelmed me on a sensory level. I mean, you know, the color, everything like that. It just wasn't my preference of what I like to see in the Superman movie. Once again, those are his decisions. I can respect it. I think for me, it's going to be whether the story overwhelms all that, because everything James Gunn has done for me in DC looks ridiculous. But it wasn't until this story came along to where I thought Peacemaker looked ridiculous on every level. But when I watched it, I was okay with it. I ended up enjoying it. Suicide Squad is nothing but ridiculousness. And I ended up enjoying those characters. There's a guy that literally has gumdrops posted all over him. And I ended up, you know, kind of caring whether that character lived or died. So aesthetically, to me, I don't want to say cartoonish, because I don't want to he took, you know, inspiration from elements of Superman that just aren't for me. That doesn't mean it's going to be a bad movie. No. I could see it and be like, damn, that story had me hooked from beginning to end. Guy Gardner is not, you know, he could take Guy Gardner in that, and I care about Guy Gardner at the end. He does have a record with his story, in my opinion, overriding the aesthetic stuff that I just don't really buy into with him. So aesthetically, nothing's changed for me when it comes to this. I can't stand the uniform. That's not going to change. Every time I see it, I hate it even more, especially now when you got different angles of it. The trunks, but once again, Peacemaker had a toilet on his head. So, and I ended up, you know, giving a shit whether that character lived or died. So to me, aesthetically, these little clips aren't going to do much for me. It's going to take me sitting down in July, whatever we go to see this movie, and the story is going to make or break this for me. So that's where I'm at. I'm not, the needle didn't move one way or another. It didn't move it back for me, and it didn't move it forward for me. It was just a clip.
Okay, cool. All right, Chris, what do you think?
You know, where said it earlier, the crypto, yep, they've got their stuffed animal of the year. Everyone's going to want crypto. Everyone's going to love it at that point in the general audience. I wasn't expecting him to. I knew as they keep saying, he's a bad dog. You know, it got that moment. It wasn't necessarily the clip I was expecting necessarily. I was expecting maybe just a little more action, more than what we got in the trailers.
Yeah, I felt like this should have been part of the puppy ball.
Yeah, you know, like you had said there. But I agree with what Phil said. You know, seeing the Fortress of Solitude kind of come up, we've never kind of seen that. We've always just seen it there. You know, it doesn't come up. You know, I was half expecting a giant key because, you know, we're all leaning towards the comics at that point. But the voice recognition was you know, a cool touch. But it, you know, someone said in the chat, like, do I think that Corn Sweat is Superman at that point? He looks it. I don't have enough yet to go on to really say, for instance, like, I've seen him under desperation speaking. I haven't heard him in his Superman voice. I haven't heard him as Clark yet. So it's kind of hard for me. He looks it. Yeah. So I'm not saying yes. I'm not saying no. I said I need to know more. So it was okay.
Would you like to know more?
What's that?
Starship Troopers reference.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, yes. I would like to know more. Where do I click to hear to know more?
Yeah. Exactly.
You know, I was saying this in our GUA chat when it came out. It's like they're not going to SDCC because the movie will already be out. So that's another, like, all the stuff, like, in Superman, people are going to go see it, but this was kind of a moment they could have gone out with a bang. You know, they could have really said, here we are, we're going. But it was just okay. It didn't leave me excited. It didn't leave me disappointed. Well, I mean, left me disappointed in the sense of I wanted to see something, but I mean, I liked what I saw, but it wasn't what I wanted. I mean, they already have my money, but it didn't move the needle with me more of whether I need to see him as Clark. I need to see him as Superman in a full-on trailer just to start saying, like, okay, what is your presence like? You've got the look, but I need to hear it.
Yeah. Okay, understandable. Yeah, no, it totally makes sense. Austin, thoughts?
All right, so I didn't hate it as much as Phil, but I had a lot of issues. Like, I was cool with the dog thing because that was James Gunn humor, but it didn't come across like I wasn't necessarily laughing because, like, Homeboy looked like he was actually in pain, like doing all this. So it just kind of worked. He's an out of control dog that I kind of get that, like, that's going to be an ongoing story point, you know, the relationship of dog and him and how they grow. The other stuff, like the robots, looks cool. I agree with you guys on the joke of like, hey, we don't have emotions. By the way, oh my god, he looked at me. You know, it was like, okay. Him screaming that way at the end, I
knew the sun could hurt him.
Really? Yeah, I think that's the other thing. I completely agree with Phil in that in almost every other incarnation, film or comic, you know, it's an empowering thing. You see him kind of like, you know, like breathing in that. It just, I didn't like him leaning in. That was a bit much for me. I thought I would like the scene with Crypto dragging him. Even that, I was like, eh. And then the rest was just like everything that we've already seen. I mean, that was my big issue.
Like a second or two more of extension, kind of.
Right, exactly. And so it was like, that was my big issue, is that what was there to get me excited about anything new in the film? This is everything that I've kind of already seen or assumed, if you watched a James Gunn film, how that would kind of play out. And I do love James Gunn and stuff, but I have always said that, like, yeah, if he's going to make a Superman movie, he's going to have to change, you know, some things and cut back on certain aspects. And I think that's the interest, at least my interest, in like seeing that challenge for himself as a writer and as a director, and have to hold that restraint. But yeah, this didn't do much for me. And I think thinking in it as a perspective of that was supposed to excite like theater owners and all of that for the movie, it's like, again, it was a lot of the same. If you follow any of the trades or anything that's come out about this movie up until now, we've kind of heard and seen it all before. So that was my impression of the footage.
Okay. Travis?
Yeah, I'm in a difficult spot because, like, I think all four of those guys so far have mentioned, like, oh, whether it's the sun or the robot or Crypto. Like, it's not that I don't care about Superman, but he's not one of my guys. So with the whole stuff with the sun, it's like, I don't really give a shit if it hurts him or not. Like, it's not anything that's like, that doesn't change if I'm going to like the movie or not or anything. And this, like, it's tough because unless it's been accidentally, I watch this clip because, yes, got a podcast, you got to talk about it, it's a hot topic, right? But if this would have been like I guess not 6 months from now, let's say 2 months ago or in the future, and Corn Sweat's on Jimmy Kimmel and they introduced this clip, I wouldn't have watched it because I just don't like watching clips. I haven't watched clips in decades because it doesn't do anything for me. I don't also want to rewatch that scene in the theaters. I want to experience it the first time. So for me, this was pretty much just that, hey, Minecraft this weekend looks like it's going to have the biggest opening of the year so far and beat Captain America, right? That's going to be primarily kids who are going to fucking love the dog. I showed my kids this and they love the dog. So it's like,
that's what it is.
Yeah, Minecraft's going to have 20-year-olds, 30-year-olds, of course, but it's going to have a lot of that youth, teen, and even younger that they hope that people will see. Like, oh, I want to see that. So I think it's just a cause and effect of they want to put this in front of Minecraft, but they also, that's why James Gunn had the tweet ready, they don't want a shitty version out there for everybody. I still don't think this is the thing that they're selling it on. I think it's just, hey, we want this clip out for the young people, and it's going to happen. And it didn't really change one way or another. The only thing that I enjoyed more is visually, like, there's some stuff about the movie that color-wise I haven't loved, but I'd say visually, like CGI-wise, I was enjoying about 95% of it. Sure, there's times where Crypto, like, he does not look like a real dog, right? But he looks pretty good. The robots look pretty good. I think it's just because we're in an era, probably since maybe like 2017, of like, we get a lot of bad, huge blockbuster movies that have terrible CGI. Now, the rest of the movie could not look good, right? But like the robots, to me, they look like they're there. They look like they're holding David Corn Sweat. Where there's where stuff like I bring it up all the time. Like last year, it was a quick end credit or whatnot. But like when I saw Beast in the Marvels, that thing's not there. That like it doesn't look good at all. And not because it's CGI, just it doesn't look like it's the same texture as them. It doesn't look like it's working.
Lighting.
Yeah, lighting, everything like that,
Ugh.
framing, blocking.
Awful.
It's different because we've heard nowadays so many visual effects people say we don't get the time like we used to. Like last week, I watched Pirates of the Caribbean trilogy with the kids, and we always talk about this, right? David Jones like looks amazing,
good.
right? But they got so much time where nowadays they get rushed. So that's one thing that I know that I think it was where it's like the week Superman was wrapping, Fantastic Four was going like the week after, and I think that's the only thing that got me more excited was, I think visually this I'm not gonna have too many of those moments where I look and see, that looks like some really bad CGR. That's really gonna stand out. Like I think it's gonna have that effect. So there's things I don't think there's anything I disliked. I've seen a lot of people dislike the robot line. I guess it didn't bug me either. But again, this is not like a movie it's not in my top 5 for excitement. Like it's not something that I'm dying to see, but I don't have that with any of the comic book movies this year. There's none of the movies that I'm like Fantastic Four, Thunderbolts, like they're all so far haven't wowed me. I'm excited to see that next F4 trailer, but this clip, like, you know, I enjoyed it, so hopefully it means I enjoyed the movie, but it wasn't the sense of like, oh man, I can't wait for Superman now. Just like, okay, this looks like it'd still be a good time, and like Chris said, we haven't seen anything of Derek Cornswet, but it's like I can't judge that. Like I won't even the trailers, right? We won't be able to judge it till we see the full movie of like him. Even though Rachel Brosnan, I'm sure she could be the best part, but we can't judge that. I think Holt's gonna be great, but it's just be a question. We know the rigmarole. Like that's why I don't get into those semantics because we know it's gonna happen. It's gonna come out and people are gonna overly defend it and overly hate on it. It really doesn't matter what us think, which I'm not trying to not people to listen to your show. I just mean in the sense that everybody that's in your chat and everybody in this room, we're seeing it. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Whatever our thoughts are, it's down to the GA. It's down to those Minecraft people watching it. So, and it doesn't, and look at Minecraft. We've talked about this last week. It doesn't matter if you're a good movie or not nowadays. It really doesn't matter. Like having a great story does not sell. Superman could be as great as The Dark Knight and it could still bomb. That's the type of way we are right now in the box office where it doesn't matter. You can make, this is one of the best sci-fi movies ever. Maybe people they didn't want to see Superman. Maybe they don't care about Superman anymore. Maybe they don't like, maybe the dog is woke. I don't know. Whatever the case is, you know. So, but you know, I liked it enough. I liked it. So I'm not like, I'm worried, but yeah.
Okay.
Where's the trailer at, by the way? The actual trailer, not the teaser.
Superman Day. Superman Day.
I imagine, right?
Superman Day, the 18th. The 18th.
And that's right with Sinners too, so they can attach it to Sinners, which I think they are hoping is going to be big, but I don't know if it's going to be. But.
That's where we're gonna finally get full on dialogue, full on plot. We're gonna get all the stuff.
It's just
I should have had. I just figured we should have had that by now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
it's only April
May,
though.
June, July.
Only April, you know.
Nah, you generally have. You usually have a full trailer because you want the premise. See, without the premise, a lot of this stuff about these clips and trailers, I can't really make a lot of. And in general, audience is going to be the same way. That's why you generally have a scheduled.
Yeah, but also
trailers.
people have short attention spans, so you know nowadays.
Yeah, but that's what continuation is for. So you get your trailer, and then you have a certain amount of trailers. You know, your first trailer, your second trailer, and your third trailer within a certain amount of time.
That's where you start getting and dipping into BBS territory, where it starts spoiling shit. You know, and other trailers too.
I do agree. You have to, and look, Gunn is usually pretty good about his trailers. Like I do expect that this second trailer is gonna give a lot, you know, and stuff. And I know people are. He already
first trailer. There's been no trailer. That's a teaser.
Yeah, no, I'm saying the second trailer, which you know, I think we're probably gonna get around Superman Day, and he already said he's finalizing it and all these types of things. So it's on the way, and I think. We're about 4 months now from that teaser, so it's probably going to be this month.
Like I said, because we haven't had a first trailer yet. You've had a teaser, but a trailer gives you dialogue, premise. Well, you know,
I wouldn't be surprised if it's playing in front of Thunderbolts. I guarantee you that a new Superman trailer will play in front of Thunderbolts at least.
That would be a good move. That would be a great move.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That movie looks like fun. I came into Comic-Con with like, I left Comic-Con with like, I'm definitely there for that.
No, Thunderbolts is going to be a silent winner, I think, for sure.
Yeah.
Paul, give me your thoughts.
Well, I mean, my thoughts are more or less in line with Phil. He and I tend to agree on most of these things. But yeah, I mean, positively, same kind of thing. I thought it was interesting that they had the fortress kind of going in underground and then coming up. It makes more sense in a modern day Earth because it's like, how does it not get spotted by satellite or tracking devices or anything like that. So it's like, okay, that's interesting. I think it's cool that like robots are there because that's been in the continuity, and yeah, as much as I don't care for Crypto, I think it's interesting that he's at least in a movie because again, something we haven't seen before. But
Yeah.
it's down to execution. I think it's adorable that James Gunn has a foster puppy and he decided to have Crypto be the same way. But personally, I like Crypto where he's Superman's actual dog. He listens to his master. He's a good
Yes,
like
stop
he's a good
bubbles.
boy.
Yes, stop bubbles.
Yeah, but he's Crypto's a good boy. Like he's supposed to help out. And it's just it makes it more questionable why he's even in the movie if he's not going to even be able to fully help Superman in that sense. I mean, so I get Superman. Like some people were complaining about the healing and stuff and the screaming. I mean, I kind of get it. I mean, I don't know. Well, they tell you, I guess they tell you how bad his injuries are. I mean, he's busted up inside. So I mean, healing does hurt. It is an excruciating process, even if the sun is healing him. I mean, and he's never. I'm assuming this Superman has never felt this level of pain in his life. If he's one that's been there since he was a baby, so it makes sense. It's probably doubly painful for him. But even that being said, again, execution. I still fucking hate the suit. I'm like Phil was well. I didn't like the banter with the robots. Yeah, I didn't like the stuff with Crypto jumping on him. I didn't think that was cool. I didn't like him being dragged to the fortress. I didn't mind the design of the fortress. I thought the symbol on the front was cool. Same thing. It's just but again, it's like it's divisive because I've been saying to my friends for a while, trying to remain unbiased as best as I can. But if you were to put a gun to my head, no pun intended, which one is Superman? Snyder's version or Gunn's? I'm like, they're both the character. It's just they're taking from different influences and different elements of the character because he's been around for almost 90 fucking years. But it's just it's not my personal cup of tea. And and I would say the needle has gone even further back for me in terms of my anticipation for the film. Now, as I told you guys, I probably will be seeing it, opening weekend because my friend is a Superman fan. I'm going to be down in Florida. We're probably going to try to make a night of it, and he's not really that excited for it either. But it's like we're fans of the character. We want to get it out of the way. We want to see it. We want to just see it that time, and then and then make our hypothesis and our review after that. But right now I'm not really sold. I'll be interested to see what they do with the next trailer and we get a better idea of the plot, even though I've tried to stay away from leaks, but it's kind of impossible with how I, scoured the internet and stuff. So I've been trying to stay away, but even then I've read too many comic books. So I kind of have ideas of like where they're probably going to go or what they're going to do. I think the most interesting thing that I've read that I think is a really weird way to go about the movie. And again, this isn't necessarily confirmed, but there's been reports supposedly that the movie is sort of following this comic book trajectory, or in a sense, All-Star, where pretty much a lot of the movie is sort of yeah. Thank you, William. It's mostly just random.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. I do the same thing, but it's basically you're mostly seeing a bunch of series of different events necessarily, as opposed to one cohesive narrative story until you get essentially to the third act. Yeah. So I don't know how to feel about that. It doesn't sound like a good idea, but I'd have to see how it gets executed to really give a full opinion on the whole thing. But right now, if they release, in my opinion, if they release this to get people more excited or whatever, I don't think it had the effect that they were hoping for. And like I said, for me and Phil, this isn't our cup of tea. I do think some kids will be excited for this and they'll go see the movie regardless, and it's going to be, it's going to be entertaining for them. But, as to its success, I really don't know. And I think more so, I think Superman has less to worry about even so much itself being sold to the public and more about Fantastic Four coming out literally the next week, right after, pretty much, right? Because it's July 11th.
Or even Jurassic Park, which
yeah,
I know could take a last night, turn and stuff, but at the same time, look, it's one of those things where it's also like kids, like you're gonna take kids to see dinosaurs and Jurassic Park. That movie's gonna make
I think
money. I think.
I think Phil has a good point with the last night trajectory. I think that is
I do too.
I think it's a good possibility, but at the
Mhm.
same time, we're at a point where kids are going to go see dinosaurs no matter what. I mean,
Right.
Dominion was garbage and it still made $1 billion. Like they're at that
And
point,
even
and
then,
now
the thing about Dominion is like we went and saw it and we hated it, but we had a few drinks and we got a few good laughs. Like we ended up laughing at it. Like
Dude,
that was if I'm being honest, most of our theater was like it was
Dude.
kind of weird.
Wait.
And that's sometimes not a terrible way to see it. Like, it sucks to see a movie that way, but at the same time, that can still be a fun experience. you know?
Exactly.
Yeah.
When I saw it, my theater was maybe like an eighth full, as opposed to
Right.
full capacity. Right.
Hmm.
When they did the shot of the T-Rex literally in the circle,
Oh, yeah, the circle.
I audibly yelled, "Oh, get fucked!" And everyone in the theater just started laughing, dude. That's how much of a fucking joke.
See,
this
I
has
think that's the
become.
thing, and they needed you to kind of do that to all kind of feel like, okay, everybody else here feels the same way. We can maybe enjoy this a little bit.
Oh God,
Yeah,
I
there's-
just have vivid memories of seeing that shot and just being like, "You've got to be fucking kidding
That was
me.
such
We
a
actually
trailer
did this?"
shot. That was and that
Right.
was actually. I think it was actually in the trailer. I think they fit it in one of the trailers. And it's such a trailer
Wow.
shot. Why put that in a movie? I'm like,
Right.
I know people clown the movie, but goddamn, I'm so glad Colin Trevorrow did not make Star Wars Episode 9.
Yeah,
oh
me
my
too.
God,
Me too.
fuck,
Yeah.
that would have been bad.
Well, again,
Well-
the version he wanted to make, he wasn't able to make anyway. Because
Well, that movie
Yeah, well,
sounded terrible too, Paul.
Yeah, I was
I'm
a
sorry.
big fan.
I know you have some likeness for Rise of Skywalker, but I at least looked at the the other version, and I don't know. I think it would have
Real or
been.
fake?
That's just
Yeah.
a version in
Look.
concept, though. You still had to get him to direct it. That's where I am.
Yeah,
like,
that's
I don't really
very-
like Rise of Skywalker, and I still think what we got probably would have been better than Dual Fates.
The
what
title
I
is
saw
too
from
on the
Dominion,
nose. Number
yeah.
one, the title is too on the nose. Number one, Kylo Ren, Ben Solo not getting any redemption. That's fucking stupid. Number two. Number three, having him fight a Force Ghost Darth Vader. That's fucking stupider. Number
Yeah.
four, having a brand new Sith Lord who apparently trained Palpatine
Oh, the
out
big
of fucking
spider or
nowhere.
whatever.
That isn't.
Yeah.
That is not fucking Plagueis.
And somehow Palpatine's teacher.
So
Return.
fucking stupid. Absolute asinine bullshit. That I'm so glad that movie never fucking
I
happened.
did like the idea,
You know what?
though,
When you put
of
it that
Ghost-
way, it makes me appreciate Rise of Skywalker just a little. I'm not gonna lie. When you put it in that context,
The one nugget from that script I did like the idea of Luke Skywalker haunting Kylo Ren the whole movie, because I like the idea of at the end of
That
Last
would've
Jedi,
been
he says,
cool.
"See you around, kid," and just that idea of he's trying to
That-
do shit. I don't know how I felt about Luke Skywalker or catching the lightsaber, like the blade. I don't know if that far.
Technically, it would be.
But I like the idea of Kylo Ren's trying to do his shit and there he is. But I still like that in Rise of Skywalker.
Oh, well,
but,
broken clock, right? Twice a day.
Yeah, well, exactly.
Yeah.
But
I
what
think
Paul, I was just gonna say quickly when you're talking about that rumored plot structure and who knows what changes, what not.
Yeah, it's hard to say. Like,
Yeah, the only thing the reason who knows how it's gonna work, but the reason I think that could be a smart idea is because I think we've talked about this so many times. Is comic book genre has been done to death, and it's
Yeah.
hard to get something that's unique. And when I heard that, I thought the same
Yeah.
thing. Like, oh, that's odd to do for a movie, but then I thought that could give it something special, something to set aside, not even the summer, just in general, right? Because even though however we're excited for Fantastic Four and Thunderbolts, we've seen a Marvel movie, we kind of know how the pacing's going to go, what's going to happen, the big third act CGI battle, the end credit, everything. So that's the one thing I'm kind of hoping that is true, because that could be something unique. Now, if it works or not, who knows? But that makes it sets it aside from, like, I can't think of a comic book movie that I don't think anything's like that, like live action. I can't think of anything that's more segments or chapters. So I think that could set it apart. And, I can't remember who brought up, but people having short attention spans, that also might not be a bad thing.
Well,
either,
the only movie that I can
divided chapters.
No. I agree. I was going to say I think the only one with chapters that I can think of where it's changing the story is basically Zack Snyder's Justice League. But that makes sense because you have to do multiple different characters and multiple different stories to have everything converge. So I get that point. But yeah, again, it's all about execution. Because again, technically, if you told me 10 years ago, oh, there's going to be a Superman movie and there's going to be a force that comes out of the ground, You're going to have crypto. You're going to have the robots there. I've been like, oh, that's interesting. I've never seen that before. But now I've seen the execution, and I'm just like, not really feeling it, So I don't know. So it depends. It depends how it comes out. And, like right now, I'm like Phil. I'm very, very skeptical. But again, I know we'll all be talking about it with the weekend it comes out, and we'll all have probably interesting opinions to share about it. And then we have to see how the general public, takes it in, basically. So go from there. But yeah. Travis, what does your shirt say?
Oh, it's just self-promotion my podcast. That's it.
Okay, it looked like the Barbie text, so I didn't know.
It is every year for our charity stream. We always do a theme.
Last year, right?
Yeah, last year was a Barbie theme. So
tie-dye and Barbie text.
So what we do is every year in November we put out a shirt you can only buy for that month, and the proceeds go to the BC Children's Hospital. So every year is a theme. I don't know what it is this year, but we've done like Lord of the Rings and X-Men. So last year was Barbie. So it's it's
Travis is a Barbie girl in a Barbie world.
That's absolutely. All. Hey, this shirt is our best selling shirt.
The way your hair was last
year. It's our best selling shirt. People liked the Barbie one. So, and who knows? Maybe we're talking about Superman. Maybe that's going to be
Bring it back.
Maybe that's going to be a big hit because Minecraft looks like that's going to be a win for them. And then if they can get Superman as a win, because that's the same thing too. Like we're talking about the success. Even when we talk about that weekend, we're not really going to know till second weekend because it could still have a massive opening, but if the second weekend plummets, then that's changing the conversation. So nowadays it is really about the second weekend, unless the opening weekend is like massive, massively bad or massively great. Yeah, if it's awful or it's like when Endgame came out, it made like $1 billion in the weekend. You're like, oh my god, like nothing's going to do that again. But I can't wait to see the reaction. What people, we still got trailers and reviews and reactions and people. It's going to be an interesting time. So.
Yeah, what's interesting about the reception of this clip, at least what I'm seeing on Twitter and everything, is obviously a lot of discourse, a lot of craziness that happens naturally. But at the same time, and then even just, watching it on the big screen with people, it's not like I saw people go cheering or something like that, but it was just kind of interesting to be like, oh, okay, this is going to be in front of like these, because there was obviously a lot of families, a lot of kids wearing their Minecraft shirts and stuff like that. And everything, and there was chuckles obviously that happened during that clip, and I was like, okay, cool. And I was gauging that, but even just online, just seeing, I think, there is the discourse. The discourse was how crypto is, and what I've seen is like, people who are that know the character go, no, that's not how crypto is. But then people go like, well, that's how my dog is. And that's how and I'm going, this is where I think James Gunn kind of shines when it comes to the animal part. And I think he was like, no, let's not do the traditional thing. I'm going to base it off of this. And I think he might actually might have nailed it. At least, we can disagree with that, of course, for 100%. But at the same time, resonating with the common person who's had this type of dog, I think actually was kind of like, oh, man, that's kind of smart. That's why I kind of looked at him, like, just to have the dog be like that, where everybody goes, I had a dog like that. So I thought that was smart. Yeah, it's not the traditional crypto, sure. But at the same time, artistic integrity. He's doing,
and not only that, if you know James Gunn and how he works those type of things, he's gonna be like it's that kind of story development where he starts like that. You're like, damn, crypto, just fucking Superman up like, and then you're gonna care about him by the end because he's gonna just develop that story.
Yeah.
So I think that's the other thing, kind of out of context, seeing that like this. That's probably first within the first 20-30 minutes of the movie. Yeah, that happens and stuff. So, and then we've already seen like a bunch of leaks that, crypto has other parts with other characters and this and that. And so, I can see that. I agree with you. That wasn't an issue because I'm like, all right, that's going to be part of the development of the crypto character.
For sure. And then, of course, the Sun thing was like a big, heavy debate. And when I saw it, I went, oh, okay, this is an interesting way to do it. He's getting a heavily concentrated super zap of that to heal up pretty quickly. His internal organs are damaged. His bones are fractured. So when it hits, I said the comparison, imagine like when you get your shoulder popped out of the socket and then, you pop it back in, you get that burst of, and then you're fine. I kind of like deemed it like that, and I'm like, well, that's an interesting concept to look at it like that. It shows Superman vulnerable. He's not. It's not just blah blah. He's just taking it and just like It's not like soothing that he's taking in the light. It's like no, this is like. The robots are going, oh, we need to like get to him right now. If we don't zap him right now, like, clear, he's going to fucking be suffering. Let's zap him really quickly. And yeah, I can understand why there's a discourse on that 100%. Sure. 100%. But I understood what he was going for. Sure. People are not going to like that 100%. But at the same time, I do like the fact that it went to the point where like the Fortress of Solitude shifted to do that whole, we're going to make a magnifying glass of beam to get that sun just right. I think a lot of people can agree, because I think everybody's kind of going, Fortress of Solitude looks cool. And the fact that it shifts like that is also a cool concept. Yeah, maybe people don't like the concept of him getting zapped with a heavy, 292 times the fucking normal beam of light into him. My whole thing, I actually was thinking about this today. I'm like, if they really wanted to be really technical, they should have just took off his fucking suit and had his bare skin be exposed to the whole thing.
We know what Dave wants to see.
Yeah, I want nudity, baby. I want fucking. Let's see those.
Imagine that a month from now, Superman gets.
What are we doing here? You got you worked
R.
out for nothing. Let's see you get a tan. You're pretty pale. I'm just saying.
See, that kind of discourse didn't really bother me, but the one that just made me I'm not going to engage anymore on this was Superman is back bullshit. Finally a hopeful Superman bullshit.
Everybody says
I want to rip the fucking earlobes off of people. It just bothers me. Here's the thing.
Where was he?
There is no such thing as a bad Superman story when you're telling.
No.
He's one of a handful of characters. There are other characters to where you can really drift away from what the core of the character is. Superman is an idea. Superman is an idea. It's an abstract idea. I don't know what these people are watching when they say hope and color and all this. What have you been watching? What have you been reading? Every Superman story I've seen, Superman has been put through it to get to it. All right. Superman 2, the one that they always revere and like, oh, it needs to be more like. He spent 75% of that movie moping around. He gives up his powers. He beats the hell out of a truck driver with his powers. He murders 3 Kryptonians. I mean, exactly. That's fine. But every Superman
Super murders people? What?
Yeah, he does it in the comic. Hey, newsflash, he kills those same Kryptonians in the comics too, including one of them who tries to come on to him sexually, by the way. Nobody forgets about that. But every Superman story of everyone, they take their own route to get there. And it seems like every time we have one of these movies, people are projecting what the success they want for this movie to be, to basically use it as a baseball bat against any other version of him. And I don't think there's no wrong way to tell a Superman story. There really is.
But everybody has their own way. Like, I mean, I need to have that clip of Zach on Rogan talking about how this stuff is religion, because I constantly, every time something comes out, and I've said it to people, like when I'm going through my mentions and seeing the fucking madness that's happening, and sometimes I'm engaging with it, and I just go like, it's religion. Everybody just they don't. There's gonna be people that are gonna get like, that are gonna say this is the best thing ever, and there's gonna be people that say it's the worst thing ever. I mean, I saw somebody today said, "Oh, this is an insult to Superman. This is all this is all that," and I'm going, "No, it's not. It's just another version. You just don't like it.
Your gatekeeping is showing."
If I'm being honest, that's my whole thing. Is that it doesn't seem to be any rational. Besides here, there's a lot of rational discussion here, but like on the internet, it's like, okay, it's either the best thing ever or the worst thing. And I feel like, all of us,
that's the internet.
But I feel like all of us, like in having a conversation, we all made good points and what was good, what was bad, what we didn't like, what we agreed with. Like, it's not the greatest thing ever. It's not the worst thing ever. It's just kind of right there in between. And I think that's what, and a lot of rational people kind of understood. But
and that's funny. And what's funny too is like one of the things I was thinking about today and yesterday too, and when going through all this discourse and everything, is, you know, I what I love about, you know, that term artistic integrity is the fact that you allow, you know, I mean, look what happened when it came to Bryan Singer coming in and doing Superman. It was a rehash. It was a complete rehash. Yeah. And when you watch that, it's like, yeah, you can enjoy Superman Returns fine, but at the same time, they were just so banking on Reeve.
Let's continue the Christopher Reeve.
Yeah, but they were trying to modernize that. And then Zach comes in and goes, well, I'm going to not do anything like that. I'm going to fucking make him like heavy metal kind of thing. And of course, that was polarizing. There was a discourse when it came to that. And then, of course, when all that played out, and then you got Gunn coming in and going, well, I'm going to do it like this. I'm going to kind of make it like, maybe I'll make it alternative rock or something like that. And that's the way I've always kind of approached it, at least comparing it to music genres. And yeah, I'm going to try to do this and try to like make it more like, okay, this is going to be more Silver Age. It's going to be more Superman, the animated series. I'm going to incorporate All-Star Superman. And again, not everybody's going to like those aspects, but I'm also going to be like, okay, yeah, we're going to zap Superman with a beam of fucking heavy UV ray, and it's gonna hurt, and it's gonna do this. And some people are gonna be like, that's fucking stupid. But then some people are gonna be like, well, it just means this. And then those people are going to be like, well, you're fucking stupid. And it's just always going to be like that. And then 2025, let's face it, there's just going to be a madness.
There's going to be a
madness. But nobody's wrong. Nobody's wrong is what I'm kind of saying.
No, they're all wrong. They're all wrong except for you. That's it.
Well, they harken to a Superman that doesn't exist. That's what kills me. I had some guy on some kind of thing I got out of that told me I didn't know anything about Superman. I chuckled. But here's the thing, though. They're hearkening to a Superman that has never existed. This fluffy, stuffed animal Superman that jumps out of the womb and is happy and smiles all the time and doesn't go anything. That Superman has never existed on any level.
You have to see Corn Sweat smile too, by the way.
Yeah, he's getting his ass kicked. He's bleeding. He's getting stuff thrown at him. So these guys who've created this vision of Superman in their head that they used to throw at everybody, where did they get it from? I don't see it in this clip. I don't see it in the teaser. I don't see it in anything James Gunn's ever done.
If I'm being honest, I can kind of give a little perspective on that because I'm a newer Superman fan. I was not a fan because the only thing up until Snyder in the Snyder films, I'd only read All-Star Superman. And that was the big, like, Boy Scout, and that's where I was like, I don't really care.
Wow.
I gravitated towards the animated series, Superman, for sure.
By the way, this is great. This is great, but it's deep. It's not,
Quietly, he's a great artist, and I would also say Grant Morrison's an even greater writer. So they're a powerhouse team too. So.
It just wasn't for me and stuff. But then I asked people like, what are some other I had asked Phil. I had asked I think even William and other people like some other friends like, what are other Superman stories? And I kind of learned and did my research and that type of thing. And that's where I grew to love Superman a bit more because I came from that mindset of like he's the most powerful DC character. Why should I care? Blah blah blah. And I got to see some other stories that made me care and stuff. Even with Man of Steel, I love that was the beauty of it. He incorporated parts of the animated series, parts of the comics, parts of, little things like he respected everything but did his own thing. And that's what I want for a Gunn. At the same time, like it definitely feels he's gravitating more towards that animated universe.
He's gravitating toward JLI, which is like I
personally like. That's for me, and I get that's for, but I also get that's not for everybody. So
yeah, but I can respect that. That's fine. That's okay. That's just like a different artist or a different writer coming onto my favorite book. They're gonna take their interpretations, and it's up to me as a customer to buy into it. But I literally had to mute the word hopeful a couple of weeks ago because I'm like, everybody who used that word, I'm like, do you even know what the Reddit? Do you even know how are you saying that? What are you watching? Because, like I said, and every version of Superman I've seen, John Byrne had the fucking Kryptonians literally say they were going to vaporize the atmosphere off the Earth just as a joke, and he lets them die. he let you. Do you see the scene where he just walks away from him saying, "Huh, I had no other choice." You know, Superman just walks away, goes about his day.
That was my thing too. Maybe
coming
from the animated series where they established pretty well where it's like, yeah, Superman doesn't hurt humans. Non-humans and people that can stand up to him, he will smash them into the fucking ground.
He made the right decision. He made the right decision because they said, we're not going to stop. You're going to have to kill us. And he says, okay. Goes into his little locker, gets some kryptonite, lets them die, radiation poison.
I think even in the animated series, there's multiple times where he kills parademons. I think there's even
right.
Oh yeah.
As long as it's not a human that can't stand up to him, Homeboy is gonna.
Hold on.
No,
Dave,
they're fine. They're totally fine. He slams them against the wall really hard. They get up and walk it away.
Like when it comes to rewatching it, a lot of people end up in the Metropolis river. A lot of things end up in there. That's the thing. Like they made that river, and Scott and I make a joke about it all the time because there are things just get thrown because obviously you want to not make destruction or kill people. People and things just end up in that fucking river that's going through Metropolis.
The favorite discourse that I had, again, I'm not arguing with people online, but the one that I saw particularly, because again, I love the animated series. I think it, I told you guys multiple times I love the DC animated universe, but if you guys remember, because they were incorporating, Jimmy Olsen and the New Gods stuff from the 70s, incorporated heavily into that, and by the end of the series, Darkseid succeeds in making Superman his pawn. Kind of very similar in a way to what that alternate reality was in Zack Snyder's stuff, which I think is funny.
Right.
But again, different type of story, different type of thing, and then Superman, gets unbrainwashed and then fights Darkseid and all this other stuff that happens. But
not only does he fight Darkseid, Paul, he smacks Darkseid through a fuck ton of buildings in broad fucking
no.
daylight.
That's Justice League in Superman animated.
Yeah.
That is,
I mean, granted, that ending is also good because he literally basically dethrones him, throws him at the feet of the people of Apocalypse, but they're so brainwashed and so done in, they lift him up and bring him back into his castle. And then he says, I'm many things, Kella, but here I am God. I mean, again, how badass can you get for fucking a villain like that? But But again, the animated series played with so many adult themes while still catering to a younger audience, but it was an all around all ages show, and all of them were basically. But no, I mean, to Austin's point, it's like I said, if you're into this movie, if you're into the new Superman, I'm not going to stop you from going to go watch it. I just personally think that I think most people right now are just kind of mixed. I mean, some people are coming at me and saying that it's more positive and it's trending very well, and I'm like, no, listen.
Well, it is.
Yeah, I mean, interaction with it, I'm not disputing
crazy.
that. Yeah, I mean, it's very well, it's tracking very well in terms of everyone knows that this movie's coming out. There's no question in my mind that everyone is aware of this movie, but what will the reception be when it gets there? What's the box office going to be? Mm-hmm. That's what Warner Brothers and Zaslav is really going to give a shit about, because at the end of the day, again, it's just what people's tastes are, and it's true to Superman, but it's more or less what people are gonna gravitate toward. What they're gonna are they gonna be more like me and Phil, or are they gonna be more like the general audience seems to be more receptive to it, or are they gonna be in the middle where it's just kind of it didn't move me this way, it didn't move me really that way. It's just kind of
Give me lanterns.
Yeah, everybody. Lantern's going to be popular for sure because I think
I'm
a lot
only
of
excited.
Shows.
I'm only excited for Lanterns. Not and again, it's not because it's just Hal Jordan and Jon Stewart. I'm only really excited for it because I was such a huge fan of the Watchmen TV show, and that same guy is behind it.
Damon Lindelof. My God.
Yeah. So if Lindelof is behind Lanterns, I have some.
It's Lindelof and Tom King.
That's the two people on this earth. That's kind
of my thing. It's like you got the guy and the TV show guy and the comic guy.
Wait, you're saying the two guys on the planet what?
A couple weeks before they had named them, and I was talking to Brad. I'm like, they were asking me if who would you want to see do Lantern, and those are the two I named. So the two guys on the Earth that I wanted involved in this project got picked for this project, and I'm there, man. Listen, like I said, if you need me to lie about Superman in order to be the company to be like, well, you don't seem interested, we're not going to go. No, it's great. It's the greatest thing since they split the atom. Get me to Lantern. I'm gonna have this shirt. My shirt's gonna say, "Just get me the lanterns." All right, that's all I ask of you at this point, DCU. You have my devotion if you can get me the lanterns.
Well, thankfully
The thing
for
is, they're
you,
already so
William,
far. So even
Yeah,
if Superman bombs, they're going to retweak it.
They've already
I don't trust
said- they've
David.
already
David-
said
no.
Superman
David
bombs.
David Zassoff cuts shit that's done. Don't that motherfucker. He'll cut shit that's like in the
Well, no.
can.
Attacks right off his
Don't
signature away.
Yeah, no, you're probably not wrong though.
If I remember correctly, though, Gunn was the one that said that if Superman bombs, we're sticking to TV. Lanterns will still happen because TV has
Everything will still happen. Those
Well,
Superman will still happen.
Things will still happen.
Yeah, you guys. I believe
has
what you.
never
Listen,
so
I
far.
hope you all are right. I don't trust Dr. Z right now because he
that's
just
fair.
let me
I don't think anyone trusts him.
let me put my hands on the remote, and when it's on my screen,
Yeah.
and I got my magical device here, and I can push play, then I'll believe it. But man, if he takes that away from me, fuck Warner Brothers.
I think if we get to a world where Superman bombs,
It's not
anything is
gonna
on the table.
bomb.
But I'm just saying,
Yeah.
let's say it could happen, right? If that
Yeah.
happens, anything's on the table for not coming out now in the future because they
I
could pull that
think-
ripcord super fast if they wanted to. So
I think absolute worst case scenario, Superman fucking bombs at the box office. Okay, absolute worst case scenario, James Gunn and Peter Safran get the fucking boot. They get replaced
about it.
easily.
Right.
Because there's no way that DC Studios goes the fuck away the way DC Films does.
But do you think there will be a break in a cinematic
I think
thing
that
because of that?
I think that the minute James Gunn and Peter Safran depart, whoever comes in, they have the hardest job in Hollywood.
Oh yeah.
Without fucking
Because
because as it stands right now,
You're
because as it stands
100%
right now, James Gunn and Peter Safran have the hardest job in Hollywood.
yeah, and
They
I feel
really
like
do.
they would. I feel like they would call it. Let's say this happens, they replace.
And they just start throwing shit.
I don't think a universe thing happens anymore. DC.
Yeah,
I think
no,
they
I
go
think it
back
lights
to
it
just
I don't either.
Yeah,
I think
they
solo
stick to
films, see
separate
what happens.
stories.
If Superman
Yeah.
bombs, it's full steam ahead with Batman Part 2. Straight up. Like whether or
Oh,
not
yeah.
Matt Reeves comes in and directs it or not,
Yeah.
full steam ahead making that sequel. Straight up.
Yep.
But
I don't
as
think
far
the
as, like,
movie's gonna bomb. I don't think the movie's gonna bomb.
No.
But if
I don't
it
either.
does,
Either,
I think,
no.
I think they will license
Worst
them.
case
I
scenario thing.
think they will maintain the distribution. I will think they will maintain ownership of the IP, but it will be a bidding war for other companies to take
Yes.
certain characters and do what they want to do.
They would
But I
sell
think-
off
I think
certain
at the very
movies,
least, DC Studios would be sold off as its own thing. Because
Entity,
right, because
Yeah, I mean,
people are
as-
theorizing that David Zaslav is cleaning up house just to sell it anyway.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I mean, DC Studios as a brand or as a whole, or all the DC characters will either be, either again, William will be licensed off to do everyone their own thing and see what you want, or sell it to the highest bidder like Universal or Netflix or something like that. I think Universal would benefit the most. Personally.
great. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
Amazon, MCM, but I'm thinking
Amazon,
650. 650 up
Oh,
for this
God,
one.
Apple.
650 million up.
I don't want it.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, they can afford it.
Oh yeah, Apple.
Yeah.
In their sleep, they could go get the
Yeah.
Batman.
Apple and
Like,
Amazon easily,
yeah,
Yeah,
and you'd get
no
it
doubt.
everywhere. No, I don't think it's gonna bomb. I'm just saying you never know. The box office it's crazy. I think since COVID, it's been very hard to predict a lot of things, and I agree with. To me, I think its cap is around 700, and I think that's a win.
Which
I
is
think
great.
Yeah,
Which
that
is a win for them.
fantastic.
by
I'll
the
say
way.
this: James Gunn has the box office in his favor more than he
does.
does not, because the only comic book film he made that did not do well at the box office suffered due to COVID, and it also had the backing of being a day-and-date release on HBO Max. So whatever it made monetarily on HBO Max, we will never be privy to those numbers unless someone at Warner Brothers is feeling frisky and decides to leak them. But it's never going to happen. That's just a fucking hard truth. Unless, there's
We're talking
some
about
kind
worst
of-
case scenario. Yeah.
Yeah,
right. But as it stands, the public, minus the Snyder cultists who fucking hate his guts for whatever fucking reason, like the box office is in his favor as a storyteller. I will give him that. And Superman being one of the most popular characters in DC, it has that going for it too. If we are to believe what has been said in terms of the new trailer being the most viewed trailer in Warner Brothers history, then I would say that the box office will be favorable. as far as like Travis mentioned, the first week. It's the second week that is really going to determine whether or not this thing is successful. But hey, you know, we don't even know what the budget of this movie is, and frankly, I'm gonna ballpark it at most $200 million.
Yeah,
minimum.
That's about it. But
Minimum.
I think Fantastic Four helps this movie, though.
I think both Jurassic World and
I think F4 is
Yeah.
good. I think
I
F4
think-
will be good, but if F4 sucks, I don't think it helps it. If it's a shitty comic
It
book
won't.
movie,
Well,
I don't think it will be,
by the
but-
time we, by
I
the
think
time
it'll
we
be
know
different.
F4 is sucking, though, they probably
F4's not gonna say.
At the same time, like I do feel like kind of like these are all IPs that are you bring the family, you can take everybody, you can go with your friends, you can do like, oh, you like the Jurassic, you like Superman, you like Fantastic Four, okay, let's all go see the new thing. Like,
and it's in the dead center of summer too. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, everybody's free. Everybody's like, so I think that's gonna be the thing is that like I know one of them's gonna win. Obviously, one of them's gonna do better than the rest and all of that. But like, I do kind of see this as like not necessarily the same, but as a Barbie or Barbie, whatever, fucking
Barbenheimer.
Yeah. I see it as something where both succeed, where everybody succeeds. I don't.
And this
think,
is where,
I think the only one that really has to worry is, to that Phil point, is Jurassic World but at the same time, again, dinosaurs. So
this is where I wish they would have advertised it. Wherever Fantastic Four went, I think DC should have had something there with Superman, simply because if you're having a comic book conversation, it's get in on it. You know what I mean? And I think rising tide raises all ships. And I think that movie being in the vicinity of another, because when you walk out of the dinosaur movie, you're going to see this big red S, and you're going to see that big blue Ford. And right now, you're mentally start making your plans to come back, especially if you feel good about Jurassic Park. And same thing when it comes to these other movies. The vicinity of July, I think Superman is going to benefit the most out of those three. Now, the question is not whether it makes a lot of money, because I think it can. It's what does David Zaslav and the hedge fund people see as success? That's the scary part of it. Because to me, $700 million, James Gunn should get an ironclad contract for as long as he wants to stay there. Given what the brand damage has been for the last 7 years, if he comes through and does bottom floor is 450, but if he gets upwards of 650, higher than that, he should have a contract that says until I fucking want to go. That's where he should be at. Now. But the scary thing about this is, like I said, I don't think David Zaslav is attached in that manner, and I'm worried about the conversation that he had with the people who hold the real power in Warner Brothers DC, and that's the stockholders. So what are their expectations? Our geek expectations are one thing. We're reasonable. What are the people with the gold, the gold wheels on their golf cart? What are they expecting?
The people who are drinking scotch on the,
exactly. So because it may not even be up to us nerds. It could be up to some guy on a yacht right now.
Which is what sucks about this whole thing. But yeah, and that's nicely put. I mean, yeah, Superman is not. There's no way that this. The way that I looked at it, what I was seeing, it seemed like it might not have moved the needle for people here. I mean, for me, I just. Like I said, I like the crypto stuff. I like what Fortress of Solitude looked like. I was not all about that gag with the robot. Sure, I understood what he was going for. I was like, okay, different when it comes to Superman being vulnerable and getting hit with a beam of light, which should not affect him like that, but it did. And I'm going, okay, interesting. Like I said, of course, I would be like, go farther, rip off that costume, show his bare chest, but it's still going to be family, whatever. Zack Snyder would have done it. Anyways, just kidding. That was a joke. Zack Snyder would have showed the nudity.
It's going to get clipped.
I know. Hey, why not? I'm all for it. I'm just saying. I'm just like going, hey, that's what Zack would have done. He would have been like, yeah, man, we got to show. He's all about like, show that shit. Anyways, but I'm just saying what I'm seeing online is going, okay, it moved the needle for a lot of people. Just reaction. It did. Cool. But at the same time, you got to show up to the movie theater still. That's the thing.
Seeing a trailer is free. It's free to click on a trailer.
Yeah.
Right.
But you still got to show up to the movie theater. But again, I was wrong about Minecraft. I thought when I first saw the trailer for Minecraft, I'm like, this is going to be a disaster.
10 million that movie made on the movie.
almost 11 million.
Oh,
It
yeah.
made 1.66 million.
Well, again, kids.
Yeah.
You think adults are going to see the besides Dave, the Minecraft movie?
Yeah, 40-year-old man. A 40-year-old man went to go see
the
it.
Minecraft movie.
Who has never played the game.
Exactly. Like, they're going because the kids are saying, like, you know how many kids play Minecraft, or like even my generation, like Minecraft came out around my generation. Like, they're probably all going to see. I would even see the damn movie, as much as it doesn't look appealing. I'm
Jason Momoa is having fun again. So
I'm interested in the lore,
and he's
like,
funny.
That's my
I'm not
thing.
gonna lie. I'm just saying, Jack Black and Jason Momoa are having the time of their lives. And yes, I know Jason Momoa looks ridiculous. It's literally explained in the first 2 minutes of the movie of why he looks like that. And I'm going, okay, thank you, because that was like I was like, why does his hair look like that? Why is he dressed like that? They explain it right at the beginning. So, so it kind of works. And again, you have to remember, it's a director from Napoleon Dynamite and Nacho Libre.
And
so,
not only that,
ouch.
There's a thing with video game movies where it's like, okay, just because the critics didn't get it, I think it has like what a 50%.
It was like 50 something.
Yeah. Super Mario Brothers, the movie also has like a 58%.
Yeah,
or something
it didn't
like
get
that.
it either.
And guess who loves it? The people, the fans, like they're.
Oh yeah, they
aren't going to hit.
It's like at 84%, the fan score or whatever.
Right. These movies are meant for like the critics to come out and go like, oh, let's tear this apart. Like, that's just not that type of movie.
And it doesn't matter really.
Yeah.
You know, like
Cinema Score needs to stop. Cinema Score needs to end today. I'm tired of Cinema Score, dude.
What are you gonna say, Paul? Paul, what are you gonna say?
No, I was gonna say I personally like the Super Mario Brothers.
I love that movie.
I thought it was great.
I think love is a strong word, but I had very good emotions with it.
Yeah.
No. I mean, in the sense of like,
I totally agree with that. No.
I'm saying it as a grown man, but I grew up on Super Mario 64. Like, I love Mario. Like, so, I think I understand critics' issues with it, because between Barbie and Lego Movie and those types of films, I think from this weird IP, they were expecting something a little bit deeper. Me personally, I just wanted to see Mario fight Bowser and either help Luigi or help Peach. And he did those things. That, for me, that's what I wanted out of the movie. That's what I got out of it. And even Chris Pratt's voice couldn't ruin that for me in the film. So, and Seth Rogen, his banter was actually pretty good in the movie with him being Donkey Kong. So
it wasn't bad.
So,
it wasn't bad.
Yeah. So, but I understand some criticisms with that movie. I think that they should have stuck more to the classical Mario music and use less needle drops. I think that would have been fine, more or less, if they had gone that route, and maybe like a few more like good jokes in there, because there was some good jokes, but I would have liked a little bit more better comedic writing for both kids and the adults. I feel it was mostly geared towards kids. That was my issue as an adult watching it. But actually, speaking of Super Mario, another thing to show off. I got this recently for Mario Day.
Oh, look at you! You got the original movie. Look at that. Solo. Look at that.
Yeah.
That's cool. Yeah.
This has also.
I saw you post that. I saw you post that on Instagram.
Yeah. So this company called Umbrella Entertainment in Australia did this whole thing basically, where they it's a cult fan base, and I grew up watching the movie, and I know it's not anywhere really close to the games, but for me it's a fun, creative, stupid movie, and I loved it as a kid. So I have a fondness for it. It's one of those great guilty pleasures. But I'm not going to stand here and say that it's a cinematic achievement. It's literally held up by it's literally held by Bob Hoskins, John Leguizamo, and Dennis Hopper. Those literally are the backbone of that movie, and also those really cool devices with the shoes that they wear that allow them to actually do the jumping. But it's like
those shoes. Trust me, me and my brother watched that movie so much when we were kids, because we just loved the game, and we're like, this is the closest thing we're gonna get to something. I mean, there was a cartoon that was also out during that time too, but I know Chris and Paul, you said you guys probably gotta check out after this whole Superman, this whole intense Superman talk, even though it wasn't really intense at all. I think we all just have
we're rational people.
Yeah, we all
Professional
didn't like.
fans.
We didn't think it was the greatest thing ever, and we had our little gripes about it. But we didn't also completely shit on it. So there you go. How about that? A crazy discussion like that. All right, Chris, what do you got to promote?
Yep. As always, thanks for having me on. Always good seeing everyone on Friday night. So, yeah, you can catch me on all the socials at Chris Balga. You can catch me every Thursday night at 9:10 Eastern Standard Time on the Geekverse Podcast YouTube channel for Marvel Alliance. This week we broke down the recent episode of Daredevil Born Again and talked about some Sony confirmation, some scratching of our heads on some things with what they're doing. But yeah, check that out. And then, as always, on Saturday afternoons, Brave and the Boys channel, the Organic Price Books Weekly Buyer's Guide. So I will see you all next week.
All right. Thanks, Chris.
Man, always good seeing you.
Appreciate you.
Bye.
All right, Chris.
All right, Paul, go ahead and check yourself out.
Yeah. Thanks.
Oh wow,
That's kind of weird. That sounded very.
Yeah, you're like, get the fuck out of here.
Look in the mirror and check yourself out.
This and the whole Superman. Wanting the top.
Come on my stream and say all these things. No, as you know, I don't have anything to promote. I'm just me.
Yeah.
I will be in Florida for the summer after Memorial Day weekend. So if the background changes, that'll be why. Other than that, I'm just working on my house, figuring some stuff out, reorganizing, watching ridiculous guilty pleasure schlock. And and again, if you guys need to find me, I'm at pmickey1988 on Blue Sky and Instagram, and at Paul Panhook on Vero and stuff. And I should say, rest in peace, Val Kilmer. I thought it was really funny that I watched Batman Forever only like a month ago, and I think that was, what's the word, serendipitous or whatever you want to call it. Yeah, but he was more than Batman. He was a terrific, great actor, and I wish he'd gotten an Oscar before he died. But
I wish you'd stick around for the Val Kilmer sticker.
All right, well, dude, I'm exhausted. It's like 1:30 in the morning.
Fine. We talked too much about other stuff, but yeah.
No, you guys are fine. I came on late too. So, but no, Val Kilmer's great. You guys are always fun to talk to. It's always a pleasure talking to all of you, and you guys know where to hit me up if you ever want to talk on the side. So
thanks, Paul. Always great talking to you, man.
Have a good night, Paul.
Yeah. Same, guys. Thanks, Will. All right, bye, guys.
Yeah, have a nice night.
See you later. Yeah, man. So yeah, I mean, when it comes to the Superman,
he didn't thank the rest of us. He thanked just William.
Oh, jeez! How dare he?
It's that comic book nerd on nerd thing.
Yeah,
man.
exactly.
He knows what's up.
He just wants free shit from you. I guarantee it. No.
I got tons of free shit here to give away. I got t-shirts from Megan 1.0, and we're about to get more from Megan 2.0.
This man keeps offering me a poster that, like, once I get some time to go down.
Dude, I'm telling you, if I lived in Vegas, I would have so much merch from this fucker over here.
I feel better. I feel better about you, Austin. I might just give this to somebody else, which you solved the problem.
Listen,
you solved the problem. You took the postage stamp off and you moved it to the side and you put up a poster that I've given you, and I'm proud of that. I'm proud of that Oppenheimer poster.
I might switch that Oppenheimer poster out for that Dune one because I do love me some Dune.
And I got to listen, Dave. When you come down, bring a poster tube with you because I got all 3 versions of Oppenheimer. I got Dune Part 1. I got Dune because they give us like 500 of these things to hand out. And even at our screenings, dude, the theater can only fit maximum.
Do you have
400.
a smaller one of Oppenheimer that I can put up a Dune one and put up a small one of Oppenheimer?
I'm not going to give it to you just because you're going to do that.
Just so I can switch them out on different weeks and stuff. Like,
I think I have. I know I have the smaller Dune ones, and I have the each character ones. So each character of Dune, I actually have an individual poster for. They went all out for Dune. Like I said, Warner Brothers, when they want to promote something, they find the money, and they were no less broker than they were now. So they found the money. The people who lend you the money to make these movies want to safeguard their investment. So Legendary, Warner Brothers didn't pay anything for this shit. This is all Legendary's money. Why? Because Legendary gets their money back plus interest, so they want to safeguard. So when I hear about, well, they can't do this because they don't have the money, somebody's got the cash. They chose the strategy, which, hey, I hope it works out for them. But yeah, I got all kinds of stuff. I got shirts. I got The Shape of Water. I still got long sleeve shirts from The Shape of Water.
Shape of Water.
From like 8 years ago.
Hey, listen, that's a fantastic movie.
Yeah. I got the egg. I got the egg. Where's the egg? I had the egg. Her egg timer.
Oh my God.
Here.
That's so funny. He's gonna show us the egg timer.
It's like
That's
Mr.
great.
Emporium One Rooms, whatever he's got back there.
Yeah, I know.
That's a bunch of shit. So.
No, I mean, I think this could. Oh, there it is. You got it. Look at that. Jeez.
Now, this is not kid friendly, obviously, because if you saw The Shape of Water, you know,
Yeah, of course.
you know what you use this for. But yeah, we gave away these egg timers back when that movie came out.
That's so funny. Like I
Interesting.
said, if I lived in Vegas, I'd be like, I'd have so much merch probably just from you.
I offer you to come out. And just
I know. I'll make it.
Spider-Verse. Some Spider-Verse keychains. Got Spider-Verse.
Oh yeah, how are we feeling about the whole Beyond the Spider-Verse coming out in 2027?
That's the thing I don't like about it. I understand why, but I needed this movie. I needed this movie last year. I
It was supposed to
love
be out last year.
It was supposed to be a lot.
That reveal just solidified my impatience and disappointment with the Warner Brothers panel. Anyway,
Yeah.
no, the pictures were cool. The release date was nice. It was finally nice to finally get something for that. I'm excited for that movie. I mean, I gotta be honest. Like Sony kind of really put me on my ass with their stuff. I mean, the Karate Kid Legends trailer looks really good. Spider-Man Brand New Day. I'm game for that. I'm reading the book right now, literally.
Yeah.
The fucking book right here.
Yeah.
And you know, I can't wait to see Spider-Verse come to an end. It doesn't shock me that they would you know, throw it the year after Spider-Man Brand New Day. They kind of want, you know, their cake and eat it too. I'm sure they didn't want like a conflicting date. They probably could have had it ready by 2026, but you know.
But it just kind of makes you think about those rumors that they kind of scrapped some of the story and were like, because it seemed like they had a
bullshit from Jeff Snyder. Yeah,
I know, but that's the thing. It's where it's from.
How much
you
is
know?
it?
But at the same time,
it's tough because they came out that same week. Like, there's no issues. We're right on track. But it's like,
Remember when those
I
guys
don't
were
know,
supposed to be
now
leaving?
we're 3 years later.
yeah, I remember that rumor too.
Or Miller were leaving, and I'm like, bullshit. And then they came out and had to actually get online and say that was bullshit, because as long as those two are running that franchise, I trust whatever would happen with those guys. I really want those guys. Wherever I see Miles Morales, I want to see those two people with it. Wherever it goes.
So the strikes prevented them from recording or doing anything or rewriting anything too. So
yeah, there's a lot of things. There are a lot of factors. It's fine. You know, it's whatever, because I mean, no matter what, I'm there because the two other movies are so fantastic.
absolutely.
And they're going to be utilizing newer animation, you know, technology and stuff. And that's what's kind of interesting too. We're in that spot where technology is going to be used. I mean, one of the things, you know, I didn't say this was one of the talking points, but I mean, obviously we know that that Christopher Nolan's using brand new IMAX technology, and I'm going, okay, what other movies are going to be utilizing? And we actually see, if you see some of those Odyssey set photos, you see these giant IMAX cameras that are bigger than any other IMAX cameras that we've seen. So it's just kind of crazy. Like, okay, what is that going to look like on an IMAX screen? And I'm going, oh wait, Zach, we're going back to Zach. He just confirmed that he's going to be doing this UFC movie that's going to be backed by the UFC and by somebody else who has a lot of money, and they're probably going to be utilizing that kind of stuff too. And you just kind of go, whoa, we're going to be getting some just crazy looking movies where, and I said it earlier this week, and I went, I would not be surprised if they premiere this thing in the Las Vegas Sphere. Could you imagine that?
Oh, I would be there for that. I can't afford
watching a movie on like half a dome. Like, what the fuck? That's going to be.
Well, they just announced literally today that they are kind of enhancing and using Sphere technology, all that to put out the Wizard of Oz.
See,
as a Sphere experience.
Yeah. So, I would not be surprised if the premiere for Brawler, Zack Snyder's film, which will probably come out, who knows, they haven't had a release date yet, but I would not be surprised. It probably will come out, I mean, obviously, you know, late next year, maybe it'll be 2027. I don't know. They might take their time on it, and they should, because this could be Zack Snyder's biggest movie. Sure. It would be bigger than the DC stuff, because UFC is just so universally like huge around the world. This is not people in tights and gods and all this stuff. Yeah, fun. Everybody, you know, people love that stuff. But this is the UFC. You're going to do a UFC movie. I mean, this could be essentially his biggest movie of his career.
Oh, yeah.
And people
And
don't
I think
realize
the
that.
excitement for me is that like he's going back to theatrical. So like you said, he's going to get to use IMAX cameras or do certain things. If it's the Sphere, then they have certain cameras for that they
Yeah,
use.
well, like that, well, like what I was saying, like whatever Christopher Nolan's using for the Odyssey, Zach's probably going to use that same fucking technology. I wouldn't be surprised. So that's cool. But hey, let's I mean, we can round up this stream by let's talk about some Val Kilmer, man. You know, let's reminisce. I mean, we lost an icon. Crazy. I mean, you know, I talked about it. It was like what, Tuesday, right?
It was Tuesday. Yeah.
Tuesday. And I remember I just laid down on my bed and I was talking with my friend and I had my, you know, I was just kind of going like, all right, I'm gonna drift off to sleep, and then I just happened to look, and of course I got tagged on things, and then all of a sudden I see it. I was like, shit. And it was just one of those where I went shit, and I put my phone down. I went, fuck. I'm like, no. And then I scrolled more, saw more reports, and I'm like, God damn it. I'm like, all right. My first thing was like, I'm not going to just do, you know, quote tweet one of these and just put, you know, rest in peace legend or something like that. Because, you know, sometimes it's like when celebrities die, it's like, oh yeah, that sucks. But when you have somebody who you've been watching this person, he's played so many characters, you've watched the movies over and over and over again with somebody like Val Kilmer, you go, this just hits differently. So that's where I was like, all right, I'm gonna like find my favorite roles of his. I mean, which is very hard to do because the dude's been in so much shit. And so I was like, oh, okay. I picked Real Genius. I picked Doc Holliday, Tombstone. I picked him as Bruce Wayne, not as Batman, because I've always said in Batman Forever, his Bruce Wayne is superior to his Batman. And I think
he's still great as Batman.
Huh?
Sorry, he's still great as Batman. Sorry,
he still is. I'm not saying it's not bad. I just say that his Bruce Wayne is superior, and it's one of the best Bruce Waynes, just because of what he does in that movie.
He's a better Bruce Wayne than Keaton was.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
And I know people were like laughing me. I'm like, fuck off. He's a better Bruce Wayne. Hell, he's up there with Bale. You know, maybe even sometimes. I don't know. Bale, maybe just because there was a lot. Nolan, and anyways. And then of course I picked that last shot of him in Top Gun Maverick because, you know, and it was just kind of like, man, I was like, I got choked up even just finding those pictures and then posting it. And then of course I was talking to my friend, all of a sudden, did you just hear? And I was like, yep. And it was just one of those like, God damn. And then my mom texts me, Mom, a film junkie, goes, Val Kilmer just died. I was like, yeah. And yeah, it was just crazy because I started thinking about all the movies and I went, Jesus Christ, this guy was in so many goddamn movies. I mean, the first movie obviously that I saw him in was Top Gun. I think a lot of people, you know, if you grew up in that genre, in that time period, Top Gun was just, he was Iceman. He was that guy. And then of course, you know, he was just always there. He had first off, he had one of the coolest fucking names in Hollywood, Val Kilmer. I mean, Jesus Christ, that's a movie star name.
Oh yeah.
Right there. And he just had a presence to him. And then of course I revisited it when I found out more movies that he was in, but that I didn't know that he was in, like Real Genius. When I found Real Genius, I went, oh my God, this is Val Kilmer at his funniest. This is Val Kilmer at his like one of his best roles, I thought. And this is pre-Top Gun. And I remember when that movie was always on, this was before, you know, digital cable and stuff. When I see Real Genius that was like on HBO or something, I watched it because I loved his character so much. And then I find out that he was in a spoof movie, one of his first movies, Top Secret, with the Zuckers and all the, you know, the dudes that made the airplanes and the Naked Guns and everything. And you watch that movie and you go, Jesus Christ, that was brilliant. And his comedic chops were so brilliant. And then there's a movie that obviously Doc Holliday is probably my favorite performance of his. I mean, yeah, we could talk about Jim Morrison, Doors. He was phenomenal in that. Fun fact, I mean, I'm sure some of you guys know, but I mean, before they even shot that movie, he was performing as Jim Morrison at like the Whiskey. They went so far where he performed as Jim Morrison in front of a live crowd. just to prepare for that role. And when you watch that Val doc, you really just go, God, this guy was he was an insane genius when it came to this. I didn't realize how crazy he was when it came to just how much he loved acting. And when he got his camera and he wanted to record so many things and record his audition tapes and do it in different ways and find his voice through the character. And it was like, God, no wonder he just put out these roles. And like when he should have won for Doc Holliday.
He could have won for Doc Holliday.
Best role in my opinion. That's my favorite role of his. But then of course he did, and I love the fact that the doc threw some light on this, because one of my favorite movies of his too is The Saint, which a lot of people don't talk about because it wasn't huge, but it was based on an old TV show, and it was like that 90s type of spy espionage type of movie. And anytime that was on, I would always watch it. Love that movie. And he has to play different characters in that. He shows his range. And I love that at the doc, he said that because he did not like doing Batman Forever. No, he didn't. He hated it. He clashed with Joel Schumacher. He didn't like it, even though he
had a very different
appreciated
vision.
it. Yeah.
But he had a very different vision where he wanted to.
He just says he hated fucking wearing the costume too.
Yeah, the costume. Yeah. Always.
He said he couldn't hear anything, and then what happened? Because I rewatched it, and people would just stop talking to him. So he said like the whole set, he was just pretty much alone the whole time he was in the costume, because like, oh well, Val can't hear anything.
He also said that in a way also reinforced his performance as Batman, because he was so constricted, he was angry, and that almost enhanced the way he played Batman too. Yep. Which that Val doc is so.
Yeah,
I remember when it came out.
The biggest thing about that Val doc for me that just kills me, that I think is hearing his son narrate as him.
Yeah, it's a great choice.
It's like, oh my gosh, man! And then that just was like.
Well, what killed me about that doc was the modern day stuff when.
That's tough.
Yeah.
He has to do like the signings, and he's very tired and stuff. But and that's the good thing though about that doc, is because like people, that is the tough stuff, but that's what he has in there and addresses. Like, yeah, life's tough, and there's shit that comes with this, but then also highlights all the good things that he still was doing after the fact. And even then, he hated doing the signings in the sense of like he hates that all he could do is like the past stuff. But then what would happen is he'd meet people that really appreciate his work, and that would kind of bring him back up. But I definitely, if people have Prime, they've not seen the doc. If you've only seen a few things of Al, it's worth a watch. Especially there's like home movies of him and his brothers. Like that's a big thing in the beginning. Him and his brother.
He did so many home recordings.
Yeah, he used to do home movies, and his brother wanted to be a director, and he sadly passed away. But there's so much stuff there, and like just stories where he recorded like 5 audition tapes for Full Metal Jacket, and then flew out to London to personally meet Stanley Kubrick to try and get in there. Like he was a very artful guy. But for me it was Batman Forever. That's the first time I saw him, just because I was a kid at that time. Like I can't remember when did that movie come out?
1995.
I was 2, so I saw it years later. I think the first Batman I remember seeing in theaters was like Batman and Robin, a couple as a young type. But that's where but hey, at that time it was the bee's knees, But
of course.
No, and then the other one after that was once I started getting older, which is kind of crazy when you look at the cover of Heat, and it's like we still got Pacino, still got De Niro, and he's the one that's gone. But that again, back to Naked Gun, that was another movie. My dad's like, "Oh, I love this movie. We're gonna sit down and watch it." And that's like a yearly watch. Heat. It's a fantastic movie, and
I just watched it 3 weeks ago. Crazy.
Oh, that's how I was a Tombstone. I just watched that 3 weeks ago, and I think he's a guy that now it always happens when they pass, but I don't think he got enough flowers, whether it's because some people he clashed with, whether it's his health issues. He never, I think until recently, really got the acclaim that he really deserves, because there's so many people that have 1 or 2 great roles where he has a dozen. And Top Secret, I can't wait. In a couple weeks we're going to do a movie night at Geekverse and watch that with our patrons, and I love that movie. That's one of the top tier spoof movies it is, and you can see how charismatic he is. He sings in there. He's a love interest. He's like everything you'd want as a star. So it's a shame that he did get sick.
The backwards scene in that, how they pulled that off, where it's like they had to shoot it backwards and then it's frontwards, and it's, I don't know. I'm
like, it's like Tenet stuff, It's like
it was so weird.
Or like the
over and
bar
there's the
underwater
scene
is
where-
one of my favorites too.
What?
The bar underwater fight when they start
Yeah.
fighting and they go into a bar and there's people drinking and like it's so clever. Or that gif that comes up all the time when he's crawling and there's a pair of boots and he looks up and it's just boots. Like there's no one
Yeah.
there. Like it's a.
But there's like a
fantastic
random
movie.
scene where like there's a bunch of bikes and he like
Yeah.
he goes like they're horses and he slaps, he goes and all the bikes take off. It's like what the fuck? And then there's that scene where he gets arrested and he's in the jail and he's doing like the chalk thing and it looks like he's been in there for like forever. And then and then somebody shows up and he goes, Jesus Christ, what took you so long? I've been here for 20 minutes.
No, it's great. So yeah, no, I agree with you, Dave. Like everyone has their different celebrities, and yeah, this one hit hard because I've talked about before where myself, my uncle, I very much would say I get compared to Val Kilmer in a B-rate way. In a way, like I'm the background guy who's like, "Hey, Val needs to take a piss. You're just gonna stand there and look from behind." But my uncle more so looked like him, and we always used to bond on that because he would get that in his life, and I would get that, and so that's where it's like I took a liking to him, and like, okay, I want to see his filmography, and he's actually a great actor, so he will be missed, and it's kind of it was a sad scene, but a great scene. I think it's kind of a great thing that the cherry on top is the Top Gun thing because now it's kind of a double meaning in a sense the next time you watch that movie. So great talent.
You see that scene, it's extra emotional now.
Yeah.
Jeez.
You know, like Travis, that the first role I ever watched him in was Batman Forever. That was the very first Batman movie I remember watching. Really strange that my parents would take a 3-year-old to that movie, but hey, you know, I'm not fucking complaining. I got to watch Batman in a movie theater at 3 years old, and I figured out I liked women at that point in my life. So,
well, Nicole Kidman,
right, exactly, and
even
my old man was giving her the Googles, and my mom would be like, "What the fuck's wrong with you, Troy?" Anyway,
and all she wants to do in that movie is fuck Batman. That's all she wants to do, which
but like
can't blame her.
That movie is in a way like my gateway to Batman. That mixed with like the animated series, the Adam West stuff, like that all three of those things like really formed and shaped how much I really love Batman. And having Val Kilmer be essentially like, you know, to Batman what Timothy Dalton is to Bond in a certain respect is just, when you think about how fucking insane that is, it's crazy that he left such an indelible mark on a character he only played one time. And even having like a fan edit of the Red Book edition, which is more or less like close to the Schumacher cut, and seeing some of the stuff that was cut from the movie that he was in is just mind blowing. The movie that I watched the day after the news had come out, and Dave kind of talked about it a little bit, but Kiss Kiss Bang Bang. I had not watched this in such a long time. And the entire time I'm watching it, number one, I'm watching it for Val's performance. But number two, just in the back of my mind, I'm like, wow, this is like one of the few times you can say that Iron Man and Batman were in a movie together. Because it's their chemistry is just fucking off the chain. It's so good.
I love that movie so much. I mean, when he plays like a gay PI, and it's just like the things that come out of his mouth. I mean, geez, some of it probably wouldn't pass nowadays. I mean, some people might get really up in arms, especially because he's not actually gay. But some of the, their chemistry is just so freaking. Oh, so good.
That's one of my
If you look up the word idiot in dictionary, what do you think you're going to see? Picture me. No, the definition of idiot, because that's what you fucking are.
Exactly.
Dude, just some of the shit he says in that fucking movie just fucking destroyed me. And I'm like holding back emotions because obviously, watching this the day after he passed, I'm just like, man, what a fucking legend. Of course, you mentioned Tombstone. Travis mentioned Heat. Dude, I remember watching Heat for the first time and being like, holy fuck, that's Batman. And then like watching him in Heat, and I'm just like, oh fuck, like just watching that movie for the first time and you like having the foreknowledge like he was once Batman.
The bank robbery scene is legendary.
Yes, but the fact that he's not the star of that movie. It's obviously it's all about De Niro and Pacino,
right?
But he's like just him as a supporting cast member. And this is what I was thinking about because again, it was like one of those times where I put something on Hulu and then all of a sudden it just started playing Heat, and I went, oh shit, I haven't watched Heat in a while. And I was getting so distracted because I was trying to work, but I was like, no, fuck, I haven't seen Heat in a while. And I was just sitting down and watching it. And I'm going, Jesus Christ, Val Kilmer is such a powerhouse in this, even though there are two gigantic powerhouses that are leading this. He is still such a good. speaking of the bank heist thing, when he's walking out and they think they've gotten it over with, and he kind of has like a smile on his face, and then he spots one of the cops and he immediately just starts firing. That is so like the way that it's just like boom, and he just pulls up the gun and just starts firing, and then all madness starts. Oh man!
Well, I think that's
all
what
those,
kind
all those
of
guys are operating in M16 and SK1s, and they are all properly loading, reloading, releasing.
The military uses that scene, or used to use that scene?
Well, they use it to criticize knucklehead soldiers that can't reload their weapons and have the weapons jammed. Because if you watch the way they drop the clip, reload, pull back, that's the way you do it so that you don't have jams and reloads and things like that. There's not one. I don't think there's one jam in that whole scene. And then you have Al Pacino's character using an SK1, and then the sound, because I saw that in the movie.
Oh, that
sound from all that gunfire. If you ever heard those live, you know what it sounds like, and it's just all around you, man. That movie is supremely overrated. I think the only reason why that didn't get nominated is because Braveheart won everything that year, but that movie was great.
Yeah. Well, I think with you mentioned like Pacino De Niro, I think the reason he stands out in the movie because he's a good performance, but he is kind of the heart of that movie because De Niro gives him that speech of like, you can't have anything in your life. You got to have, your ducks in a row, and anything you have, you can't. You got to be ready to abandon it in 30 seconds, right? And his response is, well, the sun sets with her and it rises with her, whatever he says, right? So you have both characters, Pacino and De Niro, who have big relationship problems. Where De Niro might love this lady, but he leaves her. He doesn't care. He will.
Yeah, he's gonna walk
Pacino,
away.
that's the whole thing. Like he's a terrible husband who's never home. He's just doing the crime stuff, right? But Val Kilmer, he's breaking that rule that De Niro has told everybody that you got to be ready to gather flat, and that's a heartbreaking scene at the end when you
got to have nothing left.
He had to kill Waingro.
He
had to kill Waingro. Damn it.
Yeah.
Well, and I think that's the other thing, to your point, Travis, is that like everybody expected that movie. It's De Niro and Pacino. This is the big versus like these giants going in, and like that's what I love about the movie and what Michael Mann did is they're only in one scene together. They only confront each other one time in the movie.
Twice.
Yeah,
twice.
Right. The shootout, But
three times. The final scene where you hold his hand.
Right.
Well,
but it's very contained.
Is like when they're face to face, full on for an entire scene. Is that coffee shop?
It's very contained, and that coffee shop is the main one where they sit down together and have a conversation, and and so at that point, it very much comes up to like people like Val Kilmer and Tom Sizemore and the other supporting characters of those movies that really because people expected that, and it was still a great movie. It was a weird thing where it beat the expectations. Like you got Robert De Niro and you only get him in one scene, but it was still phenomenal. So I think that's the other thing too, is that Val really got the chance to shine there because people expected that, and he kind of came in with being the highlight.
I also really love that he wasn't afraid to have fun too, because he did Jay and Silent Bob reboot as Old Man Blunt Man.
Blunt Man, dude.
Fucking imagine being Kevin Smith and be like, dude, I got to work with not one, 3 Batmen: Kevin Conroy, Ben Affleck, and fucking Val Kilmer.
Okay, Phil, I'm gonna give you a little because I don't know if you heard me talk about it.
I did
talk about it. Okay, the whole thing. I don't know if anybody else saw that
with
thing.
The suit and everything.
Reeves FX, who is he's been on here, and he put out a story saying that he got the email from Kevin Smith's people saying that, hey, we need a Batfleck type of suit. This is back in 2019, and he goes, oh shit, Kevin Smith's gonna put Ben Affleck in like a spoof of something. And little did he know that he was making a suit for Val Kilmer to wear in Jay and Silent Bob reboot. And I'm like, that's
Blunt Man, the movie.
Yeah. And I mean, when he showed up in that too, I was like, oh shit, they got Val Kilmer in this. Awesome. It was great. And it's sad too, because I was talking about this with my brother about this. When I first found out that Kilmer, after the whole throat I mean, I heard about that, but it was funny because, here in SoCal in LA, we have a radio station called KLOS 95.5. And there was one of the Sex Pistols band members, Jonesy, he used to host a little segment where he'd bring people on, but music people mainly. But he had Val Kilmer on, and this was, I don't know how many years ago it was, but I was listening as I was driving somewhere. I was listening to him talk to somebody, and I hear somebody talking like, you hear that, and I'm like, who the fuck? And then all of a sudden it was mentioned it was Val Kilmer. I was like, oh my God. It shocked me. It sent a shockwave. I'm like, oh my God, this is so the cancer that he was fighting really did. I couldn't believe it. Like, it made me well up. I got choked up. I'm like, I didn't know it was like that. I thought maybe
it was a big thing for a long time because they would get pictures of him in public with his throat covered.
Yeah,
but he wasn't doing interviews. He wasn't
talking or anything.
Right. So you didn't know, and then you hear him, and you're like, oh, man, it really
it broke my heart. It fucking broke my heart.
Me too.
I was like, this is, but at the same time, when I was listening to the interview, he was very charismatic. He was very friendly. He was totally. And then the morning show I listened to, they brought up that, and a couple of people on the morning show saw him there, and they were like, oh my God, Val Kilmer's here. And then they said the same thing. They're like, oh, he was so friendly, he was so nice, he was just talking, and it was just yeah. But I remember hearing that, and I'm like, I didn't realize that it affected his voice that much. And I remember just being like, I was driving just brokenhearted going, my God, I didn't know it was that bad. I didn't know it was that drastic where it affected his voice like that. It was heartbreaking, man. But at the same time, he kept going. He kept on. He was painting. He was drawing. He was, And then
right. He had to find ways to express his art. I think that was the thing about seeing him in the doc and all that. He was an artistic person. He just was and I think, like we said, seeing now, he didn't really get the roles to shine he did, but at the same time, man, he could have gotten people would have seen the actor that he was, or directors would have seen, what he was capable of back then.
Yeah. Well, and he was capable. So, one of the things in the doc too, when it came to Doc Holliday, that scene where he's dying.
Yeah.
The fact that they talked about he's literally got ice bags all over, on his feet and legs and shit like that, just to add to the effect. And I'm going, fuck. I'm like, they did that. He went that far to do that. Yep. And the weight that he lost to look kind of, and God damn, just talk about. And that's why that's my favorite role. I have a Funko Pop of his, Doc Holliday.
The way that he's constantly sweating.
Oh yeah,
that whole movie, you're just man, you're
pale. The way that they made him look pale and everything, and it's just, I think my favorite scene. I talked about it on Film Junkie Live. That one of my favorite scenes. Probably my favorite scene of his is when him and Johnny Ringo, when they're in the saloon, and Johnny Ringo, they confront each other for the first time, and Johnny Ringo, of course, pulls his gun out. After they start talking in Latin, and then he does his whole little gun, thing like that. And then everybody's going, what's Doc Holliday going to do? And he starts doing the swirl of his shot glass. And he's just doing that, and everybody just starts laughing. And he's just going, and then and then everybody just claps. I'm like, so perfect. It's a serious moment, and then it just gets comedic, and he sells it perfectly.
Well, and not to mention all the work that Val did on that movie with Kurt Russell and stuff, with the rewrites and everything that was happening behind
that whole production was crazy.
He really that's a movie I think he really got to shine as that, because he got to be involved in the creative process, because the director was just not understanding of the story, so they left it up to him and Kurt to kind of figure it out every night before the next day. So I'm like, but I do think that's cool. I wish he would have been credited as a writer or as something on that, him and Kurt, because that movie wouldn't be as good as it is without the two of them.
Had the standards been different back then, they probably would have.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But, but yeah, man, talk about an icon. Right, and what I love about the doc too, and I always emphasize this, he admits that he was a dickhead when he was younger. He admits his faults. And I love that. I love that he copped to that. I love the fact that he talks about how on the Top Gun set, the meta thing that they did was they were dicks to Anthony Edwards and Tom Cruise. They were dicks off camera, like behind the scenes. They were like fucking. They picked on them. They bullied them, just to add to the effect. And he was like, "Yeah, we fucking did that." And I'm like, "Yeah, well, that worked."
Tom Cruise got him that role. Tom Cruise got him that role in that movie too. It's hilarious.
Yeah.
So well, even to that end too, he mentioned like later on in the doc. Well, let me rephrase that. He mentioned that him and Joel like clashed, but they were still now like before both of them passed, like they were, you know,
they were good.
They were good, yeah. And it's telling because Schumacher went to him to be like, hey, I want you for Batman, because I forget what fucking movie he watched him in prior to that for Batman, but he said, hey, I saw you in this, and I want you to be Batman. And Val Kilmer was like, fuck yeah, sign me up. And then they did Batman, and they both had, you know, their moments where they would fucking clash. And then after Forever came out, Val was like, I got to do the same. I got to do something different. I don't want to put myself.
It was the right move because again, if anybody hasn't watched The Saint, do yourself a favor, watch The Saint. It's 90s spy espionage. It's got Elizabeth Shue.
She's great.
Always great, and just never, you know.
That's the one. Another underrated one that I really like, and I don't like a lot of like just kind of drama romance movies. It's not really my thing, but I remember seeing it as a kid and seeing it after Batman Forever, and kind of like Phil was like, oh, that's Batman, you know, like it was At First Sight, and he plays a blind dude.
Oh yeah, the blind
falling it, and it's really damn good. He gets to give like a really good performance as far as his acting and stuff, and like I feel like it was more for him, you know, is wanting to play a character like that and do something a little deeper, and so I saw that.
Who is the love interest in that one? I can't remember. Yeah, look that up. Look that up because I was like, who is the love interest in that? She was known. She was known. But yeah, that was an interesting concept because it was, you know, a blind guy who went through like an experimental surgery to be a side effect. Mira Sorvino. Yeah, you're right.
I think I know who that is.
Yep. There you go. Mira Sorvino. Yeah.
Weber's
Nathan Lane was in there. Kelly McGillis from Top Gun.
Wow.
He was in Alexander, which I know a lot of people have issues.
Watch the director's cut. Pretty good.
Yeah, director's cut.
Pretty good.
That was one of the first Blu-rays I ever owned. Was the Alexander director's cut.
Yeah, the director's cut, pretty good. It's a little bit more fleshed out, a little bit more, you know, makes more sense.
Yeah.
It's not something I just put on all the time, but I did watch it one time. I'm like, I watched both. I remember I was like, all right, let me check out this. I saw it on like HBO. I didn't see it in the theaters, and I was like, all right, that's fine. And then I heard about the director's cut. I'm like, okay, it's Oliver Stone. Fuck it. Let's see what it's like. And I'm like, okay, that was very much more, you know, yeah. So the director's cut, definitely, we're gonna watch that. Colin Farrell, though, he's always been one of my favorite actors. So, you know, but yeah, he played his father, right? No, he didn't play his father. Did he? No.
I don't think he did.
I know he had the fucking fucked up eye. That wasn't his dad, right? No, that was like somebody else. I can't even remember who he played off the top of my head. I just remember his way he looked. But no, when it comes to Val Kilmer, man, I mean, yeah, it's just one of those where that guy's been just throughout. So yeah, it definitely hit. It's one of those that really hit.
Yeah. He beat cancer and died from pneumonia. That's what
That's what sucks. Yeah. I was talking about that with my brother. I'm like, it sucks. Like, you beat cancer, but you go through hell doing that, and it breaks down your body.
Your immune system. So little things like that can.
And they always say, like, anytime you have something like that where your body's fighting to live, and then all of a sudden pneumonia kicks in, and pneumonia is just one of those where it's just like, oh yeah, that could just immediately fuck you up. Your lungs fill up with water, and I mean, I remember, my Nana who passed away last year. She, she was fighting through a lot of things, and then pneumonia was, she ended up getting pneumonia, and that was kind of one of the things that took her out too. And it sucks that that's the case when that happens. And he was supposed to be at some kind of event that night too, I think, or in the coming night, some kind of film festival thing. I don't know. Yeah, where he was supposed to make an appearance and didn't. And then all of a sudden it's just, God damn. But yeah, so if you have a glass out there, raise it up for Val Kilmer, man. I mean, Jesus Christ. Cheers to him.
Cheers.
Cheers to Val. All right, let's go ahead and wrap this up. But I did promise, I forgot that we have a super chat. I keep forgetting. I was like, damn, a super chat from Rational Skeptic right here. And thank you for the $2 super chat. Will Lanterns and Supergirl trailers be at? No, I don't think DC is actually going to be there. James Gunn has already expressed that that's not going to be the case. Now, that does not mean that during the week of Comic-Con, there will not be things that get released. It's just the fact that James Gunn has already kind of expressed that, yeah, we're not going to be there for that Comic-Con. So, but things could get released.
Right.
So you never know. There could be something when it comes to Supergirl or Lanterns that could be released because, yeah, it costs a lot of money to rent out that Hall H and do all that stuff. Yeah, it's good promotion. Yeah, it's good stuff. But at the same time, you know, one of those.
I think that's the thing. If the only thing that you have to show there at that point is Supergirl, Lanterns, and Peacemaker, which comes out a month later, it's not really worth it.
Well, but then you got Clayface, you know, you got Sergeant
But
Round,
isn't that not expected to start shooting? And when is that? I don't even know.
You don't even know who's playing Clayface, right?
Once
So
again,
it's just like that's where you can announce it.
You can have shot zero footage and still have a presentation to bring to Comic-Con. You can. That is no excuse. They need to be there, right? And as far as the whole, like I said, the money issue, find it. You're either in the big leagues or you're not. There's none of this halfway shit. If you're gonna be at this level and expect your audience to look at you as someone or a company on that level, then you have to do the things that people on that level and companies on that level do. There's no reason why they can't be. I don't care if they haven't shot anything. Guess what? I have a cast for Green Lantern. Have them there. I have a cast for Millie Akon. I know she's around.
And she probably would be. I know it does seem like a missed opportunity, but maybe they're just looking at the finances and going, "We don't have that." I don't know.
Okay. Very that's driving me crazy. That's driving me crazy. Fucking get it. You're jumping out of the plane. You either have a parachute or you're gonna die. If you've made these steps to put this movie out and on this platform and you didn't have a plan to promote it, then that's a problem going forward. You can't do that.
Well, when is Comic-Con? Is it in July?
July.
It's in July.
It's the weekend of Fantastic Four. It's
July
that's right.
It is
24th
so,
through the
I mean, that's the thing. Is like
that.
Yeah, and I was just kind of thinking, I'm like, if there was enough time that had passed where they could see the box office, maybe I don't know, maybe James Gunn could be like, well, we're going to announce the next one. And then, I don't know, hey, we're going to do World's Finest. Boom, here's who's going to play Batman. Or something. They could really blow the roof off the place if they wanted to. But at the same time, it just doesn't seem like they're thinking about that really.
They're thinking reactionary, which I think that's been the Achilles heels of DC regimes from past. They're reacting. Listen, if you have enough confidence to put the movie out, then act like it. So if you believe in the movie, you believe in James, you hired him, you spent the $200 million, so you believe in the first steps of this universe. So let's be promoting that all the way through. I don't care if Superman's been out for 3 weeks. Guess what? If I'm them, hold the screening of it. Because you know why? You're not just making money in the box office. You're making a case for when that PVOD hits, when that physical media hits, all those damn toys. What, you want all that stuff to stop making money 2 weeks after the movie? No, you need to be promoting your universe. You need to have I don't think there's any reason. I was kind of disappointed last year. Like I said, Fantastic Four hadn't shot shit. And they found a way to bring those people out there and then sent them on there, Yeah. You think that was coming out of Kevin Feige's money? No. There are people most movies are made with borrowed money. All right, with a couple more bucks to say, hey, you know what? If we don't promote the movie that you invested in, guess what? And 9 times out of 10, they usually say yes. That's why Legendary forks over all that money for all these posters I got.
See, that's the thing, though. It just sucks because the timing of when Superman comes out, and again, I'm just going back to what I mean. He could definitely do. I mean, look what happened when it came to when they announced BVS after Man of Steel. It's like, oh, here, you want to know a sequel? Here's what it's going to be, and that blew the roof off the place. If they could have a version of that somehow, but at the same time, they're not going to know how well Superman's going to do. And it's like, obviously, we know that James Gunn is already working on the next thing, and some people are suspecting that it is.
Dave. I believe that next Friday's Vodka stream is going to be really good. You know why?
Why?
Because I've watched this show. I believe that if I hire you to do a job, it's like say you do cable stuff like that, right? I hire you to do a job. I have the expectation that you're not going to be a fuck up, right? You're going to do a good job. So you have hired these people to do the job. I'm not waiting for the box office. I've already jumped out of the plane. That is reactionary bullshit. And when you blink at the top, everybody that's looking at your product is going to blink with you. You have to show confidence from the top. Can you expect anybody else? How can you want me to shell out money for a movie that you may not believe in, that you don't know? You fucking believe that it's going to do great, even if you're the only ones in the room that are going to. If you don't, you're expecting me to believe you want my money, but you're kind of iffy on whether it's going to be. Fuck that. You're either in or you're out.
Yeah. No, you're making a good point. They should just like they should they should announce it like the week of. Oh yeah, we're actually going to be there. We have actual, we have surprises, and then they announce who the DCU Batman is. They go like, here's the next thing.
They got surprises like they had at CinemaCon. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Well, that's CinemaCon. CinemaCon is a joke. I'm talking about Comic-Con. I mean, CinemaCon. Yeah, Comic-Con. Hey, dude, you guys. I know who my Green Lanterns are. They need to be there. I know who my Supergirl is. They need to be there.
Have a clip.
Yeah.
Show them.
I remember
show them the costumes.
I remember.
Have them come out as Supergirl, like Loki did that one Comic-Con where Tom Hiddleston came out as Loki.
Yes.
I mean,
have Billy Alcock just freaking walk out in that fucking costume. That'd be awesome.
I remember last year, Peter Safran at CinemaCon said next year we're coming back. We're going to kick off the summer of Superman. And then we get to this year, and it's just the cast, James Gunn, and they're talking, literally just regurgitating information. The majority of information we've known. There were little bits in here and there, like, oh, we got a confirmation about pocket dimensions. Oh, that's great. That lightweight may or may not confirm a leak that had been floating around the fucking internet a week prior to this. So it's just like, cool, man. Like that's great. Like you confirm a thing or two about Lex Luthor may or may not doing something to Superman. Anyway, fucking when you just show a clip of a dog beating the shit out of the guy who's taking care of him, and then you show like just son healing him and having that healing process be fucking just painful. I'm sorry, but like you may have won over fans at CinemaCon, you may have won over some exhibitors, you certainly got all the press you wanted to talk about it, but granted, we've seen for years that the press are nothing more than just fucking mouthpieces for some of these people. So it's just like, cool, man, maybe you did what you needed to do, but when it comes to just like a general perspective, like Hollywood Reporter even ran it, like this shit is divided as far as reactions are concerned. And did this go get people to go see Minecraft? No, I don't think so. I think people were going to go see Minecraft one way or the other because kids play Minecraft, and Minecraft has been around for 15 fucking years, give or take. Like I remember friends of mine in high school watching it.
It was like a cherry on top for maybe older dudes that were taking their kids. They're like, oh shit, who are Superman fans? Yeah. They're like, oh, I get an extended clip, sweet, but they already had the tickets. Yeah, I don't think it moved the needle really at all.Maybe, a handful of people were like, well, I want to see it in the big screen, sure. So, at the same time, it was just like people already, I remember going, I don't know if this is IMAX or not. I'm not going to drive. Like I said, I was like, I'm not going to drive an extra fucking 12 minutes to an IMAX theater. It probably would have been 15 minutes or even 20 minutes. Regardless of the traffic and stuff, I'm not going to do that just for the possibility of seeing the Superman thing. I'm like, no, I'm still going to go to my normal one that's up over the hill over here that takes me 18 minutes to get to. And guess what? I ended up seeing it. Oh, cool, sweet. But it wasn't the main reason. I was just going, you know what? I'm on a good streak of seeing a movie a week. I know fuck all about Minecraft. I know the basic stuff. I like Jack Black. I like Jason Momoa. Maybe I'll have a good time. And guess what? I kind of was entertained by it. And I was like going, okay, this movie might actually make some fucking money, because I saw the crowd and I went, what the fuck? This is actually going to do well? What? This is crazy. Okay. I was wrong. And I'll eat that crow 100%. Even when I was looking at different screenings at 3 different movie theaters, because I looked at that IMAX and I was like, oh shit, that's right now. And this was like a couple days prior. I was like, this is about 45% full. Looked at another one. I was like, Jesus Christ, this is about 60% full. Holy shit. And then I looked at the one I went, and it was probably about 60 to 70% full. And I was like, Jesus Christ, this movie is going to probably do well.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And it was promoted well, too. We were part of that. It was promoted well. I sent people to go see that. I skipped it because I don't have a use for that. But we gave away the foam swords, the little digital foam swords. Like I said, when you believe in your product, trust me, it does wonders for everyone around you. And like I said, if Minecraft can pull in 10 million people because they believed in that movie, and all the people about it believed in the movie, that's what DC really needs to do. And I think that's been one of their biggest issues is like they want everyone else to buy in, but they're kind of like, I don't want to jump in the pool. You go first. That's not the way this consumer thing will work. So yeah, I think there's still time. I think they will. I'm gonna bet there will be at Comic-Con. I think they'll change their mind.
They really have.
I think they'll change their mind.
I think
like even Marvel last year, you guys went. It was just the 3 things, right? It was Thunderbolts, F4.
Yeah.
Thunderbolts. That's all you need. You got Lanterns. You can do a victory lap with Superman. You got Supergirl, and then maybe one other, whether it's Sergeant.
Doomsday. Yeah, Doomsday. Yeah. So,
here's the thing. Here's the thing. I
think fill an hour.
I think they're gonna skip San Diego, but the likelihood of them going to New York, because we saw what happened with Creature Commandos in New York. Dave and I did a fucking reaction to it on this channel.
Right too.
I feel like maybe there's some thought processes, tinfoil hat theory at best. Maybe James Gunn realized a long time ago that San Diego's Marvel Studios is where they reign supreme. Maybe they can take a shot and having DC have a presence at New York. And if that's
I hope that's not the case. I can believe something. I understand. I hope that's not the case because
I hope so too. Because it would be a really big missed opportunity, because what is San Diego? San Diego is nerd haven for fucking news like this, right? Like people want to go, or at the very least get the information from this event so they can fucking react to it, have their fucking opinions, thoughts, whatever, something to look forward to. And I think when it comes to Supergirl and Lanterns, like I even made this case with CinemaCon and Supergirl, like you're going to sit here and tell me with a straight face you're going to bother putting up a mock poster for that movie, and James Gunn even just a day before that Superman panel share an image of Millie Alcock reading the fucking book for the movie that they're making, but then not at all bother talking about that movie.
Even a poster. Even a poster.
You had Luca he was in town.
Yeah,
and like said, hey,
I really and the thing that like people come down my throat about, oh well, they only have Superman coming out this year. I'm like, that's fucking great. Great. Fuck that. Sony has a movie coming out 2 fucking years from now that they showed off images and gave a date for.
Universal talked about their Spielberg film in 2026 and their Nolan film in 2026.
Right. So miss me
Sony
with
talked
this.
About Beatles in 2028.
Exactly.
Yeah, we're going into the next decade now with some of these movies.
But that's the point. The point is that they are showing off the big things that they have coming. The point is to get theater owners excited.
So miss me with this. Well, we're only focusing on this year bullshit because that's bullshit.
There's 2 things. There's 2 things. 2 things that DC has not had since 2017. That is 3 things: benefit of the doubt, perception, and momentum. They need to show up to these things, because if you don't show up to Comic-Con because you think that's where Marvel owns, you're giving a second place perception to everybody. That could be very well true. Marvel could be the dominant dog. That fact is notwithstanding. It's the energy you project to the people that you want to buy in. You have to go in thinking you're number one. Fuck the other guy attitude. Mm-hmm. And they need to really do that. And like I said, Superman the movie, if Superman the movie does great and everything around this universe on papers and staples and toys doesn't reach that same level, it's a failure. This brand has to work and feed into itself. And that's what they need. That's what they miss out when you're only promoting the movie. You're promoting the DC. What the fucking U stand for? DC Universe, right?
Yeah. And it's also what you said with Comic-Con. It feels like we're just talking about Superman. It sometimes feels like there's that air where it's like, oh, we can't talk about the stuff because, we want to focus on Superman. But sometimes it feels like, are you not talking about the other stuff because you're worried about Superman? And if it doesn't do well, it's like, well, we don't want to put the horse before the cart. But it's like, you should, because Will, you've talked about this, and I agree. It's like you want people to buy into the universe. So it's like, even if people leave Superman, let's say it does 400 to 500, and people kind of view it as like maybe it was like a lackluster box office. But if they like it, enjoy it, and they know there's more stuff coming, it's like, well, let's continue on with this. But that's always the thing. It feels like it's that girlfriend or boyfriend that doesn't want to be official yet. You know, we're still in the seeing each other process, and we won't know until July. But that's the thing. I'd say the same thing with Comic-Con. They might worry of like, oh, everyone's going to say Marvel won the day. It's like, of course, you don't have the history of like a Downey to walk up a stage and get that big pop, but that's where you start building it. You know, you start like building that legacy. So then eventually in 5 years from now, you can get that big pop. And even then, Dave, you talked about it. We were only Man of Steel in, and all he had to do was Henry Lennox read a fucking paragraph from The Dark Knight Returns and show a logo, and boom, right? Like, it doesn't take that much to get people bought in. Blew it off, right? And that was even coming off, like, even BVS had, but Man of Steel was a controversial film, right? But it didn't matter. When that logo hit, the internet was a buzz that day everywhere. That was the talk of the town. Like, they're doing Batman and Superman finally. So like I said, even if Superman like does fine the box office and people think it's okay, you still have something, have an ace in the hole to be like, hey, this is the next thing to get you excited. And yeah, it's just, I don't disagree with Phil. I could see that be a thing like, well, Marvel has it, let's not do that. But like, it's competition. Then maybe Marvel has to step a little bit, because there will be a year where you go and Marvel has a shit year or a shit panel or the stuff doesn't look good, and then you get to be the talk of the town. I don't know if they're worried that there was that one year, remember they did like Black Adam, Shazam, and that was it. And that was kind of the joke where Marvel revealed like phase 4 and 5, and DC had Black Adam, Shazam, and they were the kicking can of the entire weekend of like, DC's the shits, this is all they got. I think it was Blue Beetle as well, like this is all they got. But it's like, you got to be better than what that is. That was the past. Put that in the past now, you know. So
you're telling people that this is a new road. You're telling people that this is a new company. But here's the thing, and I disagree with a lot of people that, like I said, wherever FF was, that's where you needed to be in the vicinity of. That wherever they put a commercial, wherever they put a spot, like I said, when people come in here and they're buying an issue of Daredevil, you think that's all I'm going to sell them? No, Daredevil's on the shelf with a whole bunch of other stuff. Once you're in the conversation, you make yourself visible to your customer, and they have not done that, and it's driving me crazy.
And that's the thing, is like, they're not looking in that approach. I mean, obviously there's millions and millions of dollars, but they should have confidence in their product that it's going to be successful enough to be like, hey, we're going to continue this thing, so let's make a presence here, throw some money at a presentation right here to sell more product, you know. And it just seems like Zazzy Pants maybe is a part of that, and they just don't. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I hope that we find out. I hope that we find out that they're going to be there and have a big presence.
They knew they had a hit with this movie, with Dune 2. They knew how well they were going to do with this movie. All right, so they went in, they put their balls on the table with Legendary, said, help us promote this movie so your dividends could be bigger. And guess what? They did it. And because when they went in there, they were confident about what they could pull in that movie. Same conversation you got to have about Superman and the rest of your movies. So.
Yeah, 100%. All right, well, this is a good way to end this, unless anybody else has any more input to this.
Nope.
No, but thank you for that question right there, because it got us back into, hey, Marvel, or hey, DC, James Gunn, hire us.
You know, I have a suspiciously sneaking feeling that someone who writes for a certain website would look at what you just said and scoff and laugh and act like we don't know what we're talking. Okay, I got a
ooh, there it is. All right, but yeah, this was always fun. Of course, and of course, thank you to Paul, thank you to Chris for joining in too, and then talking about all the madness of this week when it came to CinemaCon, when it came to talking about Daredevil, and when of course talking about that Superman clip. And again, it's so funny because, like I said, And I think some people are just like, oh, you're just always positive about that. I'm like, no, I have my criticisms. You just didn't listen. And then I'm like, we have all our opinions on it. It's like we don't all just sit here and go, oh my God, James Gunn, stroke. We're not doing that. We're going, we're yeah, exactly. We're not doing that. We're going like, hey, we go, yeah, that we like most, some of that's kind of cool. But at the same time, we have our criticisms, and that's what we do. So fun times, always fun times when we can actually share our different opinions and do that, because it's all subjective, as Ray Flightcast has always said. And man, hopefully we can get that guy back on one of these days.
I miss that guy.
I know Phil doesn't like it. I'm sure he just loves hearing that Superman theme. Because I know he'd always talk about how much he did not want that, and I just kind of got a chuckle, because even in this clip, like at the end when he's yelling and it like transitions into the theme, I'm like, oh my God, like it's gonna be all over. And I'm somebody, I don't have a problem with it. I don't
have a problem with it either, but I do wish that I think it's I'm one of those where I'm not like where Phil is, but I'm also going, don't overuse it, please. I hope they don't overuse it in like throughout the movie where we just hear it like everywhere. I hope it's
it should be in the trailers. It should be. Listen, here's how I think about the John. And I understand what Phil's saying, but I'm looking at it from a business point of view, to where no matter how that was the very first cinematic Superman, even if you're not copying that vibe, which is 100%. That's a clarion call to say you're part of this brotherhood. No matter how many different takes on this is, you are part of the same brotherhood that produced this movie. You are all Superman fans. This is a Superman movie. From that point, though, it doesn't have to be the whole thing, but a little bit. I'm all right with it, just for connection.
But that's the thing. They are using the whole thing. Like, I think that's the thing, is that in my opinion, it should be treated like Batman, where it's like, okay, you've got little bits of like that.
That's what I mean. I don't think to do the whole thing. Yeah,
but it's all new themes and it's all new this and stuff. And like, it's weird to me. It is weird to me that it's like we went from Reeve, Bryan Singer, which is still Reeve, so we're still going to use the Williams score. Man of Steel, which did its own thing, and I think that score is way better. And then back to Williams' score. It doesn't do anything for the character, in my opinion, because now
you're right.
Now the character is dependent on this score.
But it's that familiar. Well, no, it's just that familiar sound to the other 97% that is not us. I understand. I totally agree with what you all are saying.
Yeah.
But like James Bond, Star Trek, they're similar, but they're familiar.
We also got to remember this. There's going to be a huge portion of this audience that does not even know it's the Reeves theme. They will not have seen that Superman movie.
It is 45 years old. So, but
it's that for like I don't think they could use the theme for the next 100 years. I don't again. That's not gonna be the make or break, and it wouldn't really matter to me. I understand the arguments of like the Batmans, and I understand the Bond argument too. Of hey, Bond has this theme. We should have never done that. You can make the same argument. It doesn't matter to me because I like it's enough of a variation, but I do think you should buckle up. I think it's going to be all over that movie because it's all over marketing, and I think they're going to really play with that. You might get different renditions and like an orchestra version and the rock version, but like I think you're going to hit it. And then if this movie's a hit, this is Superman's theme probably till we're dead. Just going to tell you, I don't think it's going to change. I think it's going to cement it as the Bond. It's going to be like Bond.
Yeah, a guy like me who's going to go see this movie anyway, it doesn't matter if they had, the Three Stooges theme coming in. I'm because I'm already in. But for a generational thing, but a generational thing, like I said, that I can see where they're going with it. Correct. I don't want to see it throughout the entire movie, just like a Star Trek theme. When they open up every single Star Trek theme, it opens up with that dun, 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 and then it goes on to something.
One of the things I was wrong about, because I instantly thought when I saw the Superman trailer that when Crypto is dragging him through the snow, I was like, oh, I guarantee you James Gunn has a needle drop, and it's going to be some kind of song.
Take Me Home by Genesis.
Like, take me. I don't know. It could be something like that. Who knows? But when we see the clip, guess what? It's all John Murphy's score. And I'm like going, sweet. Thank you for proving me wrong. I'll eat that crow. I don't care. Because I'm going, the score that he, when he grabs the case and he does it, I like that score. It's a great score. It's like cool. It's like dun, 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 dun. It's like the dog is taking charge, and I'm like, I like that. Sweet. Thankfully, it wasn't a needle drop because I did, and that gave me a little bit more confidence of like, okay, yeah, Gunn is really taking this seriously, where he's not going to put fucking stupid needle drops in certain places where I'm going, where you do that eye roll, like, really, this song? Come on.
Yeah, I want very minimal needle drops. Like what Paul's talking with Mario, I fucking hated all those songs in Mario. I love an original score, and I hope maybe there's like 2 to 3, but it's like you did that in Squad. You had 3 Guardians movies to do that. I really don't want that here. I don't need Take Me Home. I don't need No Sleep Till Brooklyn. I don't need any of that stuff.
Oh man, no Beastie Boys?
Not when every fucking movie uses it like twice a year now. I don't know why.
God.
Like
So
that, we need
song.
a hero. I never need to hear those songs ever again in a movie.
Sabotage. You don't want to hear Sabotage?
No, yes.
You know what I don't
That's
need to
another
hear?
one. That's another like.
You know what I don't need to
Beastie
hear?
Boys.
I don't need to hear Guns N' Roses in any superhero movie anytime soon because
Big
Taika
timer.
fucking Waititi doesn't know what's the word I'm looking for here? Restraint. Taika Waititi doesn't understand the word restraint. If he were to look it up in the dictionary, he'd be fucking blind because he doesn't know how to fucking read. Okay,
Wow.
Man, I am just man. Ooh. Yeah, no, I don't need any more Guns N' Roses in any superhero movie. Thanks, Taika.
You don't want no Mr. Brownstone and Superman?
No.
Starman.
No.
You don't want Night Train and Supergirl? Come on, man. I'm just kidding.
Like I said, hopefully they pick some good needle drops because there's still going to be needle drops in Superman, but it's going to be very minimal to James Gunn. He even said that.
Yeah, he did.
So that he's minimalized the needle drop.
I just hope there's no on the nose fucking Superman centric music. Like, and by music I mean like
like Three Doors Down.
Oh, you're talking about Three Doors Down.
Three Doors Down.
Fucking
Gold.
What's the one? Five for Fighting.
Goldfinger. I love Goldfinger. I love the song Superman they have in Tony Hawk Pro Skater. Don't you dare put it in that fucking movie. Don't you dare, James Gunn. Don't you fucking dare put that song in that fucking movie.
You don't want to see It's Not Easy to Be Me? Come on.
No, I don't need Three Doors Down either. No,
if he puts a Foo Fighters song in there, I'll be like, all right, this is great movie.
Okay, that I can understand for you for sure. I can totally understand.
Put the pretend in there. What if I said I'm not like the others? As he's about to fly into the kaiju. What if I said I'm not like the? I'll be like, fuck yeah.
There's one movie in which copyrighted music actually works, and I'll tell you what that movie is. It came out in 2022. It's called The Batman.
Oh yeah, that was fantastic.
Matt Reeves can do no fucking wrong in my opinion.
Leave it to a Gen Xer to get that right. But yeah,
I'd really like a second part of that.
You're telling me you guys won't be happy if Superman plays in the Superman movie?
No. We already said no. We're not going to have that. No, it needs to be something unique. I mean, like I said, what Matt Reeves did with Something in the Way, and it just worked so well.
Oh, yeah. It worked with that Batman. That Batman was perfect for that.
Perfect for it. And the fact that Matt Reeves said, "Oh yeah, I was listening to that song over and over again as I was writing it." Okay, that makes sense. Yes. Yep. So yeah. All right, let's go around the horn and promote what we got to promote. Starting with you, Phil.
Well, you all can find me not wanking to Jimmy Guns online, pretty much everywhere except that cesspool run by Elmo. Vero Threads, Instagram, Blue Sky, Twitter. I'm not you. I'm not on Twitter. No offense to anyone here who's still on Twitter, but I'm not on Twitter. Fuck that place.
Tweet.
You can catch me every Friday Phil, 4:00 Pacific Standard Time. You can catch me on the Council Creators every Wednesday. You can catch me on the Party Nation show every Tuesday. You can listen to my Batman podcast. We will be doing a tribute episode to Val Kilmer this weekend sometime, whether it's solo or with someone else. I haven't quite decided yet. I think that's about it. Oh, I did a stream on Tuesday about the whole Nintendo Switch 2 and the reveal for that, even though they just pushed back the fucking pre-order date because of
$800 console. Here we come.
There's a certain person to blame for that.
Okay, just don't. Okay, it's just not.
Coming.
Don't. Anyway, as always, Dave, thank you again for having me on. It's always a blast chit-chatting with you about this shit, both on and off microphones. I think I will pass it off to my pal here, William, at the Sci-Fi Center.
Yes.
You can just Google the Sci-Fi Center, or you can join our channels, youtube.com/at the Sci-Fi Center. Not doing anything special tomorrow other than our show, where I'm going to discuss our Superman fans, some Superman fans, as horrible as any Star Trek or Star Wars toxic fans. That's going to actually be a topic, and I have my reasons why that might be. Yes, not all, some. So I'll have that going on tomorrow, probably around 8 p.m. Pacific time. And the only big thing I got coming up is our final leg of our fundraiser to try to get to 20 grand. We made some ground last time, and that's going to be on May 20th. So we're going to be raising funds for the usual cause, American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. We're closing in on 20 grand. I hope that's it, because I'm running out of movies to show to really get people to open up their wallets for this movie. So
there you go.
There you go.
All right, Travis.
Yeah, you can find me at Travis B. Snail or geekverse.ca, where that's everything. And we do 3 to 4 episodes a week. It's a combination of myself and friends, and going to August for our 10 years. So in the summer months, we're going to have lots of celebrations stuff. We're going to be bringing back old shows, cast members. We're going to be doing a Geekverse sitcom episode with like fake canned laughter and stuff. We got lots of big things planned for the 10 years, so it's going to be a fun time. But it's always fun talking to you guys and seeing what's going on in the interwebs and what people are reacting to. And I hope everyone has a good weekend.
For sure. All right, Austin.
Same as always, Borderlands Studios on YouTube. Now that I got a little bit of a different setup and stuff, I think I'm going to do a video this week kind of recapping CinemaCon and my thoughts on that, because I have some other things I wanted to talk about there. But going to try to start getting some more content out this month and stuff now that I'll have a couple of days off, so that'll be nice. But as always, Dave, thank you for having me on and for the conversation with all you guys. It's always fun talking to everybody and having decent conversations about things that aren't like the internet.
Yeah, exactly. Right. It's not crazy. Yeah, trust me, I've had some fun the past couple of days. That's for damn sure. Sometimes I engage and I go, "Why did I do that?" But I did it. Anyway, it's just what happens. Sometimes, certain times, I go, "Oh, wait a minute." But it's just what happens. But we appreciate you guys watching, and of course, thank you, Phil. Thank you, William. Thank you, Austin. Thank you, Travis. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Paul. And we will talk to you guys later.